Okay, I'm going to gavel us in, and I'm calling us to order. And before we begin, you'll notice that all the commissioners are displaying the proper use of masks. Yesterday, we discussed how masks are highly recommended when you're in public spaces. They're not mandatory, but they are recommended. And so now that we've displayed it, I want to tell you why we're taking it off, because we are now practicing the correct social distancing. And we've done that for everybody's benefit on the television that are watching and who are hearing us throughout the courthouse. So as you go to public venues, it's highly recommended to wear a mask. And remember that the cloth masks are the ones that are preferred because you can wash them, and that leaves the surgical masks available for the healthcare providers. However, we are announcing today that if you're not crafty, that we are having folks, for all our county employees, we're going to have these wonderful cloth masks. So anyone feels like sharing their time and talents with us for county employees, please contact our office. With that, that's my official call to order. And I'd like everyone to rise, please, for the invocation, followed by the pledge to the United States of America, Texas flag. I'd like to welcome Pastor Mike Feller with New Life Church for our invocation. Pastor, welcome.
Thank you. Let's bow our heads. Father in heaven, we ask your continued peace, your divine guidance. As we meet today to lead this great county, may your wisdom, God, guide us. May we make the decisions necessary for our protection and ultimate thriving. We pray for strength and resilience for our healthcare professionals who are working tirelessly, for our first responders who continue, despite risk, continue to serve us. We ask that this virus be contained and eliminated for the most vulnerable in our county. We ask that all be protected. We pray for peace to rule over the coastal bend and for fear to be vanquished. May this moment in our history really be characterized by remarkable unity and a shared sense of responsibility. Grant us strength, sympathy, wisdom as we make critical decisions. May the peace of our Lord be present with us today as we pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Miss Carolyn, you say something?
I'm sitting where the county attorney and the auditor sit. That's like the two.
Just want to thank Pastor Mike from the New Life Church for that beautiful invocation. Okay, at this time, let me remind for the purposes of the clerk that it's 9:13 a.m. and the date is April 8th, 2020. We are at 901 Leopard, which is the Nueces County Courthouse, and we are in the Commissioner's Courtroom on the third floor. And we're actually utilizing the entire third floor so that we can social distance. We not only have cameras in the courtroom, we have cameras, we have televisions outside the hall, and we're asking all our guests to be patient and to come in so that we don't break our own rules. And we thank the deputy for securing the hallway as well as the courtroom. With that, Timothy, probably no better time to issue a safety briefing.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners, ma'am. Under the circumstances, we are currently working on getting the cords and everything taken down to the floor, so that'll be taken out of the equation. Of course, we're meeting on the third floor of the Nueces County Courthouse. There's 5 fire extinguishers throughout the third floor as well. In the event of an AED emergency, an AED is also available next to the Human Resources Office. In the event that we need to dial 911 today, Tyner and Ed will be responsible. CPR certified participants would be Dale and Margaret. In case we have to evac, we'll egress down the third floor atrium stairs out through the La Pond side, as you were, or out through the Leopard side, because the La Pond side is closed off, and muster out there, keeping our social distance. However, our shared safety topics, we know that we're preparing for the future. We haven't hit the apex yet or hit the high mark, so keep that in mind. Continue doing your social distancing. We're taking the precautions here in the courthouse. We'll be placing more social distancing placards throughout the elevators as well. So we are taking the necessary steps. Unless there are no questions, that concludes my safety brief.
Any questions for Timothy? Tim, thank you so much. I really do like the, I'm sure other commissioners have noticed the steps, you know, the placards on the, as you enter the building, and also the social distancing in the elevator. I think we're a very good model for others, really making sure. I even noticed a deputy answering a question 6 feet apart. And, you know, it's very natural to get close to somebody when you're answering. So we're really practicing these orders very well here, and we thank you for kind of being our fearless leader in that regard. And it's okay to both cheerlead when we're doing it right and referee when we're doing it wrong. People need to know that you're doing it for their best interest, so
That's correct.
don't forget to give out those safety coins.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thanks so much. At this time, let's get through the court minutes dated March 13th, 2020. There's also March 18th meetings. That came from a special meeting that was called, and I'd ask, since you've had a time to review those minutes, for a motion for approval. Do I have a motion? Moved by Commissioner Modis, and a second? Second.
Is your mic on?
Check your, yes. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, post same sign. Okay, that passes, and we'll move on to resolutions. There is an important resolution I have here in front of me, Tyner, and it's regarding Child Abuse Prevention and Awareness Month, and I will let you proceed.
Whereas the tragedy of child abuse may afflict American children in different ways. Abuse may occur physically, sexually, and emotionally. Child neglect, another form of child maltreatment, may occur physically and emotionally, and understanding the forms of child abuse is critical to preventing and responding to maltreatment. Whereas a well-informed and strong family is the surest defense against child abuse. To help educate and strengthen families, community members can offer their time and counsel to parents and children who may need assistance. For example, parent support groups provide an organized forum for assistance. More informally, community members may simply offer a helping hand to families under stress. Whereas civic organizations and government also have an important role to play. Civic groups offer essential support through education, assistance to those at risk, and treatment for victims. Government at the local, state, and federal level must provide funding for services, conduct public education projects, and enforce child abuse laws. Whereas we recognize that we all suffer when our children are abused, that we all benefit from mutual concern and care, and that we all have a responsibility to help more American children grow up healthy, happy, and with unlimited potential for success. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that April 2020 is hereby proclaimed Child Abuse Prevention Month in Nueces County, and further, the court urges all citizens of Nueces County to join the court in helping to prevent and respond to child abuse by strengthening families and contributing to all children's physical, emotional, and developmental needs.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve this resolution? And a second? Motion and a second, and let's get through the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, post same sign. I just want to point out, and I was looking for it, but gosh, and Maggie left the room, but I'm going to get the behavioral health hotline number that we've established here in Nueces County in just a moment so that I can read that number out. With all that is going on, there is no doubt that we are also seeing an uptick in behavioral health needs, as well as needs to make sure we protect victims of child abuse and also domestic violence in general. And so I just want everybody to know, this courthouse is open, the district attorney's office is open, our victims assistance is open. We will prosecute these crimes, and there is no stay for anybody who chooses to hurt children, hurt women, or hurt anybody during these times of terrible crisis. So I want us to really remember the children in this Prevention and Awareness Month, and remember that there is high anxiety and high stress. This is true, but there's also lots of good help. And I'm sorry I don't have it memorized, but we'll get you that behavior. They're texting it to me, that behavioral health care number. Thank you.
And Judge, while you're getting that.
Yes.
With the schools being closed, this adds another factor. You know, with my years of experience with CPS, that we always knew when there would be times where there'd be higher peak calls, and that was usually the first day of school after a long summer break when children would go back to school and share issues of abuse and neglect in the home. And so these children, many that are going to be exposed to abuse and neglect and not have anyone there to be checking on them on a daily basis. These children will not have a refuge that many do just by being able to go to school and having meals. We're thankful that the school districts are providing that at least. So hopefully there is some contact with their children, at least during those meal
Thank you for
deliveries. And the number for CPS is 1-800-252-5400.
Just go ahead and repeat it one more time.
1-800-252-5400 is the CPS hotline, and so we need to be more vigilant now than ever when these
Exactly.
kids don't have a safety net with their teachers and the educators and the staff that may come across and be able to report this while they're at school. So, and also just to note, the investigators and the caseworkers of CPS are continuing to work.
Yes.
And they're having to go into homes with this, not knowing what health issues are going on in the home, and they're still responding. And throughout the state, there have been some noticeable spikes in calls and in volume. So
Yes.
obviously thoughts and prayers for the victims this month, as we normally will bring awareness, but especially also the workers on the front lines with that are having to go into homes that before there was already hazards, and then we may have this additional COVID issue to deal with. So.
Exactly. I couldn't have said it. You just beautifully articulated what these issues are. Let me give everybody the behavioral health hotline. And of course, behavioral health doesn't just include those mental health issues that include things like anxiety and depression, but also opioid addiction. And so whether there's substance abuse in the house or drug abuse in the house, or even just psychosis that need, assistance, behavioral health is all encompassing. So this is a good number, and this is a real live person that answers, and that number is 833-986-1919. And that's good, commissioners, for you guys to go ahead and help us message as well. 833-986-1919, Behavioral Health Hotline of Nueces County. Very proud of those people.
Just real quick, I just wanted to add to that, and I appreciate Commissioner Mata's perspective on that, and my perspective in regards to that as well, is to make sure that people know that our court is still open, County Court 5, that handles all these cases on a regular basis. They are still open, they're working, and so that's extremely important, because I couldn't have said anything better than Commissioner Mata's just said, and so I won't try, but I will add to that. It's important to note that if something like this is going on, that there still are resources out there. As Commissioner Mata's mentioned, the CPS is still working, the courts are still working, and if you're watching and you're having, issues, please don't take these out on these children, because not only is it a horrible thing to do, but you will be prosecuted to the fullest, and there is no delay in justice in those cases. And Judge McCoy and all the CPS case judges all over the state and are working very hard to continue this. So I appreciate your perspective and your.
Lauda staff as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And the county attorney
are
is
the
going.
ones-
They do all of those cases full-time.
And Mr. D'Alessio, who's been there for about 150 years doing those cases, was there when I was there, and way before I was there and way after I was there, and he does a phenomenal job, and I do appreciate the county attorney's work on that as well. So they're going hard at those people, so please don't end up in court, end up calling one of the numbers that Judge Canales just mentioned. Get help.
Engage that number 883, I'm sorry, Commissioner.
sorry, yes, sir, thank you.
883 doesn't work, there's another number.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
The other number that, it's 888, in case you don't call it, it's not a local number or something. 888-767-4493. And that's also a direct line, and somebody will talk to you immediately.
Great.
And if there's any other problems besides for mental health, they'll go ahead and refer you to the behavioral center.
And just so you know, I know we threw out a lot of numbers, and you might be watching at home and saying, wait a minute, I missed that number. All of these numbers will be posted on our website. Okay, so Nueces, we're going to be talking a lot about our new website, but under www.nuecesco.com, I'll make certain that today, after this meeting, we get all those behavioral health hotline numbers on our website. So you don't have to worry about pressing rewind. We'll make sure we get you that information. Okay, thank you. There was nobody here, correct, to receive this, Tyner, so I will give this back to your office, and we will get this to the other heroes that are a member of our community, and those are the ones that deal with child abuse prevention and advocacy to stop that insidious act. At this time, we're going to move to the announcement of the Employee of the Month. And this person is someone that I've really gotten to know and enjoy over the last year and a half that I've been here. And recently, boy, has she been on overdrive. And I don't even know where the paperwork is to say all the great things that her boss recommended her for, but it doesn't matter what you could say, Lance, because in my eyes, Connie Morgan is one of our superstars here in Nueces County. But boy, was it evident over the last 3 weeks when we have been on scramble. Not every day has been 911 to try to get everything that we do be done remotely, electronically, and message everything that we're doing simultaneously. She was a one-man show, even though we brought in a great team of people to assist. Without Connie on the forefront, the team was not going to be able to learn what they needed to learn about our Nueces County platforms and websites. She has been all over, but what did it for me, Connie, and I won't get too personal, but one night you were very ill. Very ill. So ill, and I don't mean like with coughing or none of the symptoms. It was something else. It was, your tummy felt really bad. You had a kidney stone. And she went home and came back and said, okay, that's done now. I'm here. Let's go. And that was at 7 o'clock at night. I don't know what to say about somebody who has that kind of love and devotion and care. And this is the stuff that you'd never know about that's going on. So, Connie, with the utmost gratitude on behalf of all the people, these hotline numbers, they wouldn't have a platform if it weren't for you. Everything we want to say about helping people starts with your fingers on that keyboard and your amazing brain as webmaster. So for all those reasons, I'd like to give you in recognition of your outstanding performance, productivity, and dedicated service. And when restaurants are open again, you better believe you're getting extra dessert. I can't wait to enjoy lunch at a real sit-down place with you, as they say, real soon. Lance, do you want to say anything about your amazing employee?
That about says it all. I'm just going to clarify that I don't think I would have made it in after a kidney stone. So
You would not have. Yeah, Connie, you're just amazing. And I can't even come give you a hug, but this will be presented to you in just a moment. I'm going to pass it to Tyner. We'll put your picture down for everybody to see. And just know that keep on doing everything. I know you do it from love. I mean, your smile says it all. But hey, we're all been asked to go above and beyond, and what I want people to know is you do it every day. So, commissioners, meet one of our, I know you know her, but yeah. And we want to get that, we want Granicus, the platform, to be able to be changed more easily. So I'm afraid your work is not done. There's so much still to do. But thank you. Connie, do you want to say anything? No, she says. She's a webmaster. She does her talking through the digitally. You want to see Connie's amazing work, get on nuecesco.com.
Thank you very much.
Connie.
Good
Thanks, Lance. You're pretty great too, Lance, but not as great as Connie. Okay, and then also I've got a certificate that's very lovely. It's a sincere appreciation certificate to Miss Dottie White Good. She's been with Department of Public Works, and my goodness, after 11 years, she's deciding to retire. And I don't know if she's here with us today, Tyner.
She is not, but we'll get that to her.
But we wanted to recognize her service and her contributions for over a decade to our county. And I'll keep this here with me, Tyner, and we'll get it to Miss Dottie. And again, thank you for all of your dedication to us. So at this time, I'd ask Edward if anybody signed up for public comment. And it looks like we might have somebody. Thank you, Edward. Well, look who it is, Mr. Tyner Little. Tyner.
Well, first of all, I appreciate everybody's cooperation in doing this strange configuration for Commissioners Court today. And the judge tasked me to separate people as much as possible. And it took a lot of thought. And I'm going to suggest that this is probably the last time for the immediate future that the courtroom is going to look like this going forward. We've been working with IT and talking about this in the EOC meetings. I've been talking to Belinda. You've got to do special notices, and for the meeting April 22nd, it's going to be a lot more different than this. The governor did some executive orders that authorizes us to have a meeting more remote, and the thought is for the next meeting, April 22nd, and we're going to test it ahead of the meeting time, but everybody essentially could Zoom into this meeting from their office. It's still an open meeting. The public can still come in here. I have a vision that next meeting, maybe it's only me and the judge, and everybody else is going to remote into the meeting. We do have to publish a special notice. There's a call-in number that the public can use to call in, is the way I understand it. And Lance and I have been talking about how people can virtually sign up for public comment and how we take those calls. So not only would county staff like me, the commissioners and everybody else be able to remote in for our own protection and for the protection of the public, but we would actually have a way to take public comment in an orderly fashion, and people would be able to call in and give their public comment. We do have one or two go-to meetings set up today on, well, at least the co-file item for sure, and hopefully that works. But I want to say thank you to IT and everybody for their cooperation in this setup. We're trying to keep everybody safe. And again, it looks like we're not at peak yet. So hopefully by the time of our next meeting, we'll be as remote as possible. So thank you for your cooperation.
Great job. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, that's all for public comment. And at this time, we will turn our sights to the consent agenda. And there is lots on this consent agenda. So let me read the letters and ask that you please let me know which ones we need to remove for further discussion. And if there's any items to be tabled, and I believe there's one, it's item DD. DD, 3DD needs to be tabled. The county attorney and I are going to work on that later. 3DD, and so I'll make the motion to table after quick consultation with her via text. And I've got a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. So that leaves me with A through double C. I don't know if we've ever gone into the double letters until today, but I would ask for a motion with regards to those letters at this time. Okay, I've got a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Thank you. I know that, the only thing I wanted to, let me just double check, is I know I saw Maria. Well, Laura, it'd be all right if I make a comment on that, on just one of the items. I just wanted to say there's a lot of good things happening while we're all sort of in this crisis mode, and one of them is we're starting to get, believe it or not, Hurricane Harvey awards from FEMA on a variety of our projects, and they're inside your consent agenda packet. You probably saw that. It's not like it's totaling any huge awards, but they're pretty strong. There was over 7 of them, I think. And maybe when Maria gets to the grants part, she can share that with us. But I just wanted people to know we've been receiving dollars and from Harvey. So kind of ironic, right? We're still in the midst of recovery from one crisis and now in the midst of another. But just know that that was, it was scattered throughout. It was letter, let me go, letter, starting at F, Maria? Yeah, starting at F and going all the way to K. I just wanted to point it out, because, and Maria, when you come up for grants, maybe just give us a total, but it's a big deal. All we're asking to do in the consent agenda is to accept the money, not a hard ask, right, to accept dollars. But I just wanted to point that out. Okay, so having gone through our consent agenda, we'll move to our regular agenda items. And we will begin the discussion with item 4A1. And that's discuss and consider approval of letter to Congress requesting assistance in supply of testing materials associated with the COVID-19 response in the coastal bend. Tyner.
Oh, so,
Judge,
I'm sorry.
my bad, just saying so moved.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and take that motion and ask for a second. And now, Tyner, if you would. Thank you.
real briefly, Judge, when this came up, we did some letters for you to sign individually to request the assistance of Congress for any help that we might be able to get. And we went ahead and did this one for signature of the entire court, and it does have all your signatures on it, and it's going to be taken care of after this by the clerk. It's going to be passed out, and then we will get it to our legislative team and distribute it to Congress. So in this critical time, as a government body, we need to do whatever we can.
Thank you, and I appreciate whatever we do, if you would CC all our local delegation, our state delegation as well, Tyner, would appreciate that. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, same sign. I do want to say, Tyner, and I hadn't had a chance to do this, but yesterday in our press briefing, the mayor mentioned that Director Kidd from Tatum had issued a letter to Corpus Christi regarding testing, and I'd love to get a copy of that letter. I have not seen it. Okay, thank you. The next piece is discuss and consider approval of amendment to Nueces County Disaster Finance Policy and procedure allowing for the payment of overtime to county department heads. This excludes any elected official during declared disaster. And I'm going to set the stage and then ask that, I guess, Dale, you could probably take this one for us. And that is that when we made our change to our disaster finance policy last year, we did so after our own drills in EOC and our own kind of lessons learned routine that we practiced after, in 2019 when I came in. And I thought we had cured this. That was one of the biggest lessons learned, that we did not have a financial policy in place for our ride-out team. And that was incredibly a hardship that cost us. We could not get our fair share of reimbursement from FEMA as a result of not having this written policy. And so we thought we had cured it, commissioners, last fall, I think, and maybe even in September. but we apparently did not include department heads. And most of our, not most, but maybe at least half the ride-out team are department heads. And as a result, you could have somebody underneath a department head being compensated more than the department head based on our financial policy. Now, again, the whole purpose of making sure it's written is so that you can seek reimbursement from our funders, which tends to be the government, the federal government, without this policy. So with that, let me turn it over to Dale. And so we're asking for, I guess it's a revision of our policy.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. When we were having Hurricane Harvey, we had training through the Department of Emergency Management because we did not have a financial accounting policy and procedures in place at the time. When we went through Hurricane Harvey, we had a situation where several department heads as well as exempt employees were working numerous hours, and we thought that there was should have been compensated for. So we went through the process with the Emergency Management Division of the state and worked up our policy and procedures. When we had the drafts done, we sent copies to the HR, we sent copies to risk management, we sent copies to purchasing, we sent copies to our county attorney as well as the Department of Emergency Management. And what you have and what you passed, what we got back from all of those divisions. And at the time it was brought in, and going through all the other counties throughout the state, no county allows a department head overtime. So that's where the Appendix 10 came in case where we exempted elected officials and department heads. Now, you can change the policy where we do send overtime to the department heads. But since the declaration has already taken place and this policy was already in existence at the time, FEMA will not reimburse any costs for the department heads if we decide to pay them. We can still pay them, but we will not get any of the money back. So that's just something we need to know, and FEMA tells us straight out, go by the policy that was in place at the time of the disaster. So we're willing to change the policy at this time. We're willing to pay those department heads that have overtime, but again, any expense will not be reimbursed.
Can I ask a question? I have a question.
Yes, you can have a question,
Now,
Chesney.
I think, I can see where you're coming from, because I think what's happening in department heads, actually, they make more money throughout the whole year, or every year, right? So I think this is reason why they won't allow us to do that, because they're already at a high level of pay versus.
Well, in most situations, when we talk to other counties and the state as well, they said that the jobs that the department heads are doing are already in their job description to begin with. So you're really paying them for something you're already doing. Now yes, but they're doing it for a lot of number of hours, but that's a similar situation why they said FEMA probably will not reimburse that cost because they're already doing their job. They're already doing this. They're already doing this, that requirements for the job. We're willing to put them through payroll and pay them overtime, but the likelihood of getting reimbursement from FEMA is zero.
And I would say that, this is not, well, first of all, we should do this because we want to make sure we could have another disaster.
Right.
And quite frankly, there could be an economic disaster declared, okay? So we don't know what the future holds with regards to emergencies or disasters. So we need to make the revision for the policy that I thought we were doing back in October. Whether FEMA reimburses or not is what the rules say today. To be honest with you, as I always tell everybody, why don't you guys, we all stay in our lane to some extent. Why don't we let our advocates, both in Congress and our state and our lawyer advocates figure out what we can or can't do with FEMA. I recognize what the rules say today. I also recognize that many of the rules that I never thought I would see in my life suspended have been suspended during this unprecedented time. What I want to do is get the policy right. There could be another disaster declared tomorrow, an economic disaster. There could be, sadly, another storm that could come our way, and we need to make this correction. And let me just also address what they're doing is in their normal job description. I've been up here pretty much, I'd say, now maybe the last 3.5 weeks, and the things that people are doing in our ride-out team, I swear to you, on this holiest of week, are not in their job description. What is happening right now, no job description could possibly cover. When I tell you that Lance Murphy has been working 24/7 to get every single one of our judicial courts remote, it's an understatement, the work that's being done that's not in the job description. There's nothing that Hurricane Harvey can even compare to, as much as y'all spent the night up here 7 days in a row, that could compare to what we've been doing for 3.5 weeks. It's so much work that starting next week, I'm going to approach EOC about going on rotation because we're exhausted. And I just want commissioners to know that whether we get reimbursed or not is immaterial. We need to do what's in the right thing, which is that these are unprecedented times, and God willing, they will end very, very soon. But what we've been, once we get over that initial, I'm working 24/7, things do settle down and there won't be as much overtime. Every department head is mindful of their hours, but it is wrong to ask them to work Saturdays, Sundays, and around the clock and have somebody who's in the pyramid below them earn more than them because we messed up on our policy. And I just needed to be able to articulate that. And then, as they say, my job is to work with our federal partners and explain to them that this is, that this needs to be, modified. I know what the rule says today, but what we're able to, there's a waiver for everything right now. And I'd like to seek a waiver through our congressional partners for this.
Question.
That's what our goal was when we first put this together, because during Hurricane Harvey, we knew Chris was working his tail off 24 hours, 27. Tyner was, when he was in his position before he's currently now, was working his tail off. We wasn't getting any time. And we put that originally into our policy. After we had all the reviews from everybody through legal, through TDM, it came back with this. Now, there could be a problem on Department of Labor that requires this. I do not know that. But we're willing to pay overtime if that's your direction.
Okay, a couple of things, because I'm hearing two different things. You're saying we have a policy now, but the department heads are not included in that policy,
Department heads are considered exempt from the overtime.
just like elected officials.
Correct.
So am I hearing that if we change the policy and include the department heads, the government will or will not pay for it?
Will not reimburse us.
They won't, even if we change the policy and stick them in there, they won't?
Because the policy was already in effect at the time of declaration of the emergency.
Okay. And another question, how much money are we talking about? How are you keeping track of the overtime?
They're submitting daily activity logs to us daily. We can give you, it's probably, I don't know the exact amount right now. Last time I checked, the total number of hours and money spent from the department heads was about $40,000. That does not mean that's overtime, but that's the total amount of expense, so we have to determine the overtime. And that could be a large amount.
And so where's the money coming from?
Be the general fund.
General fund.
But most of the departments that would be covered by this are under the general fund.
So what's that going to do to our budget?
It will reduce our resources.
It will what?
It will reduce our resources.
Well, I know that.
And then most likely we'll be over budget on several departments.
But what do you estimate to date? We've been at this since January 24th. I remember seeing $12,000 in overtime on your last burn rate.
That was only for the regular employees. That did not count the elected officials or department heads.
Okay, so can you run those numbers for us?
We'll have those next data report tomorrow.
Okay, so for the regular employees, it was $12,000?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I recall.
How many department heads are there?
The ones that were qualified, there are probably 6.
That's all we're talking about, 6?
But we're talking about the emergency management coordinator. We're talking about Lance's job, the information technology, of course, Tyner's position, Julie's position, Rachel's, Rebecca's position in human services, Michael in purchasing, myself. Then there's and Juan in his position. There's probably maybe 1 or 2 more I'm missing, but that's about the number.
Yeah, I'd kind of like to know how many we're talking about.
Yeah.
So
Probably no more than 10.
my question one is, there was, unless I missed it, there was again no backup in this, so it was just a piece of paper that said we're going to discuss this, so I didn't have any backup in the agenda. So I'm just bringing that up. And 2, I'm really confused on overtime because, and I get what the judge is saying, the world can change, the policies can change. She's right, everything's been changing, but at this point it hasn't. So I'm really confused on this because, and I've looked at this pretty closely, I didn't even know that exempt employees, I thought exempt employees didn't qualify for overtime by federal standards. And again, I get that can change because of the situation we're in. So I'm really confused about this because I thought if you were an exempt employee, period, whether it's a department head or not, if you're an exempt employee that you don't qualify for overtime because you have salary and benefits and things of that nature, that you're not an hourly employee. So therefore, as long as you qualify under those standards, and there's a list that says you have to have, it's an intellectual capacity, and it's not capacity, it's intellectual stimulation. I can't remember the exact terms. So I'm really confused by this whole issue.
We're not changing the classification. This is just a policy, a temporary policy, and it's allowable under the labor law.
And only a time of a disaster declaration.
Yeah, we're not changing, they're still gonna be
Okay.
exempt. You know, as soon as this is over with, they're gonna be exempt.
Yes.
So, okay, that helps, thank you. And again, that's what I'm saying, I'm asking questions because there was nothing in my packet, so I'm a little confused. And I'm truly just asking because I'm confused, so don't get anybody get mad at me. So, I'm trying to get, so you're saying this is only during emergency declarations, and there's only about 6, and we don't have a number, but it's about, you think,
Well, there's 6 or 10 department heads. There's more exempt employees that would qualify for overtime that are underneath the department heads that qualify. For example, my staff, I've got 6 salaried employees. If they work on COVID type expense, they would be considered non-exempt at this time.
so they already are in the policy. We're just adding the 6
department
or
heads.
8 department heads or however many
That's
that you're
correct.
talking about.
That is
Okay.
correct.
So you, as a department head, oversee and say, okay, yes, it's a disaster, it's been declared by the judge, and you as a department head make sure that your people aren't working any more time. And I mean, no disrespect by this, but who oversees the department heads? Would that be the judge or the court? Who would authorize the department heads to go ahead and say overtime is appropriate? Because that's what happens with these other folks. Why wouldn't, again, no disrespect meant, but how do we know that a department head isn't taking advantage of that?
And that's the key point. In most situations, it would be the department head, and most of the counties, it would be the elected official that's overseeing the department. The department heads that have a supervision through it comes to my payroll division, and we justify expense. If they're saying that they have, let's say, 10 hours of overtime, if they do not have a daily activity log showing that they qualify for COVID, it's not paid.
Say that again, if they do what?
They have a daily activity log that are required by the policy that says they must submit a daily activity log if they've worked expenses related to this emergency.
Right.
That's the only time they will be recovered for overtime expense.
No, I get it. Maybe I'm not asking.
They submit the report to us daily.
Right, but in other words, if they've already done it, in other words, I would think there would have to be some oversight. I would think you would be looking at this before they submit and saying, yeah, I get that you're having to work extra right now, go for it. You know, I mean, I would think there would be some process to where,
So the process really is through EOC. So in EOC, I'm the commander, so to speak, in chief. And what we do is every day, twice a day, we meet. And at the end of the day, we have a burn rate that I look at every day. And it's categorized by each individual in our EOC ride-out team. And it's broken down into overtime and into regular. In addition, I think we sent it to you guys, but we need to double check that, Tyner. There was a really good process that both actually IT worked on with Dale's office on how to comply with these written daily logs. The person that documents well will get rewarded. That's kind of how we run it and how the government runs it. And whether FEMA reimburses us or not, it's important to me every day to see every dollar, every penny that we're spending. If I had to buy, rubber bands because we're making masks, those rubber bands are going to be part of our allocation for COVID-19, the incident. And there's going to be supplemental funding that's going to be discretionary with the United States Treasury Department. It's going to be discretionary at the state level. And this allocation may not get reimbursed by FEMA if there's no waiver process, but it may get reimbursed in another way. And all I can tell you is that you should value your people always, but in times of crisis, you should really value them. And I'll be honest with you, there was never an intention on our part, I do not believe, I think this is a mistake of fact. We intended for people on the ride-out team to be included in this policy. That's why we changed it. That's why we brought it up. In the final presentation, electeds and exempts got taken out, and it was missed. And it wasn't thought of, honestly, until it came up again in the EOC write-out team. And so I think that it's something that we should really scratch our heads on and say, are we curing something that I thought the intention was in October to make this inclusive? Because most of the people in our write-out team are department heads. But they're abandoning their role as a department head. Understand that. You leave your roles as you know it when you go into that room, and you become something else. Now you use your expertise and skills. Michael is the logistics officer. He's procurement, which is just like logistics, but it's different. Now, here's something that you need to think about. In normal disasters, particularly wind and water, we abandon our other jobs. I don't ask Michael to worry about RFPs on project management or on engineering, or he's doing both. He's doing everything his job description says right now, plus he's doing complete procurement for COVID-19 for an entire county. I think that merits whatever this is, and I don't believe it's going to be extravagant. I think it would come out of general funds. We're going to talk later about how healthy we are right now, thank God, because of exactly situations like this. But are we going to request reimbursement from the state through other funding mechanisms? You bet we will. And these will be part of those dollars. Whether they get accepted is not in our control, but it's in our control to document. It's in our control to say we're going to pay our people, and it's in our control to advocate for a supplemental funding. So,
Judge, I appreciate that. I wasn't really asking as much about that as I was just how it would work. I think you're right. I think if we're in an emergency situation, it calls for emergency times. It calls for people to do extra things. I don't have a problem with that concept. I'm just trying to work out the logistics here because I don't know what we're proposing. So my thought would be is I'm okay including these folks in there under two circumstances. One, I would like there to be, and I mean, I'm just throwing this out as suggestions because we're talking about it. I would like there to be some court oversight of these, of the requests for overtime in regards to the exempt department heads. Hey, we think it's going to be this. I'm not saying to the exact letter, just keep us, some informed so that we can know what's going on. And then I think we have to account for this in our budget because, we can pull this off on a one-time basis, but if we're going to do this going forward and we know at the time we're not getting any reimbursement, then we've got to put this in as a line item going forward forever and ever, amen, because if they never change their policy, then we may never get this reimbursed, but they deserve to get paid.
there's one misunderstanding. It's that we declared the disaster before we changed the policy.
No, I get it, but, I'm
Once
sorry.
we do it, we're good. We'll always get
No
reimbursed
My
for,
bad.
so like,
you
for
said that.
example,
You
yeah,
said
so
that.
let's say the governor declares an economic disaster. Then all of a sudden it's game on, right? Do you understand? In other words, we've already,
It's just this one you're
it's
saying.
just this one.
I apologize. You
Yeah.
didn't say that. That's
I'm
fine.
sorry.
And again, well, no, it's okay. I just didn't.
That's helpful.
That's helpful.
Yeah, no, it is, because when I don't, and that's what I'm saying.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
My bad.
No, you said it. I just missed it, and I didn't have it in front of me because I didn't have it in my packet. So that makes more sense to me. But I would still, if it's okay, if we can, if we need, somehow we just need to make sure that just like there's oversight for,
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
by you as department head you oversee and you come to us and say, hey, they're doing their overtime, it's needed. Great, same kind of deal. We're responsible for it. If those exempt people can just come to the court and say, hey, we're thinking we're going to need 30 hours for the next couple of months or 40. That's it. That's all I'm asking for, is just so that we can know what's going on as a court and can be responsive to our constituents.
The weekly burn rate, he's going to ask you for
Yeah.
maybe the weekly burn
Yeah,
rate.
however you do it.
We can give you a copy daily. We can make sure every commissioner gets a copy of the daily burn rate showing the activity we had that includes.
by the week?
elected official-
Week is good. I don't know.
We can do it every week, but
Dale,
yes.
okay. I don't think we should have slave labor. And you work really hard, because I know how hard she's been working, and some of the others are in here as well. Melissa, so many of you guys, Tyner. But my question, I think, is this. IT department, let's just say I'm using this example because he was here. All of those people are not going to get overtime just because one does. So you pick and choose who you really need to work overtime. So it's not going to be everybody in every department.
No, ma'am. What we require, as we said, there's a activity log that must be submitted to my office daily, showing what the activity they've done for this particular emergency situation. that activity log must equal the time and attendance they put into our timekeeping system. If it doesn't, we send it back and have them revise it and change it.
And the reasons for the overtime,
Yes.
correct?
Yes, and most likely sometimes if they just work 8 hours and they put a few COVID in it, you won't have any overtime. But there are some that have extra hours, and if it gets to the process and we see that there's qualified expenses, we'll qualify that into what FEMA report we give to the grants to submit for reimbursement.
And did you say, did I hear you right when you said there's not another county in Texas that allows it?
Most of the counties we have that has this kind of policies exempt the department heads.
Okay.
That's probably.
Now, our goal was, as we said at the very beginning, we wanted to include everybody. After we send our copy out to every department, including HR, county attorney, risk management, we sent to the state, we got back this report saying we had to exclude this. Now, there may be a policy requirement, the Department of Labor says we can't. I don't know that. That may be something we need to be reviewed, but for right now, we can consider paying them.
And I think what the employees need to remember, and I don't mean this ugly, but sometimes you get jealous because people are going to they think they're already paid high and then they're going to get more and some are not. Being a department head, there is more called for from you normally. So that's the reason they're a department head. And I know sometimes it's hard to understand that, but there's a lot of trust put into the department head. So with that, it entails more responsibility.
And that may be why some of the counties exclude them. But it's up to what the county commissioner here wanted to do. We can definitely submit them in. The only question I have, if we do change this, at what date do we change it? Do we change it today, or do we go back to the beginning of the emergency?
If we go back to the beginning of the emergency, well, can you do that?
We have the reports, yes.
But maybe,
We haven't paid payroll yet for that period of time.
meaning we could possibly get reimbursed if we go back to the,
No,
no? Oh, you mean to pay them?
pay them.
Oh, I don't know about, phew.
So it depends on what effective date you want to use to start paying them.
And just so you know, I mean, I know Dale has a lot of experience with FEMA based on Harvey, what they will and won't do.
Mostly won't.
Right, mostly won't. But let me just say something that I say all the time, and I say it because it comes from wisdom and lots of experience in seeing things completely get flipped on its face. And that is that you don't know what you don't know yet. Let's get a lawyer, let's get Lauda to find out what is possible, right? We can get our advocates to work on this, concept to see what FEMA might or may not do. I want to go back and watch the videotape, okay, of that court commission, and I'll be honest with you. I'm going to tell you, it's a mistaken fact, Laura. I had every intention. Why would I put something on the agenda that did not include the very people that came to me and said, this is something, lessons learned, that we need to change. This ride-out team cannot be, living here and not getting paid for it. And so that's really where I want to get a legal opinion as to what our intentions were and what the policy wound up being written as. And I think we're going to have a hell of an argument. I think we're going to win it. That's my opinion. That's just, I'm always optimistic, but I really believe we're going to win this argument. But this is to prepare us for future disasters. If for no other reason you do this, it's to get ready for the disasters that have not been declared yet.
So your thought,
I have a question too. Because I'm not familiar with the hours. If you give us that weekly, I can look at the hours. To me, I'm saying if we had a system, maybe, I don't know, those that are department heads, they're department heads because we get, like you said, you got more responsibility. You know what, down the road, you're gonna do things that you have to stay here longer and everything else. But maybe there's a max, like all you can pay maybe is 30 hours a month. I don't know, or 30, something like that, where it says you might have 50 hours, but you're gonna get paid for 30 hours. You know what I'm saying? Because it still goes along with your department head, So you can't, to me, I don't know about paying them hour for hour, but I say, you know what, you do 50 hours, but you got 30 hours max you're gonna get paid for. I don't know, I'm just thinking, and I know they work all this time. Last year we had the same thing with the hurricane. We went through the same thing with the hurricane. We came back later on, and some got paid so much. But I think that being a department head, maybe you have to understand too that, hey, you get paid a little bit better. But as for us to say we're still going to take care of you, but this is what you got a month. You got a max of 30 hours, 40 hours. I don't know, whatever it is. I'm just saying, but they're still going to get something. I don't know.
Yeah, the only problem is that I can't have somebody stop working on the courts because they've hit their max.
No,
Right.
they're not supposed to stop. The other part,
saying like a
comes- the
2-for-1
other part
or
comes from department heads, contribution, I'm just,
Yeah.
I'm just looking at it, I don't know.
Well, I really believe that everybody's doing their part in making sure that overtime is only utilized when necessary. And again, I really believe that you're asking for that oversight, and I want to share with you that I'm okay with that. I sent to Tyner just recently the burn rate. When you, by the way, get your EOC updates, which all commissioners get twice a day, the burn rate's part of it. You need to just scroll all the way to the bottom. So you've been receiving it every day through your EOC updates. It's maybe not a full spreadsheet, but you are getting when Dale reports in EOC at 4:30, it's at the very bottom. I'm almost certain of that.
No, it is, but he doesn't say what.
He doesn't say the department, I agree. So maybe Dale, instead of just that, when you turn in, or whoever's actually, it's probably not you, it's whoever's writing the
Attachment I
notes.
sent to emergency management includes every employee.
Right. So I'll ask Kathy, who writes those notes for us, instead of doing a summary, rather just include the whole spreadsheet. And that way you can see it. But there is oversight, and the oversight is not only the auditor, but it's those daily briefings. So every day, as emergency management director, Melissa Mungia and myself look at that burn rate every day. And that's your oversight that you're really getting.
So are you saying that, I'm gonna make sure I understand, that we would pay a one-time non-reimbursable expense for this one because we didn't declare it before the emergency, but going forward, if we include the department heads in this list, then we would also get reimbursed for them?
For the next declared emergency, that would be correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure. And then I'm not sure I want to venture into on this path, but obviously, we've excluded elected officials. I get that, but there are elected officials who become essential in this process. So if we wanted to go down that path, I'm not saying we do, I'm just asking, is that something you could do? We just chose not to. Would that be a reimbursable expense?
Department, the FEMA, when we talked about them, will always exempt elected officials.
They always will?
Always.
Okay, all right. So don't even bother with that right now?
Don't bother with that, no.
Because, I do think there are some elected officials
agree.
that are essentials in this, and including county judge. And, but if you're saying for now, I guess we can come back to that if it changes at some
But
point.
what about our elected officials, say your
Like a county attorney.
administrative assistant, and you had to use them overtime? Are they?
Your assistant would qualify, but the elected official would not.
But like the county judge, the county attorney, I mean, some of these people that have been here all the time, I mean, and that's not, so it's clear, it's not one of us, so I'm not trying to get anything for me. I'm just saying, I mean, there are elected officials in this process that, not a lot, but that are considered essential and, I would think, maybe the sheriff, I would think, I don't know who I would think.
You're right, but I'll just go on the record. Every elected official, of course, takes that burden on when they run for office. So I'll just go on record right now saying, I mean,
Okay.
I'm never going to ask for anything like that for my office. Future county judges can do what they want, but look, I mean, I knew what I signed up for.
No, you
My
didn't.
family
Not with
did.
this.
I didn't really think it would be this. But you know what? The truth is, you do what you have to do. But for the folks that have children at home who have had to arrange different types of childcare, different types, I mean, this is, like I said, they're doing both. They're doing their normal work, like, plus everything else. Like, we're actually preparing for hurricane season while we're dealing with COVID. That is what makes this one double unique.
With regards to elected officials, that raises other issues because you're authorized, you have an obligation to tell the electeds on a yearly basis how much you're gonna pay them.
Oh, true.
Yeah,
That's fine.
For us,
yeah.
for me, mine is capped, so
I withdraw the comment. Your Honor,
Fair
I
enough,
withdraw
fair
the
enough.
comment. It was just a question.
While you've been speaking, Ade has sent me the breakdown.
Yes,
I
I
will,
told
I
her
will
it
send
was
it
due
to
by 10 o'clock
Tyner
every
right
morning, yes.
now.
Judge, so I want to weigh in on this.
Go ahead, John.
I agree with a lot of the points that have been made. As long as we have, I think the oversight, not that our department heads are going to go crazy on this because Yeah, I agree. They well deserve this, especially goes way beyond even just a normal 40-plus hour work week, which most of them all accomplish already. But just as long as we have very specific, begin and end times, and that there is some oversight, that they're at least giving some sort of report, accounting of how many hours that they're working beyond, then I think, I'm fine with that and fine with supporting this.
And may I share what IDA just sent me, because it's very instructive. This is from the beginning. The regular operations have been cumulatively $149,482.35, and overtime cumulatively, all employees, $17,568.29.
Correct. And currently, that would not include the department.
That would not include the departments, but just to give you a scale of,
And that qualifies for, my last was probably over 5,000 total hours and at least 700, 800 overtime hours.
So I think that, if you want to get us that next piece of it, that would be very helpful.
We will.
And I think we need to remember this. If there's an abuse of overtime, we're going to know it. So the next time around, then rules could be changed, policies could be changed. So, and I don't think that's going to happen, but the department heads are aware of that.
Yes.
Good to go.
Okay, so I'm going to look for a motion at this time. I've got a motion and a second. I'm sorry, I'm looking for a second.
Second.
Sorry. Motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, same sign.
Your Honor, just one clarification. I need to know
Yes.
the date of the effectiveness of this decision. Is it today or going back to the beginning of the emergency situation?
Well, in case we can get reimbursement, there's no harm, no foul, so I'm going to ask the county attorney to make it effective.
You're not gonna get reimbursed. So what he's saying, when do you start paying them?
Yeah. Well, first of all, we don't know if we're going to get reimbursed. You all are assuming, making so many assumptions. You've got a FEMA in your mind. Y'all are stuck on FEMA. I'm stuck on the $8 billion that are coming our way. We need to say that we're going to start it from the day we declared this disaster.
Okay.
And really, it should be the day the governor declared it, not even myself.
Did they keep track of it?
We have reports going back before the time. I just need to know what time we just need to start
Was the
preparing.
governor March 25th?
I think it should be you, Judge. I don't think it should be when the governor did it. We didn't,
Well, we were just 4 days apart.
right, I would just,
Okay, March 13th.
yeah, I would,
That's the day I declared.
March 13th.
Okay,
I'm
March
good with that.
13th.
March 13th.
And we'll use March 13th as the effective date.
Yes, March 13th. Okay. Okay. Alrighty. Let me go back to the agenda because I moved it. I was signing things. Here we go. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Okay. Now, Tyner, I'll give you a chance. I'll read it. I know you're finding your paperwork as well, but we're still on COVID, guys. Discuss and consider adoption of the resolution, which all of you have a copy of, in support of the creation of state policies and guidelines for the allocation of CARE Act. By the way, CARE stands for Coronavirus Aid, Relief, Economic Security Act, to the units of government under 500,000 in population. This came straight from NACO, the National Association of Counties. I provided you through Tyner their summary and their recommendations, and they're asking all counties under 500,000 that have been experiencing expenditures in COVID, which of course we've just proven we have, to consider urging a resolution in support of these types of policies, to not let us be left out of the mix. Tyner?
The way I understand this to work, Congress made it where the large communities over 500,000 could go directly to Treasury to request funding. And those under 500,000, that would be controlled by the state or the governor. Without reading the entire resolution, I'll read the now therefore, if I may. Now therefore be it resolved that the Nueces County Commissioners Court calls upon the Governor of Texas and the Legislative Budget Board to urgently adopt and disseminate guidelines on an expedited basis to facilitate the allocation of CARES Act funds to deserving counties and municipalities with populations less than 500,000 or other organized coalitions with over 500,000 populations or other organized coalitions that have incurred necessary expenditures due to responding to the health emergency with respect to COVID-19.
So Commissioners,
So moved.
there's only 12 counties in Texas that are in population over 500,000. We rank number 14, just right underneath there. But the top 25 counties in Texas are being tracked by the top 25 Texas county tracker for COVID, and really indicate that these top 25 are really on the forefront of COVID experiences in their expenditures and in their efforts. So as a community that has over 65 cases plus today, and the expenditures and the unbelievable amount of work that we have gone through to get us working remotely and keep services flowing to the citizens, I would highly recommend that we adopt this. Really is, it's just saying we believe that you should, and I'm sure they will. I have a lot of confidence in our state leadership, tremendous. And I know they know that Nueces is on the forefront of this battle, not just for Nueces, for our region. We represent the only healthcare center for almost 14 counties at the trauma level 2. We do the same for pediatric care for an entire region. So for me, and behavioral health is the same way. So when you really look at Nueces, this isn't a resolution just about us because we're under 500,000. It's about standing up for our region, and I would encourage support of this passage and to appropriately and kindly and gently recommend to our state leadership that they recognize that we're going to need some help too. Motion and a second. I'll go ahead and take Commissioner Vaughn's as the motion and Commissioner Gonzalez. I'm sorry, Commissioner Chesney, forgive me.
Okay, it's all right, doesn't matter.
Okay, you got lots of motions and lots of seconds, Madam Clerk. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Okay. Now, discuss and consider the approval of Amendment Number 6 relating to the COVID-19 diagnosis and treatment to the Nueces County Employee Health Benefit Plan. I believe this also is required action because of the federal law. And we're going to have Tomas. I saw him. I think he's coming in. But don't hesitate, Lauda or Dale, to answer questions for the court regarding this. But we want people in our health plan who have a COVID-19 diagnosis to get their coverage included. And tell us why we need to make this amendment. That's very important.
Well, essentially, and I think, I don't know what all you all have. Do you mind if was anything provided to them?
I've got Amendment 6, if that's what you're,
Amendment 6, okay.
I do have that.
Rather than go through the Amendment 6, really, essentially what it's doing is just implementing the requirements of federal law, and that's really it. There's some variations to it in terms of the effective date. We made it effective back to the date that we may have incurred some bills. It's otherwise applying the benefits as outlined in what the government has required. I wanted to just give you credit for something that you did a few months ago. We don't have a full report yet, but like, for instance, that teledoc that you approved for phone calls to physicians, it's come really handy, and it has increased its utilization substantially since this whole thing started. So it was just very timely, the changes we have made to it. In terms of cost, the impact, we don't know the financial impact yet. I was just listening to one of your prior items. I just wondered if this could become an expense that could be eligible for reimbursements. I don't know. But we are tracking associated expenses related to the COVID-19.
You bet it would. Now, we don't have we don't have that scenario yet, right? But if that scenario were to develop, in our health plan, and we were to, have expenditures, you bet.
Well, we've had a lot of calls, and you're paying, I don't remember what the copay is, but I think it's $35, $40 that the county is absorbing on phone calls to physicians, for example. But we're tracking every expense associated with these changes is being tracked separately, so that we can in fact file for any kind of reimbursements if possible.
Right.
But at this time, we're blind. I mean, we just really don't know. I don't think it's a substantial amount of expense unless we, for example, had someone in ICU, then you're really incurring some rather large aggregate expense.
So at this time, this is really to comport with federal law, and that's why we're making this change in our health plan.
Except for the effective date. We're making it retro to the original part of
Okay.
back to January 27th. The only requirement is March 18th. All of this has been authorized by the reinsurance carrier too, so on an aggregate basis, it would apply towards your aggregate too. So, and that's really the reason that we're really doing the amendment is to comply with our requirements with the reinsurance carrier. Okay?
Yeah, that's great.
That's basically it. Is there any questions?
I also want to thank you for,
thank you.
during this crisis, reaching out to our office and the EOC with the incredibly generous offer. And actually, we probably will be calling on you very soon, but Boone Chapman and their nurses have made an incredible gesture to this county.
Yes.
In any way they can help us. And we're sort of getting into this mode of we're starting to see people really need our help in the rural communities, just giving good instruction on hygiene and on how to wear masks and, even delivering food to our homebound veterans and some of our Meals on Wheels equivalents in the rural areas. And I just want you to know, we didn't ask them to do that. That's something that they just called and did on their own.
I know.
And I just want to say thank you to the Boone Chapman team for that generous offer. We have not utilized them yet, but I have to tell you, I'm starting to get the feeling like this weekend in particular, we've reached out to the Red Cross to help us in the rural areas. And depending on what the Red Cross can or cannot do for us, we might be reaching out to Boone Chapman this weekend.
Let me just, I probably should have said so. For the last 3 weeks, we've been working on this, but not just on this. This is what you have to do, essentially. But we're really working through the whole plan right now, your plan document, trying to assess what ought to be considered for enhancements and changes and variations to it, not in terms of today, but in terms of the future. So we will be coming, or I'll be coming to you, but we're collectively doing it. It's not just me. Boone Chapman as well as the carrier, Aetna. We're going through the whole process right now, trying to identify areas that we need to revamp, kind of like we did the last time that you've added. You wanted to come in and do a number of changes. The teledoc being one of them, which has proved to be very effective because doctors don't want the patients to go to their offices, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it's really, the utilization went like this here. And I will provide you some reports along with some of the other stuff that I'll provide you.
No, I'm feeling really great about our benefits plan and feeling really good that this court saw fit to get Teladoc. Who could have ever imagined? But
It was so timely.
it's obviously incredibly timely, and people are using it like crazy. And I'm just sorry we don't have behavioral health Teladoc, but maybe that's in our future.
Maybe we ought to start it.
Well, that's cloud nine. I'm ready. I'm always ready for modernization.
Okay.
It saves lives. Thank you so much, Tomas.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, do we vote? We need to vote on that. So let's do that. I've got a motion and a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay. Moving on to number 5. This is a personal services agreement to discuss and consider with Mr. Reed Clay relating to the facilitating of economic recovery and applying for any federal or state programmings. I want to set the table for this, and Tyner actually walked out, but he can also assist. I actually sent to him this morning, but probably didn't tell him, it's a copy of The Eye of the Storm. And it was authored by Chancellor John Sharp and Mr. Reed Clay when he served as Chief Operating Officer for the Governor's Office in 2018. And Reed is available and has proposed a personal services contract to assist Nueces County in our efforts as we seek out supplemental funding and understanding it and really understanding the strategy to plan our recovery. The Eye of the Storm is really Texas's recovery plan after lessons learned and how you go forward in the aftermath of a disaster. And I want to tell you that it's not COVID. It's COVID. It's the economic disaster that is the fall of West Texas Intermediate prices because of geopolitical issues around the globe. And it's also this corona economy disaster. So we have three disasters, in my opinion, regionally working at once. And that is really daunting. But there are opportunities for us, but they're specialized. And what I mean by that is that there are federal. And while we do have a state team, they have been working very hard, but we've had to divide and conquer. There are so many elements. When we analyze a disaster, typically we wait for that disaster to be over. We can't afford that here. This disaster is happening us while the second disaster is happening. We literally have a disaster within a disaster. The economic disaster that's coupled with and that, like I said, that economic is twofold because we're heavily reliant upon the energy and petrochemical market. WTI, West Texas Intermediate, the fall of those oil prices are highly affecting our revenues here in Nueces County. And of course, what happens here affects the world. But most importantly, we have a chance because of these supplemental fundings that are going to be considered in the future. Congress is contemplating a fourth supplemental funding, and the state of Texas will be contemplating funding. And how they allocate that will matter, that you have somebody who understands the aftermath of recovery. And so I put for your consideration the credentials, which are beyond reproach and outstanding, not only from a curriculum vitae point of view, his resume academically, but just the fact that we have the opportunity to have somebody on our team. When we mess around with the idea that we're going to wait until we figure it all out, it'll be too late for our small businesses, and it'll be too late for our economy. So we need to make sure that Nueces represents our region well by making sure we have somebody that's just going to focus on this very specific goal. And I'd like to say the funding source for this would come out of the court administration's budget, because I believe it's a total of $37,000, and we have those dollars in court administration, and it's perfect tie-in, because when you think about governmental affairs and the work that's being generated here for Tyner as what I call normal work, EOC ride-out work, this is a perfect application of these funds. So we're not asking the court to delve into its reserves. We're not asking them to do anything outside of budget. We're saying let us have the opportunity to bring in a specialist for strategy, for recovery, and for particularly focusing on these supplemental funds that really need an expert. And there is no better expert in the state except for Chancellor Sharp, and I called, and he's a little busy right now. So with that, I would like to make the motion myself, and I would look for a second.
Second for discussion.
Yes, well, we always do the motion, the second, then discussion. Either one.
Second.
Okay, and then discussion, please.
I understand, Judge, that this is gonna be $37,000 one time coming from the administrative funds that we have already, that actually owe Steve's fund that we haven't filled yet.
Correct.
So, and after that, it's gone, right? I mean, but we plan to fill that position hopefully down the road, right?
Yes, we do. We do. These funds have been expended since our fiscal year started, September 30th, and we just have not posted for this position. It's a position that Tyner and I have talked about quite a bit. And job description. We've been able to manage fine. You'll remember we spent a little bit of those funds last year. Position was also opened in 2019-2020 fiscal year, and we didn't spend it either.
You know, I was a little hesitant at the beginning because, we have our lobbyists out there on the.
We do.
Hopefully the boots on the ground and supposed to be knocking on doors and everything else. And, but then also, Judge Madrid also volunteered to help out because evidently he has a back door to the governor, or maybe the back door is not good enough, I guess, but anyway, he said he was willing to help.
He is a wonderful friend.
And possibly, maybe this person can work with him as far as
You bet he would.
contact. But, if this is the case we're looking at, I mean, the one-time 37, I don't have a problem with that either.
Judge, let me ask a question.
Yes,
because
ma'am.
You have people that are listening, and they don't know anything about this CARE Act. So if you get the money, what are you going to use it for?
So our supplemental funding, first, we're going to repay the county commissioner. That's what that burn rate is for every expense. And let me just say, what you're going to get is the burn rate, but it doesn't include, think about all the money we've spent on iPads and that's for the court clerks and the court managers. I'm trying to think of other things. We ordered 250 dispensers. We've ordered 10,000 masks for our jails. Goodness, the list just goes on and on of items that we've used. So anything that says COVID-19 would be used for these dollars. And again, I think the governor's going to have an opportunity to focus on counties that are not being covered by the 500,000. But I think there's going to be other opportunities besides the CARE Act, because we don't know what's coming down. They say there'll be a fourth bill. They might have a new name for it. But we know, for example, the city of Corpus Christi got $2 million, but they got most of that money because they have federal housing programs. So there's going to be lots of different programs out there, but there's real specific targets for those. So some will be very great to chase, and others will say we're not eligible for those.
But it would basically be used for money that we've had to spend
Yes.
for COVID.
Yes, all money that we've had to spend. And again, there's been so many instances, disinfectant, sanitizers. This courthouse has had, basically, it gets wiped down from door handles and elevator buttons multiple times a day. And the reason is this courthouse still must function for law and order. It has to. The services that our district clerk is open, our county clerk is open, they're open in a different way, but we serve the public here in many, many ways. And so our tax office, you can come drop off your tax payment. There's, again, the courts are working. They're just working differently. So there's been a lot of expenditures to get them working remotely. And all of those would be a part of why we would want to make sure we get our fair share of this allotment. You've got to make a case.
And I think it's important that the public knows what it's for.
You bet.
I'm going to bring a couple of things up. I really worked on this last night because I've been really conflicted about it. So I'm just going to throw it out there. We already have lobbyists that we use.
We do.
And most of them are, I'm assuming from what we've said and we voted them in, they're supposed to be really good and have a great relationship with the governor. My question's this. We have Todd Hunter, we have Abel Herrera, we have J.M. Lozano, and I would think that they would have a great relationship with the governor.
Yeah, and this isn't about, I agree, they do. I think they all do. I think this is about putting somebody on a project to help us strategize and to help us create our plan. You and I talked about resiliency plans, lessons learned, how would I do things better? There are advocates. I'm an advocate for this county every day. You wouldn't believe whatever it takes, whatever we need. I'm out there yelling, screaming till midnight every night. And I know that Chairman Herrera, Chairman Hunter, and our senators, Hosan Cole, of course, are right there with us. But when we go out for funding and grants and opportunities, someone needs to help guide us in that direction. The highest compliment you may not even know this, that you've given to me, is you said it just quickly in passing, but you said, I like the way that you bring in great people to our county, experts. This is the best expenditure of our dollars that are already inside our dollars, not new dollars, to assist governmental affairs in really getting our fair share. This is new. These are new bills. It's not like CDBG money where we actually know how these dollars are. It's not like we've ever had experience with this. Everything we're doing is new. And I think that the only person that has the greatest expertise, I'm still trying to figure out why he wants to come work for us. That's how great he is. You know what I mean? I mean, it's so wonderful. And just so you know, you might be wondering, well, why would he want to do that? Well, because we had been talking about CDBG mitigation dollars. That's the $4.6 billion that Texas and the counties that were affected from Harvey are going to be eligible for, starting in early summer. We'll be able to apply. So I had already been discussing with him how we would be poised to receive some of those funds. What are the kinds of things that you look for? And so who better? It's like hiring somebody who used to work at the IRS to be your new tax consultant. You understand how they think, you understand how they plan, how they strategize. You can make a mistake so easily in how you write something or how you even ask for something. And I like to look for people who can be the great advisors to this county. Too often, we have sold ourselves short because we think that we know how to do something. I believe that this is a great expense of money, and I like that you have brought up our legislative team and our legislative delegation because they've been working so hard. You can't believe how many issues they have. Joel Romo has been working tirelessly on helping us with our legislative delegation on medicines, on medications. And guess what? We got them, and we got them first. The stuff that you're hearing about on TV, our lot came a week and a half ago. And why? Because our legislative team was fixated on that. But this COVID is so complex, we need to be working on testing. Mr. Berlanga has been concentrating on the Christus and the behavioral health side so that we could look at how we're adjusting to that piece of the equation. Ms. Shipton's been working with us on the GLO piece so that Maria and I can still work on CDBG mitigation because no one's telling us that those grants aren't going to have extensions. So everybody has taken their lion's share, and because this is a brand new federal act involving the states, I believe that this is a very good use of our dollars to help Tyner, to help my court, and to help all of us receive our fair share. And I believe with his assistance, we'll have a good case to make.
Okay, 2 questions. Is it possible to get this money back from this because it's part of COVID?
We'll write it down.
And the other question is the city of Corpus Christi, are they not willing to put some money in the game because it's about them too?
Right. So that's a great question, and I was actually going to ask the court's dispensation later to visit with them about that. I have a lot of confidence in their EOC team too, and I can't imagine that they wouldn't think this is good. Whether they would do that, of course, is up to them, and they have their different system, right? They have a different court system, but could we ask? Sure. I mean, they might have, and again, what they get money for is not what counties get money for.
No.
You know, so they may be able to utilize him in a different way. But I just know that counties were left out of this CARE Act that are under 500,000, and that is significant. And it's not about our guys not advocating for us. It's about creating a plan, a written plan and strategy. And if you look at the eye of the storm, which was the plan that Mr. Clay wrote, you can see why his talents you can see why the governor chose him. And for me to say that this county is lucky to have him is really the gospel.
Well, and he has a great resume. I saw it as well. I think my concern is paying for another lobbyist, and I think we have, let's just say we approve this. I still think that our representatives should be at the forefront, all of them, and pushing for this.
I agree.
If y'all approve him, even with that, I think they should be at the forefront with this. I really do.
Right. And even though that might be his registered profession, He's also an attorney, and he's also a strategist, and quite frankly, an author, right? A writer of these resiliency plans. So in my mind, lobbyist would be the last word I would use to describe Mr. Clay. What I see him as is somebody who brings an expertise at a time where we absolutely need it to get our fair share of this funding. And he would be working hand in hand with our legislative delegation and our legislative team. But again, without speaking about it for an hour, I can tell you that everybody is being utilized and we still don't have enough manpower. It's that complex. Just our rapid testing. This morning, we're working on getting in line so that we can receive in Nueces County Abbott Laboratories rapid testing. I know our governor is actively working on that as well. Just getting that piece organized there just aren't enough hours in the day. This is a great use of our dollars that are already allocated in an office that we're not using those dollars. And I think you're going to see great results. I really do.
I have just one more thing, and y'all
Yes.
can talk. I look at it two ways because I always look at what the public's perception is going to be. So I think the public may say, okay, if you don't do it, why didn't you spend that money in order to try and get a lot more money to reimburse? The other way I look at it is they're going to say, we're losing our jobs. We're losing our jobs, and you're spending $37,000 up there of taxpayer money. So it's a dilemma.
And I appreciate that, but I'm going to tell you something. One of the things that we're really working on is small business recovery here. The city, the county, business associations, and you're absolutely right. But in order to keep these services running, we have to trust that our leaders will make strong and good decisions. And one of the things that I know is that we have an opportunity and an obligation to do the things we need to do to bring in the dollars to our county. One of the things I'm really proud of is that, and you'll hear this later from auditors, is that we're tracking very well on ad valorem. In fact, we're not off at all in the month of March. We are also tracking a tremendous, you'll get to hear from the CAFR report, a strong cash reserves of over 24%. We've not been this high in years. And that is absolutely a testament to the good decision-making that this court collectively has put forth. So we are in a position of strength to help our folks. I feel very confident that this would be a way to help. If I didn't, it wouldn't be on this agenda. And I'm very, very mindful about this. This, like I said, it's like a third disaster. It's like how could our region be so unlucky? You know, because we have this extra energy disaster.
What about the rainy day fund, Judge, since you're talking about it?
So that rainy day fund is sort of a term, right? It's not a real, we don't call it that, but inside house, I guess we do. But that's called our cash reserves, right? Our cash reserves, and our cash reserves are healthy for the first time in a long time. And that's because of the decisions that we made and the priorities that we put forth. I said I wanted to restore our cash reserves to 25% in so many years, and we're already at 24.1%, having received a surplus of our last fiscal year of over $3.2 million. So anybody out there that says we have not been ready for this moment, boy, are you wrong. For the exact reason that I stressed, we had to be at 25% for emergencies, for the unknown, to make sure that we could shut this entire place down and function for so many days, probably 60 days plus with these reserves, Dale, maybe 75. And somewhere between 60 and 3 months, 60 and 90 days with those reserves. That's why you build cash reserves. And this county had lost their edge in that fight over the past 4 or 5 years, and we've restored them. So, you know what? Sometimes if somebody's made a good decision for you, you got to learn how to trust. Where's my mask? Faith is a very powerful thing. And it doesn't just extend to religious faith. It's faith that you've elected leaders to be strong and to make good decisions. I believe this would be one of the best decisions we could make of our lifetime, is to get a strategy in place to go get the dollars that we need to recover. That's all I want to do. Yes, ma'am?
Make comment too.
Questions, we didn't get all the information. We do have an end date of September 30th,
Correct.
but not a beginning date. So I needed
Today. Today.
Can I make comment before we call for the vote?
Of course.
Thank you. Judge, let me start by saying there is no one that I have more belief in that has the county's best interest at heart than you. I truly believe that. I don't say that lightly. I say that with great sincerity. And I believe that when you have a passion for something, it is a passion that can be unrelentless, and that is also a positive. That is a compliment. Having said that, I have to say on this particular one, I just don't agree. And I don't agree for several reasons, not because I think you don't believe in it and because I think your intent is well, but I don't believe the timing for this is right, and I don't believe the optics for this is right. I do think that we have a great legislative team, both state and federal. Reed Clay is a lobbyist. There's no question he's a lobbyist. If you pull up his website, he talks about who he represents, and there's nothing wrong with being a lobbyist. I advocated for lobbyists. I've advocated for him when I was on the city council. I advocated for him here. I strongly supported the effort that we made to put together, as you say, the dream team, and I think those people have done a good job, but I think they are capable, more than capable, of dealing with what we know is in front of us. What we know is in front of us is the CARE Act and how it relates to Texas and how it relates to dealing with the governor. And the way I read it, the governor makes the decisions on counties under 500,000. And there might be some other things down the road that Reed Clay could work with us on, but right now we don't know of any. Right now what is in front of us is purely this CARES Act and trying to get as much money as we can from the governor for our county, which is under 500,000. And I believe we are already well equipped to take care of that, and I believe as passionately about that as you do the other direction, and that's good debate. That's good stimulating debate. We elect leaders to trust those leaders, but we also elect leaders to have differences of opinions and to everybody respect everyone. I believe I'll be on the losing end of this vote today, and I don't take it personally. I'm okay with that, but I don't believe that we should be spending money now to go and lobby the governor, which in essence, this is what this is. And I know you plan for it to be more than that, and I respect that. But for me right now, all this is going and attacking the CARES Act because we don't know what might come down the path. And there might be, maybe 2 months from now, I might change my mind because there might be a federal thing that I might say then, okay, maybe we need to hire Reed Clay. And again, what I think is really cool about this debate is to show how nonpartisan it is. You as a Democrat county judge are putting forth a Republican consultant, and I as a Republican am saying, no, I can't support that. So I think that's kind of cool. I think that shows that we are truly not doing things out of partisan ways. We are doing things because we have a belief in our position, and I really do. That struck me this morning. I thought, how funny, I'm going to vote no to a Republican consultant, and you're going to vote yes because you think it's the right thing to do, and I appreciate that about you. You have done that repeatedly. You have not hired people based on their Democrat or Republican stances, and I appreciate that. I do believe you try to bring the best people to the table. I think this guy is without a doubt qualified to do this, but I think just at this time, I think we are equipped and have enough to take care of it. I think Todd Hunter and Abel Herrero and Juan Hinojosa and Lois Colkhorst and J.M. Lozano, this commissioner's court, we each have relationships with the governor that are strong. We have a legislative team that I don't know about Joel Ramos. I know Patricia Shipton and Hugo Berlanga have a great relationship with the governor. I would assume that maybe Joel does too. And so right now, the focus to me is we've got to get to the governor and we got to make sure we get our share. And I think we're equipped for it. I'm concerned over hiring another consultant at this point. A consultant, lobbyist, whatever the case may be, not because I don't believe you believe it's a good expenditure, but because at this point, I just don't. We also have people like John Breyer, who you brought him on board, and he's, I didn't know anything about him, and I think he's great. And I think, from what I understand, he's got relationships with the governor, and I think that NCEDC, I think they should be involved in this, and they should be engaged in this, because the economic recovery that we're talking about, that they should be involved in this. Tim Richardson, I think we use Tim Richardson for stuff. We've got a lot of people that I just think we have enough, and I think we need to send a message to our constituents that right now, we know you're losing jobs, and we know you're hurting, and we need to be particularly careful in spending money. And I just think right now we need to batten down the hatches a little bit, use the resources we have, and we have great resources, due in large part to you and who you've brought on board and this court has supported. And I just think the timing is off on this. Again, I'm probably going to be on the losing side of this vote, and I'm okay with that, and I'm going to work with this guy, and I'm not going to say I told you so or I didn't tell you so. I'm going to move on, but at the same time, I have a responsibility to articulate what I feel passionate about, and my passion is that I don't think this is the right time. I don't think this is the right situation to do this in, and I fully, fully believe that we have great resources currently on board. And at this point, we just don't need to add to the stable. So I appreciate that, and that's all I have.
I respect your opinion, duly noted, and really appreciate your nice comments about agreeing to disagree and respecting one another's passions. And that's what the people expect, is to be able to agree to disagree. Commissioner?
I had some questions or concerns also, I think, that have already kind of been shared. One, I want to make sure that we utilize our legislative team. I think that there are some in that have strong connections to the governor, so I think everyone else included will help. The reason why I'm going to support this is because it is budget neutral. That's the one reason. If it was to try to find money anywhere else that wasn't already allocated, I would have a hard time with it. Because it already has, I think that's being responsible with the budget that we adopted and approved, and the budget that we still need to continue to manage, especially now as people are home without jobs temporarily, hopefully only, and then we have bigger issues to think about. How do those people without jobs who are just be recovering deal with any kind of tax rate increases? I know we're not even talking about that, but I think that's all part of the bigger picture when we talk about this budget right now. So I do have my concerns, but because it's an extra person that can help us strategize, that has a connection, as you say, to the governor, I think that will go a long ways in helping. I do want to make sure our current legislative team, lobbying team, does work with him and be a part of all hands on deck, as you say many times, to help push this issue along. And we know we're in a little bit different boat than a lot of the other bigger counties because they hit that mark and we don't. And that's the whole issue why we're here today. And so that's why we're doing this. It's not just because there's a problem, let's hire somebody on. It's about, we were left out. We were 140,000 people
Shy
of hitting that mark. And so we need somebody that can help us. And like you've mentioned, I mean, he worked on the Hurricane Resiliency Plan with John Sharp, and that's, I think, a big part of his resume that helped tell that he's worked through disasters recovery, he's worked through disasters, and so having that connection to the governor helps me be at ease that we have had somebody that's going to be qualified, someone that has the connections, and hopefully we'll have the strategy to help us guide us through this
Right.
in the upcoming months.
Yeah, and this isn't about a phone call, and it's not about who knows who. This is about writing a plan. This is about documentation that we're going to present. This isn't about, hey, let me tell you how great Nueces County is. 254 counties are now suffering in the state of Texas. It's not like our other disasters where everybody rallies behind one region that's affected. It's not a tornado in Dallas. It's not a wind and water effect. It's not a Central Texas flood. It's happening to all of us at the same time. And so what I want to say is that you're going to get something concrete here besides who knows who. This is about working as a team to affect a really good result. I am a results-driven person, and I want to thank all of you for your thoughtful comments, and all of it will be taken to heart. And I promise you, our legislative delegation is working so hard for us, And I'm so proud that they are standing by our side and the other jurisdictions that they represent if they're coming from a senatorial district. And I know that our legislative team is also working, but COVID is as mean a virus as there could ever be one. And it has lots of layers to address. And so I'm grateful that we're able to have this kind of discussion, because it means you care about this community, care about the stewardship and the obligations that we have. But being budget neutral means all we're doing is saying this person needs to fill this space that we already allotted for. And this person is going to be really, really, I think, instrumental in helping us write that request. It's like I said, it's not about a conversation. It's about a document that we're going to be presenting, a strong plan for our county to not only receive its fair share, but to find a way that we're going to recover from our business interests all the way to our healthcare deficits. There'll be tremendous healthcare deficits. So I could go on, but just think about it. There's $100 billion for hospitals. It's not just the CARE Act, my friends. There's about 10 different areas that we're going to have to work on to get our resiliency plan, or call it the recovery plan for Nueces. Hospitals are going to be a big, big part of it. So with that, good discussion. I will go ahead and take the vote. Madam
Good.
Clerk, we have a commissioner. I'm sorry.
I have a question.
Yes.
You know, I always try to support you. I really do.
That's
The
okay.
majority of the time I do. I'm having a hard time with this one. I really am, because we've got such a good team. So you don't think that the team that we've got, not just the legislative, but with Hunter, Lozano, and Abel, and the others, you don't think they can write a plan with the help of anyone from the county?
I think that if you really saw what I saw behind the scenes that's happening every day with the way we're working 24/7, I think that you would say that this is it's like putting somebody in our office who can focus on this important mission. It isn't that they aren't helping us from the legislative perspective. It's that we have an obligation to take care of the day-to-day. I don't think I would ever ask any of our legislative delegation to write a document for us. That's not what they do. They write letters of support, which they've done on multiple occasions already for us. I would not be bringing this up if I did not think it was the utmost importance. And it's okay to disagree. But I will tell you, I don't think I've put us in a position of weakness with regards to some of the things that I've seen on the inside. I think I've put us in a position of strength. And I think that this is an asset that would avail, that would help all of us do our jobs better. I really do. And it's like I said to Brent, it's okay to disagree. But I will tell you, there's been many, many times on agenda items where I know we've saved this county hundreds of thousands of dollars or millions. Nobody gives you a gold star for that, right? But when you have to sort of take that leap of faith and say, hey, I mean, there's going to be an expenditure here, but it could yield something really good for us. If nothing else, we will be able to target funds that we haven't been able to target before. And again, I want to know what that plan is for small business. That's part of the recovery. The recovery will be available for our own expenditures. It'll be available for small business, right? It might be available for our unique, like if we stand up a COVID site, which we have been asked to do by dishes, will we get those dollars back? So this could be implications to our hospital district as well. There's so many things that we need to be considerate of when you're saying, you know, what money will we be chasing for the expenditures? There's just a lot of moving pieces to it. And I think that it's important to have somebody who's experienced with an aftermath. And this guy is the aftermath, expert. He knows what it means to say, I'm the state and I got to take care of my entire, Hurricane Harvey was kind of Houston, Galveston all the way down, right? And that's what he did, and that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with the region who's hurting. And so I feel like he's a great expert for this.
So, Brent, I'm not calling you on the carpet or anything, but I've listened to what you've said, and I've listened to what the judge said, because I'm really convicted over it. So with what she just said, that this is for a plan, for someone to basically write a plan, are you comfortable then that those legislative and our representatives can do this?
Our legislative team,
Yeah.
absolutely. If they can't, then we've hired the wrong people. I mean, I believe that they have the expertise. That's why we hired them, to be able to come up with and formulate a plan in regards to what we're talking about. Now, again, all the different things that the judge is talking about is not what the original information I got back was from Reed Clay, that this was Reed Clay's relationship with the governor, Reed Clay's relationship with the governor. The stuff
Hey,
got
and I
back
think
from-
I don't think that
That's
you
what I
would
got
want
from
to have.
Tyner. I'm
Right.
just saying, I'm not trying to be critical of you
Yeah.
at all. I mean, this is what Tyner responded back. This is we're going after the CARES Act. Reed Clay has a great relationship with the governor. If there's 10 other plans you're talking about, then maybe those should be laid out, because those haven't been laid out prior to you talking about it right now. Again, and this is all I'm going on is the backup that's been provided in the packet, which was Reed Clay's contract, and was that we were going after the CARES Act, and that Reed Clay had a good relationship with the governor. That's all I got back when I inquired as to what this was. If there are these other 10 plans that we're talking about, then maybe that needs to be specified, because that's not what I came in under. So I don't know what those plans that he needs to be writing are. Do I think Reed Clay, do I think our legislative team can handle going to the governor, and getting, I promise I'm not sick, going to the governor and getting what he needs to out of the governor, that our legislative team could write a plan to go get CARES Act money from the governor? I 100% think Hugo, Joel, Patricia Shipton, with our legislators, can absolutely handle that. If there's 10 other plans or other that I need to know about, I don't know about those as I sit here today. I don't, specific plans, I don't know what those are. I know they could be coming, and that's what I said earlier. 2 months down the road, I might vote differently, because 2 months down the road, if someone came in and said, we need Reed Clay for this, and this, and we don't have it, but what I haven't seen is something today that articulates that we don't have the resources to help with what we need today. That's all I'm saying.
And is that in the contract that he writes the recovery plan? I mean, I haven't.
Probably not. Like I said, I feel like I have an understanding of the tasks that I'd like for him to be involved with. And one of the things that I know that it's going to be important is to also have faith that our legislative team is working feverishly on all kinds of, activities, and that they would be very much included. But we're talking about somebody who's actually written a plan before versus 3 people who have, that's not their cup of tea, so to speak. That's not what they're doing. And in fact, at some point, you just have to do what you need to do, right? I think I've got a real strong handle after being an EOC for the last 3.5 weeks as to where we are, what we need, what's going on, what the future holds. And I'm telling you, this thing is over in 60 days on recovery if we don't start today. In fact, we have started already, right? By starting our small business recovery initiative. But you can't wait till COVID's over to start recovery. It needs to, we're in recovery now. And that's what I think. I like to be the proactive judge. That's what we're doing. So I'm going to go ahead and call for the vote.
I want to support it, but I'm very lot of reservations. So this is a word somebody, my colleague here, a lot of reservations, that I support it, because you know me, how I feel about consultants, and it's been a year for consultants all year long, and I'm really, and next year I'll probably be a little tougher on consultants, because, I don't like consultants to watch consultants and everything else. But, basically the $37,000 that is coming from the administration, which is really money that's there already, and I think that's all we're gonna use from it, because there's no added expenses or no added travel, no added anything else, right? I mean, this is it.
That's right.
So, and I'm gonna support it on those conditions, but you know me, how I feel about consultants, man.
I know how you feel about it. You know how I feel about it. When Judge Neal told me that I couldn't get the U.S. Fish and Wildlife to change their mind and I might as well just forget it, I said that's not how I operate, and we got them to change their minds. And when I decided that Tim Richardson was important, NCRDS came in and basically invoked $22 million for Baffin Bay, of which we're a part of. And when Go Mesa decided to triple their funds, We had somebody on the front lines working for us. So you know what? We don't do enough bragging around here. We just don't. But the people that we've brought in, they have delivered. And they've delivered because I am relentless about what I ask of them. As I said, goal-driven, result-driven. Trust me, if I myself had the time to write this plan, I would do it. But what I'm looking for is to bring the right people at the right time to deliver a result. It's not about who knows who, folks. That's not how the world works anymore, not in a times of crisis. It's about who's the most prepared. I want us to be the most prepared. And I promise you, this will be a great investment.
Judge, can I?
I'm going to go ahead and take the vote.
Carolyn, when I was referencing was, what I looked at was the services provided by the contractor, that I think we're equipped for, just so, go back to what you
Yeah.
had asked me. And there may be more that she adds later. I could change my vote later, but just today, that's all I was going.
So I may, I'm going to go ahead and take the vote, and then in advance, it's looking like I need to maybe visit with the mayor on a quick recess at 11:30. If that works out for 15 minutes, I'm going to ask the clerk if that works with her, and I'll have Maggie text them back. Would that work for you? Just a quick recess? All right, let's go to the vote and see how many more we can accomplish for till 11:30, then we'll take a short 15-minute recess. On the item that has a motion and a second, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign.
No.
Okay, I've got 2 noes and 3 ayes. And number 6 is received presentation from John Breyer on the possible, on the economic recovery strategies for Nueces County. And donning a proper public mask. Thank you and welcome. John, we were just speaking your good name.
Oh, well, I appreciate that very much, and I appreciate the opportunity to come and speak to the judge and the commissioners.
Thank you, John.
Council members. So what I'm here to talk about is some things that you've been talking about right now. In other words, what's happened to us as the judge and the court put together the NCDC. The focus of that was the great economy we had. So one of the strongest since anybody here can remember, both primarily at the national and at the state level. All of a sudden that changed. That changed 3 weeks ago. Dramatically it changed. And when you take a look at things that this court had done prior to that change, it meant that you had created the NCDC, but they were focused on something entirely different. They've had to pivot. We have to pivot. The court has made a pivot. We're faced with 2 disasters, and as the judge just got through saying, probably 3, depends on how you count. One's a medical, and that medical is causing the second, and that's the economic disaster that we're all working with. You know, there have been a lot of people that have made some comparisons recently. This is one of the things I wanted to present today. And some have made a comparison of what we're going through right now, like the Great Depression of the 30s. And we'll come back to that at the end of my presentation. So, you know,
But tease us, it's not like the Great Depression.
It's not.
Right. I want everyone to hear that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And
Because I'm with you on, I read the same article you're about to
okay.
see.
This is
Quote.
Dr. Ray Perriman's article, who I think most people know who Dr. Perriman is. But I'll get to that because it's not the same. And we're doing right now what this court did in creating the NCDC. That organization is up. We're getting functioning right now. We'll have its own office so we can really start operating out of there here in a short time. So the creation of that, and now the creation of regional partners that are absolutely essential to addressing the short-term issues and the long-term opportunities. Short-term issues, everybody understands. It's about small businesses. It's about what's happening to our small businesses across the state of Texas and here in Nueces County. The federal government is pushing down great programs, but those programs are changing every day. And that's not a bad thing, because for the most part, those changes in those programs are for the benefit of our small businesses right now. I'll give you an example. 2 weeks ago, as they started to talk about the paycheck program, where there would be money to small businesses that could be used to make payments to keep their employees, keep them going until hopefully we get some type of movement in the positive direction from the virus. Initially it was, well, here are these 3 programs, but you can only qualify for one. If you go after one, you can't go after 2 or 3. That's changed, but that's changing every day. What we're focusing on right now is exactly right. Got to make sure that we understand the details and get this information out to our small businesses. And that's what the NCDC is pivoting right now from what we had been focusing on to what we need to focus on right now. The other thing is creating partnerships that go from Victoria down to the valley. Desperately important. Very, very attuned to the partnerships that were created up in the Permian and the partnership that we have been working on to make a relationship between the upstream production side and the downstream Nueces County, the processing side. But those regional relationships are desperately important as we work to make sure we get the word out to all of our small businesses. But really, the next step in the process needs to be done in parallel, not wait. And that's looking for the opportunities that are going to come out of when we finally get out of the virus problem. Right now today, we've already reached out and are starting to work with people at the state level in economic development, state leadership, and at the national level at what's called IEDC, the International Economic Development Council, to start trying to figure out what issues are going to happen when we get out of this that are going to change the world. And if we're prepared for it, what we need to be focusing on is that right now nobody knows, but we sure are setting the stage right now to find out and put processes in place to start feeling out what that is so that we can develop good programs, good processes that help our overall economy here when we come out of this thing. So, it's exciting to look at this. What this court has done in preparation is absolutely great. And we are, I use military terms too much sometimes, but we were attacking one direction and we're attacking 180 degrees out. We've gone from trying to make sure that we were going to make our great economy last for a long, long time, to now we've got to save our economy that we're in the middle of right now. And that's a pivot that you helped this county prepare for. And a lot of discussion about how much effort is going into it. I can't even imagine what's going on with the staff of the county. I mean, we're right now in the fast forward mode to get the NCDC prepared. And there are people inside of somebody that works for Michael Robinson, Jamie Clark. She's been working untold number of hours to make sure that we get everything set up so we can communicate to people, talk to them, get that message out.
Right. In that vein, I want to share with commissioners, because it came in late last night. So we've been talking about our 414-6000 number. So thanks to all of y'all's hard work, those magic people behind the curtains in Michael's office and in IT's office, you're going to be able to press 3 if you have a small business recovery question. So I think, and I might be wrong about it, but you follow the prompts, but one of them is tells you a prompt for if you have questions about the orders.
Yeah.
There's another prompt that says if you have a need for social services, that's kind of your veteran services and your human services. And then the third one is about, we have to record the little message, but, or maybe they just did a blanket one, but it's about if you're interested in getting information about how you can revive your small business, press 3, and then it gets linked. So we're going to use this great number 414-6000 because people already like that number, they know that number, so that's good. And then the NCDC has been working feverishly for 2 weeks now with our office to get all the associations on board so that they can drive businesses to this number so that we can get experts to help them. So we're not giving them any money. What we're doing them, we hope, will get them money, which is the information and the navigation they need to answer these very complex questions. And to kind of put it in perspective, Wells Fargo, within 4 days, the number 3 bank in the country, shut down all their small business loans lending, okay? That tells you that things aren't going to go that well. So we've got to help our local folks. So those people that were very earnest and very ready and had studied it, they came in line first. But this money will run out for our folks if we don't have a navigation tool. So what we've been doing all week is preparing our website so that we can link in. So like Chairman Hunter sent me a bunch of things, SBA sent, Del Mar, but you've got to make sense of it. You can't just tell people, here's 20 million places to go look, go find your needle in a haystack. You're going to have to get one-on-one with them. And so that's why we turned to you and said, hey, Commissioner Chesney, can you send me the Port Aransas Chamber, the best person there? And I talked to Stan Holz at PIBA, and I've talked to John Garcia at West Side Business, and I owe Sylvia Tryon Oliver a call back from the Black Chamber, and we're doing that on a local level, and then on a bigger level, I'm calling county judges in a 12 region and say, look, whatever model we come up with, maybe you can emulate it in your county. Do it your way, because you know your folks. But where we can help you is in that we've already compiled all the info. So it's a data dump to them. And some counties are very resource rich and other counties are not. So they can copy and paste ours without going through the expense that it took us, human capital and time, to put all this together. And so that's what this coalition that you've been reading a lot about is all about. And it's great because it's at multiple levels. It's at the local level, it's at the regional level, and it's at our NCDC is kind of home base. Because why again? Well, they were already poised to help. And so, John, I want to thank you and Lindsay. I know Lindsay couldn't be here because we want to keep as many people away working remotely, but our goal is to get people to drive them to this phone number to get answers from you and your team that you assemble, which will be volunteer-based.
No, that's exactly right. The reason this is so important, and I am not faulting the federal government for this. I mean, when you think about the amount of money that we're getting ready to try to push down, and like I said, it is changing every day, and generally for the best. But what's happening is our small businesses, some small businesses are completely prepared to move forward with. They already have an SBA loan, so they have a leg up. Well, because a lot of this is done through their own SBA, the bank lender that they already have a relationship with.
Can I ask
We have other small businesses.
Can I ask a quick question?
Please.
As you were talking about some of the recovery efforts you were doing, and I wanted to try to, and I apologize for interrupting you, but the new plan that you put into place, the Code Blue, is that going to be wrapped under the NCDC? Will that be kind of work? It would seem like that would
Yeah.
be a great.
It is. So it's just the project name. I mean, the NCDC is still the NCDC, right?
Yeah.
And the Alliance is still the Alliance. That's the South Texas Coastal Bend Alliance. Of all the county judges are going to try to do small business recovery. And Operation Code Blue is just our internal name for how we're saying, hey, look, we want to make sure that we can get small businesses revived in our economy. And it'll be under, I got to have a point man. That's the point man.
No, so that's what I was just trying to say. We're not going to
Yeah.
create another entity.
No.
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 And that's the whole, that's a great question, because that's the whole point here. we've been able to take the structure of the NCDC, pivot that structure from what it had been focusing on 3 weeks ago to what we got to focus on right now. It includes the small business, but it's also going to be including that region, the regional relationships. Example, as far north as Victoria. Victoria, while a lot of people don't think of Victoria as an important port, and it sure isn't a deep water port, all it is, I shouldn't say that, what it is a barge port, but we're now working with key economic developers in that area. A gentleman by the name of Dale Fowler has been their economic development person forever. Well, Dale is a long-time, well-thought-of economic developer that I've already reached out to and say, hey, Dale, let's figure out how we look at not only what we do for small businesses, but probably more importantly right now, because that small business effort is going to be handled at the county. Every county, we happen to have already had an organization like the NCDC to put in charge of that. But now we've got to start thinking strategically what's going to happen in the world economy when this thing is over with. Example, there are going to be supply chain systems all over the world that are going to change. Some of those will be repatriated to the United States, but other ones will be distributed. So we need to figure out for Nueces County and our area on that one issue, what do we need to do here? Either in infrastructure or relationships or strategies that we need to do right here, that when we come out of this, we're the first ones that are ready to move forward on it and get the most benefit. Yes.
I just have a comment. I think one of the most important things that you can do right now is, most businesses do not have, especially the smaller ones, they don't have CPAs, they don't have accountants.
Yeah.
And those are the ones that are going to need help filling this out, because I can tell you from experience, this is a very difficult thing to fill out. And if you don't have that help, and it is not a one-time thing, because you are constantly getting more papers every day. And it goes on and on and on. And I've known the businesses that have already applied, they were in the forefront on Friday. They're still not approved. And they still have not, it has not been entered into the SBA system yet, because you can't get in it.
You're exactly. Matter of fact, yesterday, as Lindsay Peach and I were calling all the commissioners on the NCDC, as we were calling them and saying, okay, this is what we're getting ready to do, and they were all on board, let's do it, type of affair. But that issue came up because all small business people aren't the same. Some people are really prepared. Other ones, it's going to take more detailed time to help walk them through and help them with the process. So we've got to do this in a comprehensive fashion.
Well, and it's also not just because they're not prepared. Some businesses cannot afford to have those people on staff.
Absolutely.
So I think my call to your question, if anybody's listening, we need CPAs, I think, to volunteer, to come in and help with that, bookkeepers.
Yeah, and that is a great point, and that's one of the things, that's the type of thing that we need to pull other people in. Right now, we've pulled in the folks we have.
And anybody that's been successful, like, for example, I got a great call, and I want to I'll just call them out by their first names, Susan and James. They already were successful in getting their loan for paycheck, and it's going to keep their employees, on board, but they're going to have to shut down they're going to shut down so that they can come back. But they said, we'll help others do what we did, because, see, they already know how to do it. And so we're going to be thankful for all kinds of volunteers. So, John, is the goal, because I know I've been asking for things that have been, we needed to actually get set up. But now that we have the phone set up, can we at least say that Monday of next week that we can start getting these volunteers, and they can work remotely too. We're going to try to get some burner phones for people so that they can have our phone lines transfer to them. Got to work on that with Lance, but we want to get people information immediately.
Yes, and because the office that we're talking about will not be ready for about 2 weeks, but we're setting an office up
Taking over
in Tyner's conference room right now to get this thing started right away. Now, one of the other things that's really great about the people that are, the commissioners that are currently on the NCDC, a number of those are small business people that are going through this exact same thing. Lindsay Peach, they're small business, they're going through the exact, and we have other ones like that live it, breathe it, get it, and understand what we need to be providing.
And I think you need to have a list of banks that say, okay, we're open, because some of them are saying we're taking our customers first.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I had a call from a smoke shop. I think I sent the email to you too, Judge. I mean, he needs help. So if we can
That's
have
a
some
real-
kind of recommendation.
That's a really good point
Yes.
to pull our banking community into that.
And I think we've compiled that list of all the
Yeah.
community banks together, and we're so lucky because we have so many leaders in the banking. I'm talking about like at the national level. We've had the former president of community banks nationally. He's here in Corpus Christi. So, you know, we're going to do everything we can. But look, it's just like our hotline. The first thing we're going to do is somebody nice and friendly is going to say, just the way Tyner does, this is the Nueces, this is Tyner Little, this is the Nueces County hotline.
Was that
How can I
Tyner
help
Vol-
you?
Was he volunteering for
Yeah,
that?
but that's how he does it, and that's how I do it too. This is Barbara.
Yeah.
You've reached the Nueces County hotline. How can we help you? That is our mission. Our mission is to help. And so, John, thank you so much. Keep giving us reports via email through Tyner. He can give it to the commissioners, and if commissioners want to volunteer, they can, right?
Absolutely,
Because
absolutely.
We
Yeah.
know a lot, we've got business owners here, small business,
Yeah.
all up and down. But mainly, we just need to be able to, and people have asked about the information that we gather. We're going to be working with, I hope, my suggestion was Ed Shack or somebody, you know, from an ethics point of view, but when the chamber, we're not keeping any of this data. This data will.
No, this needs
data
to
will be
be
gone.
provided to because there are other organizations that are doing different slices of this. We need to use as many of those as we possibly can, as we
Yeah.
possibly
And the
can.
chambers is
Yeah.
involved, Del Mar. I want to just mention, because you jogged my memory, is, you know, Texas A&M can play a large role here. I know, John, you've already been preaching to me about that, but I just want the commission to get a flavor for where we're headed.
Well, let me, and Texas A&M Corpus Christi has actually done, Dr. Lee out there has actually done a survey of small businesses, working with a broader, with, of course, there are a number of these consortiums that are coming together and doing good things. But Dr. Lee had done a study over the last couple of weeks, and I'm going to get this number a little wrong, but the last time that I heard that he had gotten a response from about 800 small businesses about this survey, about what this meant to him, what this meant to those small businesses when they had to close or cut back their operations or whatever. And it was pretty staggering in the sense that probably if these small businesses here do not start getting some of the paycheck money in, where they can pay salaries for their employees, if they don't get that in, now it's down to about 4 weeks, maybe a little less, but if they don't get that in, we're going to lose, 30%, maybe 40% of our small businesses. We got to do this right now.
And I think you're already starting to lose them.
Yeah,
Nueces is here right now, so we need to put the call out. We need CPAs and bookkeepers
Yeah.
to volunteer to help.
And anybody
businesses
who's
go
gone
out.
through it and been successful.
and been successful. Yeah.
And so, that's great. Well, listen, this is a good, I know you wanted to,
I'd like to tell everybody about what Dr. Perriman
Yeah, tell
put out,
them,
because
Dr.
this, it's important for people to not be scared by what isn't completely accurate information. Okay, and what's happening is there have been a number of economists, and these are people that are well thought of, but maybe haven't really thought as much as Dr. Perriman does about this, because Perriman. My description of him is he's sort of the state's economist. And because anytime the state does different type of economic analysis, they generally use Ray Perriman. Ray's done tons of work here in Corpus and Nueces County on all kinds of analysis. But you have people that keep on saying, or have said, hey, this will be like the Great Depression. Ray just says, no, it's not. And this is why it's not. The Great Depression came about because there were underlying terrible flaws with our economy at that point in time in 1929. And on top of that, at that point in time, we had education and understanding about processes and policies that should be in place to either protect the economy from a downturn like that, or be able to address it, to mitigate it, or stop it altogether. We didn't have any of those at that point in time, and it lasted for 30 years. I'm sorry, it lasted from 30 to 1940. It lasted for 10 years. Didn't last that long, but it lasted for 10 years. That's why it was so bad. The best analysis that Ray indicated would be the 1918 to 1919 Spanish flu epidemic. Now, keep in mind that in 1918, we had a third of the population we have right now in the United States. There were 600,000 deaths from that flu epidemic during the Spanish flu. So think about that percentage compared to what we're talking about right now. The most important part about that, right after that was solved, came the Roaring '20s. The economy, now, all I'm saying is when people try to compare those two, it's not a fair comparison.
Right.
Now,
The underlying economy was good for
that's
for our
exactly right.
country.
That's exactly
The
right.
underlying infrastructure that
Yeah.
the Depression had versus
Yeah.
what we have is
Yeah.
apples and oranges.
Yeah.
So the idea is let's recover now. Let's
Yes.
start the process now, and let's know that the things that we act upon today will matter tomorrow. And I do believe that we can recover, but we're going to have to start work immediately. And that's why the regional perspective is so valuable.
It's so important.
If we do it and nobody else around us does it, it doesn't work. So that's the thing. And forgive me, you can continue, but what I need to do is jump off.
I'm sorry. If you
I'm
leave
sorry,
me-
I just
if you
have
leave
to
me here
jump.
any longer, I'll talk more. So.
Well, that's what a colonel's supposed to do. Thanks, Colonel. So
Thank you all very much.
we're gonna recess for just 15 minutes so I can jump on this call that's needing my attention. We're out at 11:31, and we'll be back on the record in 15 minutes. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna come back on the record at 12. And thank you for the opportunity for visiting with the mayor. It took longer than expected. We're going to go back and discuss and consider approving an interlocal agreement with Del Mar College for COVID-19. I'll let Laura lead.
Yes, and this is
Del Mar.
a mutual aid agreement for the hospital district, the health district and Del Mar. And basically what the health district is asking is for equipment and personnel or any resources available, specifically including but not limited to the establishment and implementation of a CPAP, BIPAP,
Yeah.
and ventilator donation program.
Right, this is your CPAP and your BiPAP machines that can be utilized in some instances to act like ventilators. And so Del Mar, because of their Health Allied Center there, has some really good equipment. I think this is a no-brainer, but you know what it reveals? We ought to have pre-positioned contracts with these folks.
Yes.
We ought to have one with Tamug, and if we don't, let's go ahead and get one drafted so that whatever we need in the case of emergency, we don't need to be worried about interlocal agreements. But obviously, it's excellent. So do I have a motion to approve and a second?
And just so you'll know, because it's a health district, both the city and the county have to sign, and the city was okay with all the changes in the agreement. They
Yeah.
were okay with it.
This is an interlocal agreement with Del Mar to get CPAP and BiPAP machines. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, post same sign. Okay, discuss and consider the participation in the unclaimed capital credits received by the Comptroller of Public Accounts for electric cooperatives under the Property Code, and certify the purpose and use of these funds in compliance with the local government code. This is good stuff. We love unclaimed capital credits.
And we do this every year,
Yeah.
and we usually get a good amount of money, and we bring it back to court and distribute it, typically through our family protection account to family protection entities, including for abused and neglected children. It doesn't cost us anything.
It's really great. Okay, and so, a second.
Move.
And, okay, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Yeah, let's do it. Just give me the number. Also, if anyone else wants to go grab their lunch and eat it at their desk, we can just, if whoever's listening on the big audio here, just go ahead and bring some lunches in so they can have that. We're going to move up an item because we have someone that's been waiting patiently, and we'd like to get him back out to the construction site. What item number is it?
There's two items, Judge. It's both the presentation on IB McGee and then the Road District 4 change order. In case there's any questions on the change order, he's here for that as well.
Right.
Scott Mears is in the hallway.
Let's go ahead and, but what's the number for the?
It's Road District 4 is number 1 on the, where you have to reconvene in the, I'm trying to find it.
That's a closed session.
What's that?
That's a closed session item.
No, it's not closed session.
All three. Don't, give me that number.
Hold on, I'm trying to find it, Judge. I'm sorry.
But that's okay. So look, Scott, sorry to interrupt your lunch, but what we're going to do is advance your item, which is a report on IB McGee, and allow Scott Mears also to come up. And we're going to get us organized here in just a second. And then don't leave, because that's item C3 on discuss and consider approval of change order of IB McGee. And then the presentation is 18. Item number 18, we're taking out of order. So this is the receive update from the director and the project manager. Y'all can take turns. You don't have to be up there by together. And this is on IB McGee RV Park, and it's all good news, as I understand it.
It is, and then actually, it's not C3. That's just the standard one on there. The other one would be,
I'm sorry.
that's okay, it's my fault. Road District 4, we'd have to reconvene, or
So I'll take a table.
go out for a minute and then reconvene and come back in Road
Right, so
District
let's do
4.
a
Sorry.
table on item C3, just to get that out of the way.
Yes, so moved.
And a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And we're advancing, Madam Clerk, number 18. That's A18. And then after that, we have another one, number 12. But go ahead, Scott Cross, and then we'll hear from Scott Mears.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. So everybody, this is Scott Mears. He does our construction project management. Some of you are familiar with him, some of you have met him. Several years back, the board and the commissioner had worked really hard to try to find somebody to come in and help me do construction project management, because it really is a full-time job. And so Scott's been working with us on the RV park and making sure we're on task, we're on time, and we're on budget and all that. And so we got a little presentation for you here. It's short and sweet. Answer any questions you have, and we'll just kind of run through it real quick for the sake of time. And Scott, I'll let you take over, and I'll advance slides.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, County Judge, Commissioners. As Scott mentioned, my name is Scott Mears, and I've been providing construction management on the IB McGee RV Park. Today, we'll talk about a couple of important project facts. We'll look at the schedule, look at project status, and then we'll do a quick summary. So as you know, Hurricane Harvey decimated the park back in August of 2017, and since that time, it's not been opened. And at the time of its destruction, it only had 54 individual RV spots set out in the park. The new park will have 64 new concrete spots. They're going to be 14 feet wide. They're going to be about 90 feet in length. They're going to be 4 ADA sites spread throughout the park. We did that with Carol Pruitt. Each RV pad site is going to have a 20 by 12 foot patio and a separate 4 by 6 utility pad. So that gets everything on a concrete hard surface if there's ever any inclement weather. It's a great upgrade for the project. At each project site, we'll have a sanitary sewer connection, we'll have domestic water and electrical service. The important thing about the electrical service and the domestic water is we're using, Scott Cross found a high power pedestal, and it allows us to deliver those services to the pad site, but in the event of an impending natural disaster, they can be detached. and salvaged and stored and then implemented, rolled back out after the disaster. That gives the county park a great advantage and an opportunity to serve as a staging area in a response scenario. So that's a tremendous upgrade to the park, and Scott found that. We have great two-way traffic circulation. We have some enhanced aprons on all of our Type A sites that makes it easy for our customers to back in. We have a brand-new 4-inch domestic water loop through the park with a new meter. We also have a new 6-inch fire line. This is huge. There was no fire line service in IB McGee Park before. Now we have a 6-inch fire line with a couple of hydrants. It will also serve the reconstructed park office when it comes back online. In addition, we took the lift station. It's been renovated, and we've got new macerator pumps, which is a big deal. It really helps the maintenance guys out. They're not going to have to come and unplug these pumps like they had in the past. And along with that, we were able to replace the entire force main from the lift station all the way out to the city tie-in, which is huge. At the time of the storm, about half of your force main was run on top of the ground because there was a previous leak and it just was rerouted. This lets us take it, we put it all back underground. It's all new pipe from the lift station out to the city connection. So that's a big deal. And of course, we also have new 3-phase power and new transformers on the project site. So all of those are really important because it takes the park and it puts it on par with what you have in the commercial sector. So that's a great enhancement and more sites. In terms of project schedule, originally the project started on the 25th of October. We had 150 days, which put us on May the 23rd. We did have a change that awarded some extra time, but right now we're targeting completion in early May. So our contract completion date's July. We're targeting early May. That's a big deal. Project status as of the end of March, we're about 70% complete. We have all 64 pads in with their patios and their utilities. We have all the water line in, all the main sanitary sewer lines in. We have about 75% of the fire line in. We have a current project cost of $4 million, and as I mentioned, the project is scheduled to complete on May the 7th. And so in summary, what we always like to be able to say, we're within the available funding and we're ahead of schedule. You're going to have a terrific park when this wraps up.
And I don't have it handy, but I was able to find an amazing resource on economic impacts of RV industry and RV parks, and I'm going to provide it to the court next time and send it to you. But the economic impact of having an RV park of this caliber is phenomenal, and I hope that it brings tremendous revenue, not just to Nueces County, but also to our partner, City of Port Aransas, and coupled with what's in store for Port Aransas with IB McGee Park Office renovation, IB McCart Park upgrades, and the observation deck recently approved by U.S. Fish and Wildlife, it is going to be a first-class destination, and it has taken a lot of time, a lot of effort, and a lot of funding, but to have this good news during this time is very welcome, and we look forward to cutting that ribbon. It might be 6 feet apart, and it might be with masks, but we'll be there. So keep us posted. And Scott Cross, anything else to add before I ask for discussion?
No, ma'am. I think we're
Yeah.
we need to get back online. This is really going to help all's decision making when it comes budget time, because it's going to put that extra revenue back into our budget that you have been having to offset.
You're right.
So it's going to help y'all a lot.
That's huge. And I just want to say from the ADA piece of it is that we haven't had these types of upgrades. And so it is a terrific accessibility example. We're going to take this to the DOJ this summer and really look and have them, see this as a stellar project. But also the fire suppression system, the water line. We're going to have a fire suppression system in the IB office. People wonder why things take time. This is why. Because doing anything right takes time. And it's the only thing in this entire world you can't buy time. And so I know it's been rough, but I think that you're going to be very proud of the construction and the opportunities that it gives us fiscally. So, guys, how about, this is a report, no action needed. How about any questions for the gentleman? Anybody?
I'm jealous. I want one in my area.
You're next. You are, we're working on it, aren't we? I can't wait to showcase what you have in store for your major park, and it can also be revenue building as well, in many ways, so.
Build some RV sites out there. That people would probably like to stay out there too.
So anyway, well, thanks again, and we're going to let Scott Mears get back to work, but Scott Cross, there's 2 other items that need to have your attention.
I still need Scott Mears
I'm sorry.
for the change order on Road District 4.
Sorry, Scott, hang on with us. Let me do this then. So we can let Scott Mears go.
I have one question.
Yes, sir. Gentlemen, you have a question? If you don't mind, bring your mic up just a bit. They can hear you.
This,
There you go.
the change orders here, it says number 3 up there, but it's not, you have 2 change orders or 3 change orders? One was for 193,000.
Okay, forgive me. Can you help me? Which one are we on?
I'm looking at the change order.
Oh, okay, on the supplemental packet, Scott.
I think it's I think it's the third one, but the third one replaced the second one? Or is this the third one? I can't remember. I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead. I'll let y'all answer the question. Scott, answer the question.
There's no, I was asking just because one of them says, and I don't know which was the first or the second or what, but 193,400, then added change order amount of 171,500. I don't know.
Can you all address those?
Maybe we should say 1, 2, so we know which change order we're talking about.
Certainly. And you're right. So the current change order is change order number 3. It's in the amount of $193,488.47. And then at the recap on the last page with the signature, there's a line that says add previous change order amounts. That $171,565.11 is the sum of change order 1 and 2 previously approved.
Okay, so the 171 was number 1,
And number 2.
and 193 was number 3?
Correct.
That's the one that we're going to address in the Road District 4 one.
It's connected to the next one. We're just about to get there. It's connected to the Road District number 4. In order to do Road District number 4, all of us act as commissioners in Road District number 4. So I actually have to convene. I have to recess and convene and then come back out again. If you'll allow me, let me do that now so we can get to that.
That okay, Joe?
That'll help answer your question. Okay, so Madam Clerk, the time is 12:20 and I'm gaveling us out as a recess, and I'm going to gavel us in and convene the Nueces County Road District number 4. And again, just for the audience, a road district has commissioners, and we are the duly authorized commissioners by the state of Texas. So we now take off our county commissioner's hat, we put on our road district's hat, and we have one matter of business to discuss: the funding of a roadway and driveway improvements at IB McGee. And this is, of course, having to do with RV access and other improvements.
And Judge, let me start with an apology. I
Go ahead.
realized this morning that somehow these change order had not gotten submitted in the package, so I got Alyssa to run real quick. You should have each gotten that one. I apologize. We had it attached to one agenda and it didn't transfer over when we did it, so I apologize for not getting that to everyone. But as soon as I noticed that this morning, I did get her to take that, so hopefully you all have a copy of that now. So, and then if you guys want to explain the change order, Scott?
Let's talk about the change order now. We've got the right agenda item. Go ahead. Who wants to take it?
Okay, so everything in this change order, we've compared what the unit costs were from the original bid. All the unit costs match up. There are some of these items that we've already pre-approved through the commissioner and discussed with Juan, like the driveway aprons that are in there. That was a cost-effective solution to address how the RV pads were orientated without having to redesign anything. Some of the road work, base material behind the office, there was no base material behind the office. It got missed during the plan and spec time, and so we had to fix that so we could have consistent paving areas out there. The fire line, we had to reroute it. The reason why we had to reroute the fire line, AEP and Water District number 4 do not like to share easements, and so we had to reroute the fire line to go across AEP's right-of-way in case AEP's primary line that belongs to them in concrete and get out of their right-of-way and continue on with their fire hydrant line. there are those things that are in there. Let's see, we had one paving section around the dump station where the lift station is, that it was originally not in the original scope of work, and we had to cut through that 3 different spots where we're rerouting some of these lines, and the pavement was bad, and so we wanted to make sure that we also fixed that, so all of our paving was continuous throughout the park, and everything that we're doing is still using the same road paving spec that Juan designed for us. So we're meeting all of those plans and specs. But, and there, I mean, what else am I missing?
Scott Mears, if you could kind of explain just real quickly what you're doing and how you're doing this. They haven't, probably some of them haven't met you or have you, as far as how you're reviewing the bills and you're doing everything you're doing, and that this matches up, that we've got several sets of eyes on this so that they can feel reassured about this as well.
That's exactly right. So the way the process has worked is we identify a need for a change. And in Scott's last example, we'll take that as our talking point. There's an existing dump station at I.B. McGee, and it had existing asphalt around it that wasn't in our project to have anything done with it. Well, as we progressed through the project, we had to traverse the asphalt, open cut it, put in new utilities several times. And so that always kind of compromises it. But in addition, when we were doing those cuts, we identified that the pavement just is not in good condition. Now, this is going to be adjacent to the brand-new asphalt roadway we're going to put in that's going to encircle the park. And so we just didn't want to have degraded pavement left next to a nice, new, clean pavement section. We wanted everything to be homogeneous. We wanted to have it done right. And so when this area comes up, we identify the area. The contractor does the field measurements. We also have a gentleman with Coastal Parks out there as well. So we look at the quantities. Then we take the quantities and we apply the same unit rate that was provided on bid day to those quantities. So there's no escalation. There's no changing things out. If they bid $10 for pavement, that's what they charge us for pavement. So the unit rates on the change are the same as those on the bid items that were bid on bid day. And so we go through this process. We have dialogue with the contractor and with the owner. We look at the cost and we make a value-based decision and say, do we really want to do this? And with these items, it just gets back to doing it right. And now's the time to do it right and walk away from it. The park area, the parking behind the park office is the same. It was in our scope to do some work with it, but once we got into it and saw the existing field conditions, it just wasn't going to work out the way we envisioned. So we needed, again, to address that pavement section so it was homogeneous. So it just kind of gets to not leaving a stone unturned, getting a good final product in place, and just taking the time to do it right while we're there.
I got a question.
Yes, sir.
So why are we discussing Road District 4? I mean, is there funds coming out of there? Because the change order says, is that the change order for Road District 4 for that construction, the 171? Or where,
Yeah, the project,
I'm confused here.
the project, where's Dale? Do you want to address Road District number 4 and how the project was funded and why we're addressing change orders within Road District 4? It might be helpful. Is that the best way to?
However you want to do it.
Well,
Yes, the answer is.
The answer is yes.
Change order would come out of Road District 4 funds. Did you ask something else? I'm sorry, I
No,
apologize.
that's the main issue, but I just didn't know if Dale wanted to explain how, I mean, these funds,
So I'm asking that because if it's coming out of Road District 4, that means we didn't have enough money allocated to begin with? And if it, if we didn't, I mean, the Road District 4 is supposed to be for a road, I think. According to the guidelines, it's supposed to be used for a road that connects to the Road District 4. I don't think it's for parking lots. I don't think it's for driveways. I don't think it's for, I don't know if you should know, but but I think that's the way it's supposed to be, a Road District 4.
well, it's anything that would enhance the road, right?
Roads and
So
your
it
utilities.
would cover the aprons, it would cover everything. I'm positive because the county attorneys looked at it. It does cover anything we need, but maybe you could address, was it within the project scope? The answer is yes.
Well,
Yes and no, right?
Working with Commissioner and Scott, this project requires several funding sources to try to
Correct.
accomplish this, and Scott can tell you he was mind blown by all the funding sources to try to do this, and one of them was Road District 4 for road improvements within the area. So they're just adding additional cost to the Road District 4 to cover the additional cost for this work they're doing.
Yeah.
Because there are some CO proportions to that. There are some of Commissioner's funds that have been assigned to this, as well as Road District 4 money.
And I think the first two change orders came out of either Go Mesa or COs. This
That's
is
correct.
the first time we've gone back to Road District 4. So we have different sources. It's Go Mesa, it's it's Precinct 4 COs, it's Road District 4, it's my RTA funds, it's some FEMA reimbursement funds. And so there's 5 funding sources on this project at least.
I believe some of your
And rebuild, we have rebuild money.
And I had already
which is a grant.
declared that all our RTA money that we had assigned to the county judge would also go here as well. I want to make sure, Teresa, that we applied that. There might be a lessening of need here. I think it was $58,000. It was quite a bit, because it was 2 years' worth of RTA funds that we get allocated to the county judge. And I had already told Scott Cross, those are for Port Aransas. And then we decided that you guys could use them. I might be speaking incorrectly, but I have a feeling it was $33,000 for one lump sum and then another amount. But it encompasses 2 years, this year and last year's, Teresa, when you look at it. That's my recollection.
There was also some additional fund that was included as well.
Yeah. So just make sure that when you transfer from Road District Number 4, it could be a lesser amount, given
Correct.
that I'm going to put in a little bit. And again, all commissioners and the county judge have an RTA allocation, just to remind the audience.
That's correct.
And that allocation is used for the benefit of regional transportation and/or, in this case, helping make certain that you have the nexus to transportation, right?
That's correct, and that's why Scott was saying this one is really complex with all the funding sources for this one project, and
Right.
unfortunately, we had to do it this way to fund this because of the cost, how much it is to begin with, and how the funds are available through Rebuild Texas, as well as the other stuff that the commissioner was talking about, the CO monies, Go Mesa funds, as well as RTA funds, and some Road District 4 money, so we just need to make sure everything's right, and then
Why
this
don't
work
you,
there.
why don't you create a little spreadsheet of everything, of all the different funding sources, and that way commissioners can see.
We will, we'll
And,
provide that.
and just to remind
next
everybody,
court.
Go Mesa does allow for economic development use. It's a tremendous fund that comes out of the feds from our ability to lease federal lands in the Gulf of Mexico. Only 4 states are allowed to have these types of funds, and it's pretty wonderful that we fall into the category of Texas, Alabama, Louisiana, and Mississippi. And this year, it was just recently announced that they will be tripling Texas's allotment, and therefore we can expect a tripling here in Nueces County. So we're very excited about that, and Scott has grand plans with that. Of course, economic development is only one piece of it. The truth is, it's really meant for a variety of projects, including coastal restoration. So I feel like we've taken our swig at Eco Devo, and now it's time to repurpose and reappropriate Go Mesa to some of the mitigation efforts that that Coastal Parks has already outlined.
You raise a great point. We're talking about Go Mesa. We need to look and see if we couldn't use some of those coastal restoration funds in some of the economic development, because to me, that's coastal restoration. So maybe we can get
Yeah,
creative in
even
some
if
of
it's
that
just
too. I'm not trying to take money away from, but at the same time, we got a lot of recovery that we're fixing to have to figure out how to spend some money on. Anyway, that's kind of off subject. I apologize.
Well, Go Mesa's, Scott Cross is our expert Go Mesa. I just wanted you to put it on your radar. Like I said, we have an amazing Coastal Parks master plan. It's meant for this. And by the way, they could have given us more money. And so, when we go back, when we get authorized in the energy bill again, we need to go back. And while we're thrilled at the new allotment for Texas, it still could have been more. And so, having said that, Brent and world crude prices have plummeted. So, as they say, beggars shouldn't be choosers. Let's just be happy we got a major increase, and let's see what the world shows up next time we have to mark up an energy bill. But this court was on the forefront of that with Scott Cross, with Tim Richardson, and nobody probably paid a cent of attention, but I wrote an op-ed about it as well. And then lo and behold, we were able to claim victory for Texas. So thrilled
Judge,
about that.
The next quarter, I will go ahead and include
That'd be
a
great.
listing all the road, all the funding sources for the IBMG.
Be great. Okay, does that help answer your question, Commissioner, about the funding source? And looks like it's coming from multiple locations.
Move passage if Commissioner Gonzalez was through. I just want to, you're good? Move passage.
Okay, move second. Motion and second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. As they say, run, don't walk. You're done. Thank you, sir. Scott Cross, you have one more, sorry. Let's come out of the Road District Number 4 meeting, and I'm gaveling us out at 12:33. And appreciate the brief recess and gaveling us back in on the record at 12:33.5. And Scott Cross, let's take another one, and then we'll let you get back to Coastal Parks. And I just need to get the number, so give me 1 second.
Number 12.
Number 12. Going back to number 12, this is a discuss and consider environmental services proposal from Coastal Environments for North Beach. And before you speak, let me just say that we are in proposal form only,
Yes.
commissioners, and that the purpose of today's agenda item is to, if it is the will of the court, to allow the county judge and the county attorney to negotiate this contract so that we can refine scope. It'll come back to you for ratification, okay? So it's a step 1 and then a step 2. But we do have a proposal, and in the interest of time, we wanted to make sure that we could get it before you. And so this relates back to a December function that this court approved, environmental phase 1 and permitting for our North Beach project. The funding source at the time was CO 2019. The amount approved by this court was $250,000, and this proposal is at $197, and actually includes a little extra with the archaeological survey as being a component that we didn't think of back in December. And so with that, we asked our resident expert who would be the very best resource here, and Commissioner Vaughn worked with our expert, and that's Scott Cross, and they came up with this proposal. So tell us about it. And
Okay. So, as you said, Commissioner Vaughn reached out to me last Thursday and began asking me questions, and I immediately recommended the firm that's before you right now, because that's basically what they do. That's all they specialize in, really, is, the environmental, the permitting, and the archaeological. And so, I introduce Sandy Hart and Aaron here in just a second, who work for the firm, and they can get into the weeds on any archaeological or permitting questions you have. I've committed to Commissioner Vaughn that I will help her with this project, working side by side along with Sandy and Aaron with ECI from start to finish till we give her a permit that's shovel ready. And so it's everything that you're going to see in this proposal, you're going to have to do no matter what, and it's also going to contribute to your environmental impact assessment or environmental impact statement, that if the Corps requires one. But we're going to have to go through the Corps process through what I've explained as a joint evaluation meeting. That's where you all get in the room and you're all kind of sitting there unofficially sharing your issues and concerns, whatever they may be, and you want to do that. It helps with your process because then it's going to allow you to incorporate those issues of concerns into the permit before you have to go through this back and forth with all the agencies. And so it's a process, but it's a process that applies to basically anybody who was going to do this project would have to go through the same process. You're not going to get around any of these processes. But that being said, one of the things that when Commissioner Vaughn first came to me about this, one of the things that I had conversations with her and with Sandy over at ECI was, you got an area that has some huge historical relationships to it, that has potential for huge archaeological issues. So you want to make sure you do everything right in that wheelhouse. We were talking, well, I'll tell you what, come on up here. Let me introduce you guys. And Aaron, what's your last name?
Phillips.
Aaron Phillips, and of ECI, and then Sandy Hart. I've worked with Sandy for years and years and years. I use Sandy.
Socially distance yourselves, please. Thank you. Sorry.
So I use Sandy for all my, she did all my, or their firm did all my archaeological up at IB McGee, do all my wetland delineation, and we meet with Matt over at the Corps all the time on just, conversations and consultation doesn't even require permitting. But, so anyhow, I'll get out of the way and let y'all tell them what you can do for them. Go.
Hi, I'm Sandy Hart, and this is Erin Phillips. I am a biologist, and so I primarily do a lot of the wetland work, permitting, regulatory permitting, and things like that. Erin is an archaeologist, and I'll let her come up here in a minute because you may have questions about that. Generally, what happens when you get one of these type projects, like Scott mentioned, if it's a large project like this, your first step and your best step is to go in and get everybody and all the regulatory agencies in one room and see what their issues are. It does streamline the process. It does help you cut out some of the back and forth, maybe with U.S. Fish and Wildlife or the GLO or any other agencies that might be involved. When Scott came to me talking to me about this project, I was like, wow, it's a pretty big project for the area because it's very visible. You have a lot of interest in it. And so, although it may be roughly 17 miles of canal, it's going to be a little bit of a bigger undertaking because you've got all the public involved and all of that. So I think, starting off with that, your gym is the first thing you should do, and it will likely dictate which direction you go. If they do require an EIS, maybe they tell us right off the bat, yeah, we're going to require that because of the visibility, because of the importance of this area. Fine, great, we know it. We still have to do all these little components that are part of that bigger document. So everything we put in the proposal is something that will have to be dealt with in some form or fashion. When you're doing these big projects, sometimes you do come up against things that you just don't know right now. And so we did our very best to predict as much as you can when you deal with the Corps, what might come up and some of the issues that we think are going to be big things.
And all of these things are so important, aren't they, to be delineated in advance of design. In fact, you can't design properly unless you know where things are going to be trouble for you. And so the reason for those watching at home and listening to us that we thought it was so vital at the county to get this piece done is because we knew that the city, our partners in this project, had also issued an RFP for engineering design. And so what we were hoping is that by exercising this as an agenda item now and negotiating this contract in its final form, we could time it to where it'd be perfect. Because right now the city process is they've already had their requests, their bids, their vetting, and their selection through committee. And now it goes to council for final approval. So if we're lucky, we'll time it to where they choose their engineering firm for phase one about the same time that we get your contract consummated, if it's the will of the court to approve that today. And then you guys work together, because without working together, it'll never be a successful project. And so I think that the gym, it's got to be step one. And that's why I was excited to see that your scope of work and the archaeological piece of it is something that we had not thought of when we did it. And to be able to have that component just helps solve an additional problem. So pretty exciting stuff, though. And Commissioner Vaughn, do you want to comment?
Questions, yeah. I really enjoyed working with Scott. He's really sharp, Judge.
Yes,
he really is.
he is.
Not that I never thought you weren't, but I was.
Well, I don't know Scott.
Just a couple questions. How familiar are you with the project they're trying to do on North Beach?
Somewhat familiar. I sat through a breakfast I'm from Portland, and the chamber over there did a little breakfast, I guess.
Oh, great.
With the developer that's trying.
Jeff Blackard?
I don't remember his name, but they gave a little PowerPoint thing on it. So, I mean, I kind of know what they're hoping, with all the infrastructure that they put in, what they hope comes in and develops and things like that. So in that aspect, I'm very familiar with, what they're planning on doing. I may not know all the little details about who's going to be responsible for this, who's responsible for that piece. And I know there's a canal, like I said, the canal, and then I know there's some islands that they're planning on doing off the beach a little ways. And I know the area. I mean, I'm
Okay.
from Portland. I drive across it every day.
Yeah, that's great.
I was just curious how familiar you were, because it's been all out, you know.
Yeah.
And everybody's talking about it. And then, I didn't even think about the archaeological part of it. So what are you expecting to find? Because I know the hurricane was there. Are you expecting, I mean, you
And
could
can we
possibly.
keep all the stuff, please, in our
Yeah,
museum?
except for bodies, unless you, I mean, you never know.
Okay, so there are a couple of different things. One, I actually did a fair amount of research online about the project to try and figure out as much as I could. And so I found all the various different videos and websites and everything really helpful in terms of understanding the greater scope of the project at hand. A couple of things are that there are a couple of different regulations that require archaeology for a project like this. There's some state laws. The Texas Antiquities Code requires that when there's any ground disturbing activity on state or local government property, that you are required to do archaeological work to make sure that you're not going to be destroying any sites or anything that's significant. And the other one is that if there's federal funding involved or federal permitting involved or things like that, then you have the National Historic Preservation Act that gets triggered that also requires archaeology. Fortunately, the work that's done for one will satisfy the work done for the other, and the Texas Historical Commission is the entity that sort of is involved in both of them, and so it makes the approval process significantly easier. There are a number of different kinds of things out there, some of which we don't know because there could have been stuff that got destroyed a long time ago, but there's still evidence of it on the ground. When they were doing the stuff with the aquarium and clearance of that site, they found, I think it was Zachary Taylor's campsite. And evidence from that, and so that's pretty cool.
It is.
They were able to find that there. The area where the canal is supposed to go in is where 1926 railroad line was, and so that's another cultural feature that's there on the landscape. And I anticipate that there will probably be evidence of other kinds of things, mostly probably historic. I'm not expecting to find too much in the way of prehistoric remains, but there might be some.
Well, and it's very exciting because, you know, number one, I've learned a lot about museums of science and history because we have such a great director. Her name is Carol Rettmeyer. But there's not many national science and history museums, and we're one of them. And because we're one of them, we've also been named the repository for many artifacts that are found in the sea, in the water. And so I think if we're smart, we'll team up, you know, at some point, work with our historical commission. We have a lot of experience, Mrs. Vaughn and I, with the historical commission. And of course, we want the state to get whatever the state wants. But I think given that we're a tourist community and that we have an amazing science and history museum, that we need to petition in advance,
Well, it's actually,
if it's possible, to be the repository.
I don't think that there's really any petitioning that's involved.
Okay, even better.
So basically, there are 16 different curation facilities in the state of Texas that are approved to hold artifacts in trust for the state. And the Corpus Christi Museum is one of those.
Awesome.
And we have curated artifacts with
For the
them in
bell,
past.
right? For LaSalle's,
So,
for LaSalle's.
so they've got some of that stuff, but
Yeah.
they also have stuff from a project that we did over in Alice and some other stuff like that.
Great.
So we've worked with them in the past, and we can.
I just think that she's the right person for the assignment, right?
Yeah.
Because she understands the significance and you're always looking to build, so this could be a win-win for our community. I'm excited about, like I said, the archaeological piece was just a piece we hadn't thought of, and when Commissioner Vaughn went to Scott and this got revealed, we're like, this is why we collaborate, right? This is exactly what you're supposed to do. So anyway, our Laura, what you have in front of you is a proposal that needs to be transferred into a contract, and I'm looking for a motion at this time from this court to direct you to do that. In other words, that we would approve it.
Actually, right now, it's not
Okay. But why is it, what's the issue? Hold on.
Environmental service proposal, if it says discuss.
It's discussed and consider. Okay, well then,
Just select them? But can we select them today if we wanted to?
okay, okay, but she says we're gonna bring it back all at once, so we were gonna have to ratify it anyway, so next time we'll do all three at once. Okay, fine. All right, and so,
I have one question.
yes, sir.
Just, you said partnership with the city. This is city property, but it's county area. So, when there, how does this work as far as, are we doing something that we can do? Would they have the city's permission or?
Yeah, so on December 19th, the city council passed an ordinance. And in that ordinance, they said, there was a paragraph that talked about our piece of it. And our piece was just permitting and environmental impact phase 1. And that was based on our action the day before, so I guess that would have been December 17th. We must have met here in court. And we passed the $250,000 allotment allocation to do those two things. They took our court resolution, they took it to city council, they married it into one ordinance. Can you provide a copy, Tyner, maybe later, to everybody about that ordinance? And so it says that we're gonna be working with them to provide these services. So it's not county land, but of course it's land within the county. But it's for the purposes of the canal. So what the city did is, from that ordinance, they put out an RFP, and I got named on that committee, and recently that RFP completed. So they had 2 rounds of vetting. I guess they did an internal, who scored the highest made it to the next round. And then that round, you got interviews, and then there was another scoring, and then an engineering company was selected, and they have to go through reading 1 and reading 2, which is coming up in April.
Those approvals was part of this right here that we could do?
Correct. It all was part of that December, I think it was 18th, if I remember. I'm pretty good at remembering dates that matter to me. It's like an anniversary. December 18th, 2019. It was an important date, Carolyn. December 18th. Well, let's get you a copy of it, but the answer to your question is yes. It's a city-county collaboration, but the city has basically taken the lion's share, right? They're gonna commit, they've hired a group to say, can you build this canal? And will it solve drainage for $42 million? That's their piece of it. We said, hey, great question, but you gotta answer questions first before you get to that. And that's what these guys are doing. So I imagine that when they are selected with their contract, they will call that entity. I don't know if the city's released it yet, so I'm not gonna say who it is, but they'll call them and say, hey, we need to start working together from day 1.
Judge, they can't move until we finish this project, the city?
They cannot that's right. I don't see how you would design something without knowing where the Corps of Engineers would permit. Y'all are first, but in our case, it's simultaneous. It's the same thing. And just so you know, because I sat on the committee, you'll find that there might be some overlapping. They too want to look at wetland delineation, wetland mitigation, soil reuse. There's going to be a lot of things that you're going to go, we kind of do that too, but I expect that you will find a way to divide and conquer. But these ladies and their team are going to make sure that all agencies affected, GLO, Fish, and Corps, and anybody else, and TCEQ, and maybe even THC, will all be working together interagency-wise, because you're asking someone to design something that they have no idea would work. So what the city says is go figure it out, but unless you know where you can and can't go from the state and from the feds, you're not going to be able to come up with a strong design.
What's that timeline that would take you?
Yeah, what would be your timeline? I think that city's timeline is the next 6-7 months.
It would take 8 months at least.
Yeah, 8 months. Forgive me, but the way it works, can you come to the mic? Otherwise, it's hard for the recording to.
Okay. So what happens with the federal section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act is you have to get all interested parties together. So the first thing you have to do is define like who those parties are. And you have to include them in discussions and go through a whole process. And so that law is really more about process than, potentially ultimately preservation. Once you've gone through the process and considered potential alternatives, if there are any, or, what your various different options are, and what the area of potential effect is for the undertaking, and what kinds of cultural resources might be adversely impacted through the process. You sort of do that, and then, why am I blanking on the right words here? So you have everybody together, and they basically have to come to some sort of an agreement.
Right.
Through the whole process.
And then.
And at each step along the way, the different entities like the Corps or the THC or other people have a 30-day time period for review.
Right.
And so that can
delay your process. Yes.
Yeah.
That's why we thought it was important to start now. And could be a Section 10 permit involved here. I'm almost sure if there's going to be a Section 10 from the Corps. So there's going to be these discussions of where the inlet is and where the water exchange is going to be. And those two pieces of this pie are really strongly encouraged to have this type of, work being done at the same time. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense to me. So you can't set up a project to fail. You have to set up the project for success.
And if you were to find something out there, like whatever, does that shut you down?
If you were to find something during construction that you weren't expecting to find, then it could potentially halt the project until that issue is resolved.
Okay.
So the goal is to try and figure out whatever's there before you find yourself in that situation, because that's not a situation anybody ever wants to find themselves in.
Okay.
Right. That's why it's so important. And again, it would be exciting to find things.
Just real quick, I just want to say, I really appreciate Commissioner Vaughn taking the lead on this and reaching out to Scott Cross, who is available for any commissioner who ever needs help with stuff like this. He's happy to do it, and he's really very good at the permitting and the application processes and the grant getting. So good for you for reaching out to him and doing this, and I really appreciate.
Thank you. The judge actually let me do this, so that was a
thank you to the judge, too.
and
Thank you to whoever I need to thank. Sorry.
I just gave Scott some really good compliments.
No, it's right.
Me too.
Thank you, Commissioner
look,
Gonzalez,
we're
Commissioner
all-
Marquez.
we're
We
all in
appreciate
this
you.
together, but
County
you're right.
Attorney, we Tyner, Kara, thank you.
This is our
Anyway,
love fest.
No, I mean, but seriously, this is good cooperation, good spirit of cooperation. Internally and also working with the city of Corpus Christi, and I think this was the commitment that we made. Even though this isn't a county project, we all felt like we needed to put our money where our mouth was to some degree, and this is the step in that. And I think we talked about a couple $100,000 or something that we had.
This
as
is
a budget.
underneath the budget, but I want to leave it
Not
there.
on this, but I'm just saying, I know that's not what this is going to cost, I hope, but I mean, I think this is great. I think that project is very important. I know we all spoke pretty favorably on when we went to the city council meetings and saying this was needed, and we talked about it here. So again, and I know there's no media here, nobody probably watching, but again, this is just another example of city and county working together to help each other. Hopefully, they'll reciprocate for us one day. But we've got another project that we're going to be talking about here in a little bit on the beach swap, and so there's just a lot of intergovernmental agency working together right now, and I think that's very positive. And this started before the coronavirus, so this is really good stuff, and I know everybody's really working together well now with the emergency we're under, and hopefully we can all continue to just act in the vein that we're always in an emergency and always work together like this. So it's very positive, and I appreciate all the efforts that have gone into this.
So Judge, in closing,
Yes,
two things.
in closing, yes.
Like closing.
The entity that you're talking about over at the city,
Yes, sir.
that entity works directly with this firm on projects like this. So the relationship is already there.
It's great.
Secondly, we didn't get into mitigation, but when it comes time to talk about mitigation,
We are so excited, aren't we?
yeah, I've got solutions for mitigation, and the policy work we're doing with the Baker and Watering environmental law firm is putting us miles ahead of other local governments. So we're setting pretty, and don't let mitigation scare you. We can handle it. We can manage
Yeah,
it.
in fact, it's actually welcome in our community because of the need for it. And so, yeah, when we have more time, next time when we come back, maybe you can talk more about
Right.
that. It's just in the interest of time, let's
ma'am.
kind of
Thank
move on. But, so what we're doing is I'll make the motion to table until April, Tyner, forgive me, I don't know it. What's the date? April 22nd, and we'll do all three. We'll select and we'll ratify the contract on April 22nd, ladies. That'll be the day to, it's a formality. You can watch on, we're going to be doing everything by Zoom, so you won't have to come, but you can participate by Zoom, and if we needed you to comment, we can make those arrangements. But so far, I think you've done a good job of laying out the work, the scope of work, and very exciting. I think from an environmental point of view, it's like being asked to build the Panama Canal. It's pretty exciting. So, thanks. Thank you so much. I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor of tabling till April 22nd, signify by saying aye. Aye.
Your Honor, Scott just dropped off you the funding sources for the IB McGee that you asked for.
Oh, I appreciate that. Okay, we're gonna go back and, I'm sorry to use this bully pulpit in this way, but it is so cold in here. If I could just get a cup of hot tea, that would be great. I really feel like I'm chilled to the bone over here. If I could go to item number 9 and ask for Johnny Hip to come in. This is discuss and consider approval of a contract with Be Healthly related to COVID and the continuity of care for behavioral and mental health. It's my understanding that this is going to be taken up at a future agenda item at the hospital district, and therefore, all we'll do is, what will we do? Bring it back, Laura, the same way, a 1, 2, 3 process? So, Johnny, this is a discussion only, and this is on the Be Healthly Consulting for the purposes of the continuity of care of behavioral and mental health. We understand today that you're going to put this on an upcoming agenda. And so it's just really to discuss it. And the concept here is that it is a possibility in the future that we could be preparing for the implementation of the eventual move of behavioral health from Old Memorial to a new location. And when we do that, there has to be somebody who's kind of an expert in that regard, so that when we're not just moving addresses, but we hope making an investment in our own future. So the concept here is we would ask that that you all make this a consideration in your April 22nd?
First.
21st. Oh, yeah, we're the 22nd. You're the 21st board meeting, and so there's no action at this time, commissioners. It's just to put you on alert. I was going to try to do this, Johnny, but I've been advised that the Health and Safety Code requires that all matters regarding health and contracts need to be pitched your way. And I'm going to have to rethink that this legislative session. This county, but we can create reimbursement, opportunities and allocations later, I suppose, if it's COVID related. But I guess we can work on those details later. But the idea here is to bring Be Healthly in so that in the eventual move, because Memorial is slated for demolition, that you have somebody who can help implement that move from hey, let's do this, so that, if a new behavioral health hospital, if that move is temporary and a new behavioral health hospital is brought forth, that maybe we don't waste any dollars expended. It can be transferred to say, oh, that could be your future detox unit, or that could be your future, sobriety center, or whatever it is that you need. That's the discussion we're looking for you guys to have in a couple of weeks.
Okay, and Judge, the meeting we have on tomorrow is a special meeting that is a singularly focused meeting just to deal with the COVID unit at Memorial. Our regular meeting is scheduled for April 21st, as you said.
Thank you. And this might even come up in your special meeting tomorrow. So
Okay.
it's just for you to hear about it. The state is definitely asking us to make considerations to where we could stand up a COVID site, and we need to. We've been working on that for the past 3 weeks, but thank you so much. But but the hospital district will be, discussing that with specificity tomorrow in their special meeting. So that's what all this is about, just to kind of keep you guys in the loop, keep you informed. It's no action at this time. Is that okay?
That's fine, Judge.
Okay. So don't have to do anything. I can skip. Johnny, maybe I should try to get you the rest of them.
This for the next meeting as far as, for our next meeting, for discussion and consideration?
Yeah, it's all gonna be at the hospital district. I'm sorry, ask your question again. Let me make sure I understood it.
Coming back with it at the next meeting for us to consider and take action?
I can be put on the agenda for the next meeting, sure. But I'm not gonna table it, because I guess I could table it. I could just table it, sure, till April 22nd. How about a motion for you to, motion in a second? And all those in favor, that's gonna be a table, Kara, till April 22nd on number 9. And Johnny, since you're already there, let me take us out of order and go to number 14. Do you have any other ones besides 14?
Commissioner, no, we had 3, and you tabled 1. We've tabled 2 now, and so we're down to the last one.
Okay, well, get this. This one's not necessarily a table, but in a way it is. It would be a conditional approval, just in the interest of time. But this is discuss and consider approval of a personal services contract with Robert Duran in the Nueces County Hospital District related to COVID-19 regarding all the social media and messaging response. And I actually have a complete bullet points of all the things that we've been able to do. But Rob, this county did not have a Nueces County Facebook. It did not have a Nueces County Twitter. It was not synced with the city of Corpus Christi on COVID, and it was not synced with emergency management, of course, because it didn't exist. It did not have a YouTube portal, which we needed for the purposes of open access to the courts. And I could literally go on for 10 minutes on what we lacked. But let's focus on what we did, not what's wrong, but what we did right. And that was we partnered with an expert who was able to work with Connie, but Connie could not. Connie was being stretched a million ways. She had no ability to dedicate even partial time to this effort. So because it was all COVID related, again, the health and safety, we punted to the hospital district. And as usual, they're our white knight, and we're grateful. And they're going to take this up at an April meeting.
21st.
April 21st.
Judge, just to highlight one thing is, under the law, the hospital district can use some of its funds, certain parts of its funds, for public health purposes. This agreement certainly carries out the things that are vital to things that need to be before the public in an emergency like we have now. And that's the purpose of this agreement, is to get all those messaging at all the right levels in the community. It'd be hard to, I think, address the kind of emergency you have now without the benefit of someone coming in to help orchestrate and put all that together. And I've heard, Judge, from people in the community that, the messaging is good, it's constant, it provides information, people are not sitting out there trying to guess what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And I think the only thing that's sitting out there now is that people are kind of wondering when the peak's going to be. And I heard the mayor announce the other day that they have A&M Corpus working on a study to try to predict when the peak's going to be, because that would probably influence our discussion tomorrow and wanting to put together a COVID unit at Memorial if needed.
It really will, and that's actually happening right now. Like at 1 o'clock, there was a meeting on that. But so I will try to get you updated as quickly as we can. But no, we appreciate all this. I'll take direction from the county attorney. I'd rather not table. I'd rather approve conditionally, because again, this stuff is happening in real time. And part of the understanding of emergencies are to be able to act accordingly. To be honest with you, I just like the idea of information and transparency, but most of these could be done outside this group through the emergency, powers. But it's best to come in and explain it so that people know, oh, that's how all that happened. We're doing billboards, we're doing PS. It's a tremendous effort being launched. Just the courts alone. I can't even express to you how much work has gone in messaging. And I want you to know, Johnny, that every dollar we spend will be allocated to a potential refunding, reimbursement. And of course, we can't predict, but we certainly can try. So just please make sure that your team is doing what our team is doing, allocations like crazy, documentation like crazy. But every dollar hospital district spends on COVID-19, we're going to try to get reimbursed for you too.
Thank you, Judge, we appreciate that.
You bet.
And just to close, this is a six-month agreement. It's limited to $49,000. And we'd be glad to answer any other questions you might have,
I've got some.
if any.
I've got
Yes,
some.
ma'am.
I was just curious, I'm looking at both of the contracts, the Thomas Graham contract and then the Robert Duran. Now, in the whereas, and it tells what they're gonna do, I see just maybe one difference is manage. So he's gonna manage the social media because he works with Thomas Graham, correct? Does he work for the same company, Crosswinds?
Well, they're connected to the same company, but they're doing independent work.
Laura, the county attorney requires everybody have their own contract.
In this situation, it was not considered a professional services contract, so we couldn't contract with a company. We had to do it personal services to be an exception to the Purchasing Act.
So,
That's why we have two different contracts.
so if you were to use somebody else in the company, they would have another contract?
Yes.
Boy, that is such a freaking stupid law. I'm sorry. That is just so
I think
dumb.
we've argued about it before, remember?
Yeah, that's so dumb. But the other question,
But the idea is that, but the idea is the law requires it because they want personal accountability, is that correct?
Well, it's an exception to the Purchasing Act.
I'm sorry, it's exception.
so what,
It's not considered a professional services contract.
so what we're really paying him for is to manage the social media. I mean, I'm looking at the things, because we're already paying for a bunch of these things in this other contract with Thomas Graham.
Simultaneously, but,
But they're gonna charge us more.
well, they're doing a lot of work separately.
It really is, I mean, we can give you a breakdown, but it is completely different work, because of the fact that we didn't have any platforms. It's not just managing it, it was the actual creations of it. In fact, just today, we have a,
Yes, if I may interject.
go ahead.
The Thomas Graham contract's origins had to do with the opioid task force and all the work and stuff that needed to be done, including the media and some of the same things that are described in Mr. Duran's agreement. So chronologically what happened is after we got Mr. Graham's agreement underway, the coronavirus and the issues related to it emerged. And so there was a discussion about needing to have a focus on the messaging associated with the coronavirus. So we have all the messaging issues going on with the coronavirus that are going on parallel and at the same time to the issues that are dealing with the opioid task force. So Mr. Graham's agreement is intended to address all the things that are related to that task force, and Mr. Duran's agreement is limited to the work that has to do with COVID-19, the county's messaging to the public, managing the platforms, getting the messages on the platforms, and eventually, Commissioner, the hospital district is working on an amendment to amend Thomas Graham's agreement to have them do some work on the district to upgrade the district's website, because there's a lot of efficiency and timeliness and other things that can be occurred by having him do the work on both websites at the same time.
And I'm not arguing that we don't need one. I do. My point was just, are we paying this much more just to manage a website? And my other question to you is this, I'm reading these and I'm looking at them, both of the contracts, because I knew that they were combined somehow. And so I'm looking, I attended one of your meetings, it was in January, and I think it's when you bought the Thomas Graham up, and there was no contract. And I think Melissa, attorney, was there. And so when they brought it up, there was no contract, so it was to be sent back in order to, they gave you authority to go back and get the contract and I think bring it back for approval. So I know that y'all canceled meetings, you not had meetings, so I'm looking at the date it was signed, it was 3/11, I don't know what authority you have. And then on Robert Duran's, it was yesterday. And I know they've had no meetings, so do you have the authority to do this? Because I don't know how you guys work without the board approval.
Under the general direction of the board, as long as we're using the district's funds for lawful purposes, then I have the authority to enter into agreements. Agreements all go back to the board to be ratified. So none of the agreements operate independently of the board's action.
You can go ahead and approve them, basically.
Yes, ma'am, and the main reason for that is we constantly have stuff come up between meetings. And some things shouldn't wait until the next meeting. And so the board has told me to go ahead and take care of those things in the meantime, as long as they fit the parameters, and bring it back to them to ratify.
Well, everybody operates differently, and I just wanted to clarify because
ma'am.
it just looked different.
Yeah, a question on this too. I'm not trying to be a negative guy today, but I'm having a hard time. I think that we're doing some duplication, and I know it's important stuff, but it's a lot of money that we're paying these two people combined, because I think this is $7,000 a month, and Mr. Graham is $7,000 a month, or $5,000.
But we're not paying, the hospital district is paying.
Taxpayer dollars, I mean, but good clarification. I didn't mean to, thank you very much. The hospital district, no, good clarification. My question is, why wouldn't this say professional counsel to the Nueces County Commissioners Court, not just the judge? Why wouldn't it say also the hospital district, not just the hospital district or health department personnel? I'm just curious as to why this wouldn't be expanded.
I think you can make, I think you can add that language. They're good suggestions. I mean, when you put a contract together, I mean, you have a county attorney drafting it, you have executive staff drafting it. These are good suggestions. You can do it. There's nothing sinister in it. It's just a matter of making sure those good suggestions get to your county attorney, and she can add those.
And should have, so my bad if I didn't make those ahead of time. I would just, even though I'm having a hard time with this one too, I just would think at least if we're going to do it, and it sounds like we are, that it would include Nueces County Commissioners Court, and it would include the hospital district board, but I mean, that's up to Johnny. I'm not going to speak for his organization, because, but again, I do have some concerns over duplication, but I'm not going to beat that horse either. I've said it.
Well, I guarantee you, and I wish Lance were here, but if you knew what we were able to get from the ground up running, this is not enough dollars. You could have hired no company. First of all, there's nobody here that we could have accessed on that kind of a as-needed ASAP 911 during COVID, because everybody working websites are working remotely, okay, and they're not willing to come in to EOCs. But I will tell you that from Gov Delivery, and we're going to get you a list of everything, which is for example, the city of Corpus Christi has 41 communicators, okay? They have an entire digital television studio, literally. They have professional audio and video folks. They have the opportunity to have digital graphics on staff and website masters and managers, and every department has a PIO. We are so under-structured here to handle what we've been handling, and only because I have a obsessive-compulsive, personality, that I want to make sure we have the best of everything and make sure we can handle it, to be the de facto emergency managers by law here. We were very, very fortunate to have somebody of his caliber be available to us as quickly, because there was no time to not be able to react. And what you need to understand is that the opioid task force, the only reason we were able to get this done is because we happened to be in the middle of the design of our opioid task force website, communications and messaging, and all of that's been in the works since last November. And it was only because of that that we were able to get messaging up immediately. Again, let me say this. We had no platforms at all. This is not about managing. This is about creating, deciding how in the world all this would sync up. Every one of our courts needed a platform. Every one of our it is a tremendous feat, and I know it's hard to appreciate from the bully pulpit up here, but for example, when the city sends out a media release, it goes to 15,000 people. Do you know how many we have? Just the news channels, because we didn't have any of that infrastructure. We've created it now through egov.delivery, and I just really want to say thank you to these people who have been working on our behalf to make sure we could get as much messaging out to the public that we can, because they demand it.
Judge, you make a good point that I think the long play here, and the problem that I have is these, and I mean, again, the problem that I have is these consulting contracts at a time that to me is an optical problem, and
Only if you make it one, sir.
and because
Only if you
well,
present it
but
to people.
But it is
in
what it
that
is.
light.
It's the reality that we're living in, and I don't. And the second part of that is not just optics, and the second part of that is I just don't believe we need all these consultants. Now, what I do believe is I think your concept is right, and I would be more than willing to entertain when we come up in the budget some sort of public information office. I know you have a public information officer, and Maggie does a great job, but she shouldn't have to be the public information officer for the entire county
That's
necessarily.
right.
So I would entertain as a long-term look, some sort of PIO
I would
officer.
welcome that.
Yeah, and that would, to me, help me and my struggles with these consultants. And again, I'm not trying to be
Well,
insulting. I'm not
consultants
saying
aren't
anything's
full-time
wrong.
employees, and they save you a ton of money, because I promise you, you won't like it when I put together a public, you're right, we need a public information office, or you can call it a communications department, because of a county our size, it's insane that we don't have one.
And I thought we had kind of talked a little bit about that unslotted, that we never replaced Tyner's slot. We have that money that we just used for that other one. I
Right.
thought we had kind of talked about maybe that person, one of the things, or maybe that person became either a budget officer or a PIO, so I think the timing is right to have that as a long-term discussion.
Our budget?
Yeah, during our budget coming up. And so that would be something that would be easier for me to sink my teeth into a little bit more than these. And so I'm trying to not just be a no person. I'm trying to be a person that says, hey, look,
I appreciate that.
that would be something I would rather look at, because I just get nervous when we go down this road, for not just the optics, but just because of, I think possibly, like Graham's contract specifically said, he's supposed to be helping us with COVID-19, I think, if I remember correctly. And so that's what I thought he was doing, was opioid and COVID-19. So when I got this one, I went, and I appreciate that y'all are paying for it, and I really do, but it's still taxpayer dollars, and it's still concerning to me.
It's
And
actually more than COVID-19. He's got a
no,
list.
he's got a big list.
There's
No,
a
he's got a
list.
huge list on
Right.
his list. So, but COVID-19 was one of
COVID,
them.
and that was to bridge. It was a bridge. That's all it was. We literally got caught with COVID in the middle of having nothing, no messaging at all. I mean, there's no ability inside our county to be able to run all these platforms. We now have so many good things that are available, and quite frankly, it'll be great to be able to have that discussion so that we can see what we need, because going forward after COVID, you don't want to close these platforms. You want to keep them open.
And I would think that IT has to be in that discussion, because we have some very high-priced and deservingly so, not saying that negative, high-priced IT people that do good jobs and do good work, that they need to be somehow involved in this PIO discussion and how they can integrate, because, right, they would maybe help develop some of these things, and the PIO would do it. So there's got to be some way to
Right,
put that all
so
together, I would hope.
You're right. They need to be a part of the discussion, because the first thing they're going to tell you is that's not what we do. Only Connie has an application for the webmaster. And I have to tell you, it's been a huge learning process for me, because when you say, oh, just get a Facebook up, like that, it's not just like easy. These are not personal Facebooks, right? These are complex, political jurisdiction portals. And just so you know, everybody went to Zoom. Well, Zoom doesn't have all of the security measures that counties are required to have. So we've been able to use platforms on an emergency basis, but in the future, we have to transition to platforms that protect the integrity of the conversations that we're having. And again, I would have to go into a huge conversation about all of the good things we've been able to do, but I believe that that bridge worked for the time that it worked, and lucky for us, we were able to focus just on this. But anyway, what is the motion then that you're going to ask for, Laura? Is a opportunity to come back in time? No, we don't have to do anything, really. It's just a matter of,
The Durand agreement's a tri-party agreement.
okay, so we will come back. So do you want to, can we take a conditional, or would you propose to table until they do it, and then we? Right, so it's noticed. Okay, so then. Okay, so it's ready. So I will make the motion then to approve conditionally upon the hospital's approval under the tri-party agreement.
Second. And some discussion on that.
Absolutely.
Glad that Commissioner Chesney mentioned, I agree. I think we all know, and you have dealt with that issue because of the lack of communication efforts and social media, that we have been behind in educating the public, and a lot of us have taken to our own social media to update because of that missing factor. And, we can look at all reasons why that has happened over the years, but we have what we have. And I agree, we need something in place now. And I agree. I mean, there are some things you can do on social media, but to really create the kind that you see at the city, I've tried to do that for like my own commissioner page, and it's a process. There is some things that you need someone with more of a skill set. And obviously, Admiral Durand has, experience in that, and I get that the contracts have to be separate. I will support this as long as, like what Commissioner Chesney said, that we have a discussion during our budget cycle. This is short term.
It's for the
This is
immediate.
something that we incorporate into our budget cycle, that we explore the cost of creating a full-time position, or a person that's going to have maybe some multiple duties but has to be in charge of something like this for the county. You look at every county, big and smaller than us, and all around us, and they have more in place than what we do. So that would be my ask for this, is that we do have a discussion, and, we'll see, can we incorporate that into our budget later this year? But I think that this is something we can't avoid. It's something that we have to have in place right now to be able to communicate with the public. And the fact that our county attorney has told us that it has to be a separate contract than what we had, and the sole focus will be on COVID social media. I do hope and expect that as this plan is created, that it is open for more access to that, rather than just one person, rather than just the admiral. I think that we need to be able to start looking at other departments that are already established, like the county clerk and a couple of the others, that they're incorporated in messaging and included into getting the word out through Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and everything else.
Yep. And also, just remember, we're having every week, I would say anywhere from 5 to 10 press briefings a day, and all of those require syncing in all that messaging as well. We have incorporated all electeds that had their own, so if the county clerk had hours that she needed to post, or information from the tax assessor's office, we've even reached out to, different orders that are affected by our other mayors and towns. We've incorporated that. Nueces County has to be home base for information. And when we put up hotlines, when we amend orders, we're going to have our third amended order coming up. So all of these people say, where is it? Where can I see it? And just so you know, right this moment, you cannot change our homepage in many ways, because that's been controlled in a way that we, as a company called Granicus, Lance wants to come in and put his 2 cents in, but you'll have to move Johnny for him to come in. But the point is that, and just hold on that thought, we'll let Johnny come finish, but as they say, if you knew what I knew, you would be scared. Scared at the fact that we've been operating in the dark ages for so long. And this is getting us on a 911 basis in a position to be able to communicate with the public. And I want and wish we could do more. But we're starting it with eGov delivery, which I told you the city has 15,000 people. Every time they send a press release, it goes to 15,000 people. We need that too. I would suggest ours should be larger, because we have a larger jurisdiction. So how do we do that? We created through Admiral Duran eGov delivery, and 10 other things that have interfaced. And so this has been a treasure, and we have worked everybody round the clock, Saturdays and Sundays, no regard at all for people's lives or even thought. It is just every moment there's an emergency and a crisis. I kid you not. And it's just what it is. And so I'm grateful that the hospital district, had taken on opioids. Because the truth is, had we not taken on opioids, we'd be scrambling to find somebody who understood us as well as we did from a healthcare system. And that's why these are good. And I think the optics are this, that your county has taken charge at a time of crisis. And I expect nothing less from you as a citizen to demand it of me as your county judge. And I will continue to deliver, no matter what it takes to make sure we have these platforms. And that's the way, that's how you act and behave in a crisis, is you make sure that you have the partnerships that can deliver what you need to do. And just so you know, we're working on dashboards. Which would give you information that the public is dying to know. Yesterday, we were able to deliver zip codes, or 2 days ago, zip codes. We're now looking at recovery information. We're looking at modeling. What good does it do if I have the information on the desk? You need to have it. How do you think that's going to get distributed? How about the interaction between the public? Who's going to monitor that? Who's going to answer back? It's complex, and it has nothing to do with what IT does on a day-to-day basis. Zero. So it's a tremendous feat, and I look forward to joining you guys. I'm going to come in and make public comment on the 21st.
Okay, thanks, Judge.
Actually, I'll see you before that too, but
Judge, is the Admiral here, or, because
Yeah.
if anything, if he could at least get the message, like Kara's office is really good about social media, so all he has to do is just share it. I mean, I know it may be too cumbersome to get that same messaging over to him right now. If it is or is, I don't know, but
we do now. Yeah, that's what he did. It couldn't have been done before because of the ADA restrictions and some of the other issues that Facebook had. We've been able to overcome that. But
It's just called Nueces County?
Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube.
Is it just called Nueces County?
Nueces County, is it just called Nueces County?
Nueces Co. for Twitter, Nueces County,
Yeah,
Texas.
not county.
And what's the
and
Facebook?
Nueces County on YouTube.
And
Yeah,
Nueces
so
County
so
Facebook?
like it, and YouTube, yeah, and the YouTube was critical. Otherwise, we were violating everybody's constitutional rights by not having open access to our courts. I mean,
I'm finding Nueces County Courthouse, Nueces County Office of Emergency Management. That's all I'm finding. Am I finding the right one? Is it not?
Robert, would you mind coming in? And this is Robert Duran, retired admiral and retired communications director for the United States Navy. Can you tell us what the Facebook is, in case people are listening?
The Facebook is Nueces Cove, facebook.com/Nueces Cove.
And the Twitter?
And
Just double check it.
The Twitter is at Nueces Cove.
Okay, and
Tell me the
YouTube,
Facebook again, Nueces Co., sorry,
Just Nueces Cove.
Nueces Co.
not county. And we are synced with emergency management right now.
Okay.
And the question that Commissioner Mares had, Robert, was if the county clerk has an active Facebook, can we do some basically syncing up whatever she posts? It's
Make sure you share. Make sure you're
Yes.
following them and that you share as soon as they post update on hours or anything, because I know like I said, they've been really good about that. They're one of the only departments. I think Inland Park has also started one
Yes.
recently, and Office of Emergency Management. Those are the three that we have. Who has?
Ex office.
Text. I don't know about.
and also the appraisal district. We recently been, anytime somebody has sent us important messaging, we've created our own little board. I don't know, it's not really a board, I guess it's a tab.
One of the things that we've just enabled by having our own official accounts is we've enabled the feature in our web manager to, every time there's a press release, it'll automatically populate to our Facebook and Twitter, and I can add all of the other accounts that are official accounts, whether it's county clerk or parks or something like that, so it'll auto-populate to there. And then as we go forward, we're with Gov Delivery, one of the things we'll want to do is, build that audience. It's an opt-in system, so we're going to have to promote it to residents to let them know they can get information there and sign up for topics of interest. But it's an incredibly effective way to reach out and communicate official information. It's a managed service that doesn't touch the enterprise IT system of the county, so IT doesn't have to manage it. It's got all the subscribe and manage and unsubscribe options, so it can comply with the CAN Spam Act, and people can opt in or not. And so, as we've built these infrastructure to the point raised, this is exactly the kind of thing that you want to have built. I'll be documenting, just as I would in our Navy Public Affairs Support Elements or Joint Public Affairs Support Element in the military, go in, assess the problem, start working the problem, but also decide, okay, what is the ongoing need going forward? What does that look like? And help you understand from an infrastructure, resources, personnel point of view, what I think might be the permanent solution, because it shouldn't be me, and as you've identified, we came into this with little, and we're building it up as quickly as we can.
And what's exciting is that we really haven't done a good job of probably highlighting this, but because we have a city-county health department, we created a joint information center. So you might know that Maggie Turner represents us as a public information officer for our normal course of information. But in EOC, she basically belongs to the EOC. So then that left this huge void in our joint information center. So when we're running drive-through testing, or whether we're running any major operation that's relating to this incident outside these walls, we're using this, opportunity that we have here to work with your counterpart is I'm just blanking for a second.
Kim?
Gosh, Kim, I've worked with her every day. I'm so sorry, Kim. Yes, working with Kim at the city. So this Joint Information Center is an active management tool that happens every single day behind the scenes. Every time we move, they have to be quicker than Facebook, than the rumors, than gossip. And in order to do that, it's really tricky. So in the beginning, like day 1 and day 2, by the time the city informed their people, and I was on that chain, then I sent it to Maggie, and Maggie sent it to Tyner, and Tyner sent it to you. That was 30 minutes. And that's if I happened to have my phone right there in my hand when that city released. And so we had to tweak and change and make all these accommodations, and we did it on the fly. And I mean, I'm definitely going to say, bravo, because it's hard to do this when you plan and when you have strategies and blueprints and roadmaps. They didn't have anything. We were like brand new parents at age, 18. They didn't come with instructions. This virus does not come with instructions. And there's nothing in our ICS command that tells us what to do. So we're building it. We're building it as we go, and it's so great because we're running this amazing information system. They've got 41, and we've got 2. And we're kicking butt with 2. But that's because I cheated and got an admiral,
Can I say something, Judge? This is the thing everybody does. That's how they communicate, by Facebook. And I've been screaming, hoping we would get one, so I don't have a problem with this. I really don't. I mean, it's hard to say with the money thing and the 2 contracts, but I don't believe IT should be in charge of this Facebook, but I think that, like the other 2 commissioners, that when this contract is over with in October, we need a PR person that handles Facebook. It does not need to be IT. It needs to be someone that's a public relations person. The city has it, and the county really, really does need it, and we need to get the word out. We've got a Facebook.
And I agree with you, Commissioner. I think it comes to that we really need to sit down and talk about it. But, I was really disappointed the fact that to know that Duran was not working for Graham, I thought, all this time I thought he was working for Graham, maybe.
He is working.
No, technically he's not.
Well, he is.
I know, but I'm saying, but technically he's not.
It's a different assignment.
Right.
Again, Graham was in for opioids.
Yeah.
It just happened that he came at the exact same time that COVID.
My perception
What
was,
are you shaking your head out? Because you're not a part of this process.
You
You are. You are not a part of this process. Commissioner
taking
Gonzalez is speaking right now.
What's taking me is that I'm saying, if you can hire me as a contractor, I thought if I saying you myself, right? I'm gonna saying you. So that's the way I was projecting this thing to be. I thought Graham would have sent Duran to be his sub. So I thought that's how we was getting paid.
Right, and what I'm saying is you misunderstood it, because the contract with the hospital district for Crosswinds with Graham always had to do with opioid, but we were able to use it as an overall health platform to give us the bridge. And so he was hired to do something, and by the way, just like we're conducting county business every day, all day, that Crosswinds team is doing all kinds of work for behavioral health and all kinds of work with messaging on that. But here's the thing, the hospital district takes care of all indigent care. So COVID is overlapping with hospital district normal business, including behavioral health. One of the biggest issues we're struggling with is how it's affecting our homeless, how it's affecting those folks that are getting to their substance abuse, group therapies. Trust me, he is crammed busy. Robert is part of that team, but he was hired for a completely different purpose. Just like when you amend the order to say, you know, hey, come help us on our website, that's a different task. And according to the county attorney, it has to be done differently and scoped differently and paid differently. And those are the rules, and that's to keep us all straight. What is your task, and what are you doing? He's not doing the same, but I'm glad they're under one umbrella. Otherwise, the left hand wouldn't know what the right hand is doing. And it's all COVID-related, and it will be allocated, and I'm going to work like hell to get it all reimbursed.
But Judge, as you can see, there's been a confusion, and that's with communication. And I think maybe we might need to take a little more time when we're doing some of these contracts to totally explain so everybody's on the same page. That's not critical.
It's fair. It's fair. It's just that, again, when you're in an emergency situation, it's very rare that we would even have this forum. It's only in that we're able to conduct court at the same time that we're able to conduct emergency operations. It's just a very rare thing. But if you'll recall, I would say since last October, the hospital district has been meeting with Crosswinds on this very subject matter. So it's been happening all along. I think your point is, hey, we need to make sure that we're doing it. But this is the first court since we've been in EOC. First time we've met is a court since April 8th. So.
And I get that. I'm just saying, because I remember when the hospital had it on your agenda. But if some don't get it and understand it, if we could just even send them an email and maybe we go back and forth and say, I don't understand what this is. And we can easily do that.
And the last thing is on Johnny, Thomas Graham, you said that there's an agreement signed already with Thomas Graham? But the board
Yes.
hasn't ratified, right?
No, we've already done that a long time ago. That's what I'm saying.
Hospital board? Oh, I didn't know that.
That was a while back.
So tomorrow they're gonna approve this one here.
Actually, no, because it's a special meeting tomorrow. Johnny, your meeting is on when again?
Commissioner, our regular meeting is on April 21st. The meeting tomorrow is a special meeting that's limited to one item, having to do with the COVID patient care unit memorial. So because of that, this agreement would go to the 21st meeting, and so we would do it, ask the board to ratify it at that point.
But the contract is ready to go for your approval. What you got today, I was looking for it, and it's not in the computer, but it was
delivered yesterday and approved by the hospital.
Or if you could maybe just add Nueces County Commissioners Court as people to communicate with too, that would be great.
Okay, well, man, it's way on top.
on attachment B.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner, we can get it amended in the right place.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
I appreciate it. And if there's any way to amend Mr. Graham's the same way, that'd be great, just because,
Well, that's for the hospital district to take up. I would suggest that you email John Martinez, who you know very well as the chairman, and ask him to put that as an agenda item.
yeah, I was just asking Johnny since he was here, but I can certainly send it to Mr. Martinez too.
We'll take care of it both ways, Commissioner.
Okay.
And we'll find the right place to get it in there, okay?
No worries. Thank you.
Johnny,
Okay.
thank y'all for all y'all do.
Thank you, Johnny.
Contributions.
Is there anything, other item that Johnny, or can we let Johnny go back to Tower Two? All right, so I'll take a motion to approve, and we had a motion in a second. Commissioner, I motioned and Commissioner Mott has seconded, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign.
No.
Okay. The next item is item number 10. Is that right? Yeah, 10. We're kind of going backwards now, but 10 is discuss the pros and cons of the primary election and consider any action needed to prepare for the general election in November. And I believe this would be up to Kara Sands to discuss, but was there a question for her in this regard? I did not put this one on the agenda. Did you put this on the?
No, there's no action right now for y'all.
I did, I have a question.
Okay, there's a question only. No action, just a question.
I put it in the agenda because I just wanted to clarify, what were the pros and cons that we have, during the election time? I know there were some issues, during the election time, and what are we looking at to do better or to do different, that we need to be aware of, anything like that? I mean,
We're always improving. I think with
Go ahead and use your mic, just for the people.
with anything, we're always improving. We're trying to improve.
but we didn't have
So-
no issues during the election?
Well, I think we already discussed the first one, but there's always, what do you mean by issues? Like,
Okay, let me just
people-
one example, I don't know about any other. I know that Valencia Hall had some issues in Valencia Hall.
I don't know. I'm not aware of those.
Well, I told you last, about a week
Right,
ago.
and again, we
So
can't.
anyway,
answer.
I'm
You
just
said-
saying, I'm not putting the blame on anybody or nothing, I'm just telling, my people come to me, they ask me, and I have to give an answer, right?
Yeah.
So, in Valencia, I know they had an issue there with the voting because the machines were upstairs. I don't know if the elevator was working or they didn't have an elevator, there was a big line, and one time they came down with a machine that I understand for curbside. So, I don't know, if there is a line in some of the precincts, how do we correct that for next time? Do we add another machine? This is my questions, the questions they've asked me too, so.
Like I asked, but we talked about Valencia, that it's always been upstairs. When you actually are the
Do
one
they
that,
have an elevator?
they do.
They do?
Yeah, oh yeah, they have to. Otherwise, they couldn't have it upstairs. But since you put it in as an early voting location and got us in contact, that was your recommendation, it's always been upstairs.
I didn't know, I didn't.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have, because they play like bingo downstairs, and we thought it was gonna be downstairs, but, remember we had the consultant,
Well, I don't-
Bristol
I don't
Lions
know-
go
I
out
don't know
there.
what's upstairs either, so I just thought I was asking.
Uh-huh, yeah, it is, and, I mean, there's lines. There's,
Yeah, but if there's long lines in some areas, are we gonna add more machines? Do we know what areas have the biggest lines and how long?
and that is something that we look at. I mean, we're looking at it now to decide, to help the parties decide, because they're gonna go down for the, runoff, and so the ones with the longest, lines, obviously, because there's some places, okay, so what we do our best, we post notices up, we try to get the message out, like, you can vote anywhere on election day, right? And so what you have is one location where folks are just used to going, and you'll have another location a few blocks away, and no one wants to go. It was the same like at Greenwood. There were people waiting in line. You have Rose Shaw, you have Crockett, you have Harold T. Branch. And we actually spoke to the news, and they did a story, and they talked about, hey, there's no line over here. And so people left Greenwood. And it's just, I think more people, what's shocking to me is that there's still voters that don't realize that you can vote anywhere on election day. It's still like we've done it
Yeah,
since
well,
2016, and so.
That's the good thing about it, right?
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, and because if I'm in line for 2 hours, right?
Yeah.
And then somebody tells me, hey, you can go vote down the street. I mean, I've already been in line for 2 hours, I don't wanna go down the street.
We have, yeah, and I agree, but we do have posters posted about the nears, the 4 nears, and we have to do that by law, but we did it before that anyways. And so the entrance coming in, and, again, that's something to, we discussed to consider when we give you all the information of the busiest locations, the ones that have the shortest lines, or, not a huge voter turnout. That's something that y'all take in consideration coming up probably in September when y'all approve the vote centers. And so we'll give you all of that. My office will prepare,
I know the veterans had long lines too, and, that's,
And the only thing that I heard was that there was a wonderful lady named Mrs. Abarca. She's 97 years old, and her vote was not counted because her signature on her ballot did not match her, I suppose, the what we have on record. And she was very upset because when you're 97, I suppose it's probably not your same signature as when it was when we were even 87. And so I asked her to call you. I don't know if she did, maybe her son did, but I did refer it. But I will say that anybody's vote that's not counted after the election, can't be that many of them. We should call them and make sure, because nobody wants to believe that their vote didn't matter.
we don't, I agree. Okay, well.
And she's 97.
Exactly. Well, that's the ballot board. I have nothing to do with that.
Right.
That ballot board is appointed by their equal representation of the parties. They're their own board. They are appointed. You have a presiding judge, you have a
told them,
Republican, a Democrat. They sign it. I'd have nothing to do
Yeah,
with that.
I told
But
them.
I do think that if something is, there should be a recourse, I think.
There
for
should
voters.
be.
I think that if it is, for whatever reason, not having a signatures don't match, I think that the voters should be able to come back. I mean, it's not, the law doesn't allow that, but I do think that there should be, and that's
Yeah.
something to look.
That was the
look
only
at
issue that
next
had
session.
come,
Yeah,
besides the initial issue, that was the only issue that I heard later, but
And I can tell you that the ballot board really, they don't take that lightly,
well, besides lines, I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, go ahead. I'm sorry.
You know, we had some issues at Hilltop. You and I have talked about that. And I think that with everything, you have to make improvements. And I know that you do every year. But one thing that concerned me, and we've talked about it, is the long lines.
Right.
And I think what happens is people get so used to voting somewhere, that's where they want to vote. And so they're willing sometimes to stand in those lines. I'm not, I go really early. But there's a place I go, and I've went there for years, and I think especially older people, that's where they want to go.
Deaf center.
And so I guess we need to take into that account and
Well, the lines, is the deaf center, you have voters that they have voted there for so many years, and they're willing to wait in line. And, they see folks that they haven't seen since the last election, and you catch up. And we do have 2 weeks of early voting. And, you have some locations where they have hours in between a vote.
But I'm sure after every election, you evaluate.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
But, again, unless I know about it, at the time, I could explain to you with Valencia, that's where they hold it, is upstairs, and it's been that way. But, okay, thank you. But yeah, I will bring all the information. You'll have all the locations, you'll have the turnout, and we provide you turnout for several years preceding, elections. So you'll have all of that, and that'll be
So
August.
as far as you know, so far, runoff is still scheduled.
Yeah, still scheduled.
And we'll wait and see what direction we take, and as soon as you know, you'll come to us, and we'll message that out. And that's gonna be one that if that happens, that it gets postponed, that we're gonna have to do some very robust messaging. And just to make sure people know that it's,
We would like your help from y'all's social media manager or whoever, the admiral. I mean, we do our own, but yeah, any help that we can get from my office to get that information,
Sure.
that'd be great.
we're gonna get you guys together after this. What was it, Commissioner? I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry.
And I think we really, really need to push, mail-in ballots. Because, we really need to push that hard and put it out because people gonna be afraid to come out. Some people gonna be afraid to come out. Thinking, and I know they had in TV lines with people masked and all that in some state, but, maybe not here. So, I think, really gotta push and educate them that mail-in ballots, and I don't care if you have an excuse or not, I think mail-in ballots should be mail-in ballots. I don't care if you have an excuse or you'll be out of town or not. I don't, maybe that's not the case no more, but you can. I mean, I think that's one thing we need to really push is the mail-in ballot.
Well, I hope we aren't dealing with this then.
Let's
Probably will.
Let's hope, let's hope. Okay, so it's just a presentation only, or really just a discussion only, and so we'll move on and wait for that updated info when you receive it. And we're gonna move on to item number 11, and discuss and consider selection of international consulting engineers for the development of plans for a mobile emergency operations center, and the funding source for this development of this operations center, which is slated for $16,000, comes from Commissioner Gonzalez's special funds. And if you'll just forgive and pardon I'm gonna run out real quick and be right back in, just 2 minutes, but please proceed.
Motion to approve. Sorry.
Second.
No, I didn't mean to do that to you. I mean, but I was just doing it for discussion. We can keep
Okay.
talking. It's okay, second, sorry.
Why don't you have a little discussion?
I-
And
We'll talk, go
Go ahead.
give me a second, please.
If we move on to the next item,
That's why I'm rushing.
oh, that's why you want to be back, oh.
Okay, all right.
Why don't you describe it, Commissioner? Jack, just describe it.
Sorry.
Time. But anyway.
You already have Commissioners, you already have
The command center,
the materials in place, or how does
we
it?
went to get the trailer and the boxcar. It's gonna be the command center. You're right, Commissioner?
I'm laughing at him. Coming up with something. I appreciate your effort.
But,
I am too.
all in all, for the boxcar and the trailer, it would have cost me $20,000. We paid $4,500.
I think it's awesome. I really do. It's a great
And
project.
tell the Commissioners Court how much, if we went out and bought it prepaid, I mean, how much more is it a markup?
Well, it'll be about $30,000.
30,000,
Yeah.
so, yeah.
So we gotta save that, and that's what you need to get started, really, you got the box, and hopefully now the students at the A&M College Station will start working on it, to try to get it together. And it should have at least, 2 conference rooms and a bathroom and also a command center
What will you be using it for?
for emergencies.
You already had it planned long before all this, though.
Oh, yeah. We had it planned, we were looking at it. Where's my right-hand guy here? Trying to get this thing going up the road and,
So it's gonna have all kinds of communication then? I mean, like computers and it's satellite?
we're working on design right now. This is what we need the approval so we can start working.
That's what your idea
Yeah.
is, though?
The boards will be boards everywhere. It'll be, the video, screens and,
Emergency, who will be manning it?
whoever wants to be out there. Only the judge, but the good thing about it is gonna be mobile, right? You can move it anywhere you wanna move it to, and
So it's for,
probably be in Robstown.
it's any kind of response, any kind of public response, emergency,
Oh, yeah.
big event or something?
I mean, we could've had it there at the, when people go and drive by to get tested for the COVID-19. We could've had it out there also, so, and communicate out of that one.
So it's different than what we have now with the mobile clinic,
Yeah, that mobile clinic, of course, is a mobile medical clinic.
medical side?
Yeah. Working on a second though, medical clinic, so. So hopefully the command center will be ready, hopefully we get up and running by next year, 2021. And so those are our big plans, so all in favor of the motion, say aye.
No.
I have a second, right?
You just wanna wait for that? There she is.
Good
Perfect
timing.
Well, we had a good discussion.
Great. So, did we have a motion and a second? Seconded, and all those in favor of, signify by saying aye. Aye, post same sign. Did y'all discuss the time frame when it would be ready?
Yes, we did, so hopefully be 2021.
Okay, 2021, okay.
Yeah, 2021.
All right. The next item is, we've already done number 12, and great, I said, let me look up, and she's here. District Clerk Ann Lorenzen is here, and we have item number 13. Of course, you really got the full presentation, Commissioners, I guess 1 meeting ago on April 8th, and this is the follow-up. We have Ann now here to discuss Co-File Technologies and their proposal for archival imaging and full preservation of historical volumes and case files. And I'd like to identify that the funding source for this is CO 2019.
Right.
And you can, as they say, take it away.
Okay, thank you all very much. We are living in interesting times. This is just an added item that's just perfect for this time. What I want to do is I want to start out and give you an update on the 6th floor, on the movement of the case files over to the warehouse. Of course, we're not doing that at this time, but before all of this hit, Elizabeth sent me an email on updating what she had been doing, and as of March the 20th, she had sent 37,200 civil case files over to the warehouse from the 6th floor. We have destroyed 2,238 civil exhibit boxes. Those are gone. She's also done a lot with misdemeanor case files. 5,690 misdemeanor case files have been moved. Sealed adoption files, 483 from county courts, district courts, 1,093 case files, and on and on. And just think, all of these case files were sitting on the 3rd floor and the 2nd floor for many years. So I'm really excited that one of the goals of my project is to clean out that 6th floor.
Is this live? Oh, wow. Isn't that?
This is live in front of you. Ann, we're
Is
now-
Scott and
Yeah, we
Kathy
have the
here?
whole team.
Okay,
We've
good.
got Chris and Kathy and
Great.
Scott and Tyner.
They
And
see us?
this is how it's going to work, by the way, guys, next court. It's going to be amazing. Can they see us? They see the host. Yeah.
I
Right.
want to apologize for you having to see Tyner, but we're glad you're here with us.
And of course, I'm always excited to see the co-file team. They're my buddies. I'm going to be really short. I'm just going to kind of read something to you, and then I will be excited about a motion and an approval of the funding. Hurricane Harvey and the COVID-19 virus have shown without a doubt the importance of future planning and records management technologies. Lacking the immediate access to data and records is almost impossible because we physically cannot get to them, or records are destroyed altogether. Proper planning and implementation of a records management process enables us to continue working without or with limited interruption. And I'm so glad that I started this project way before all of this happened. Co-file Technologies' digitization and preservation of selected records in the district clerk's office will allow my office to continue providing the judges, attorneys, and the public access to important case files and documents that affect people's lives no matter what crisis we are facing. And I know earlier today, Judge Canales, you mentioned that behind all of that the district clerk's office is still working. Even though our counters are closed down, we're all still working. There's no way we can close down. We can work at home, but we can't stop working because the courts do not stop working. And so we have to have the technical abilities that so far we have. And one of them is definitely accessing our Odyssey and our records from the warehouse. We are here today to discuss and approve the expenditure of funds to begin the year one phase of preservation of pre-1950 historical volumes and records, the digitization of post-1950 civil district court case files, and the solution to make index books available electronically via the internet for both the public and my staff. So there's 3 prongs to year one of the project. At the March 18th Commissioners Court meeting, co-file representatives Scott Fausto, Kathy Dole, and Chris Marotti, I feel, did a valiant presentation via GoToMeeting of the deterioration of our archives and their ability to shrink, and co-file's ability to shrink the overall amount of files kept in our records warehouse through digitization. This project is a 1-year commitment with optional years 2 through 5. I have provided each of you a printed copy of that presentation if you care to re-review it before today. Judge Canales has provided the initial monies for year one using 2019 tax notes. $2 million have been set aside. The proposal outlines how and on what records these monies will be spent. To review, the $2 million will image 157 index volumes and place their access online through CoFile's Quick Link solution. Number 2, restore, preserve, and archivally image 64 volumes of record books and 5.58 boxes of historical wills. The last and the most funding for this first-year project will be to archivally image, provide optical character recognition and redaction to an estimated 871 boxes of post-1950 civil district courts, working from most recent backwards. These records will be formatted for import into the Tyler Odyssey platform. Once they're imported and OC'd, these records can be destroyed. So that's a good thing. Funding the optional years 2 through 5 will consist of fee collections through 3 revenue sources in my department under my budget allowed through the Texas Government Code. These fees will be charged on various legal documents filed through Odyssey. The overall total of fees per year is anticipated to be $300,000. With the commitment of my office to spend annual monies on the outgoing planning and records management process, my office will fulfill its goal as written within the District Clerk's Office Records Management, Archive, and Preservation Plan, dated and approved in Commissioners Court on August the 28th, 2019. In Section 4 of this, the goals of the Records Management, Archive, and Preservation Plan are to continue to add records and information for electronic access by the public, preserving or archival imaging original records by reducing daily usage, eliminate or reduce manual lookups and searches, expedite record searching by having more records available for electronic retrieval, provide public information to the citizens of Nueces County via the internet, and continue to eliminate the need for paper records and their physical storage. The project outlined in CoFile's proposal contract focused specifically on these goals and provides an immediate pathway to realizing these accomplishments, as well as the off-site storage of the county's oldest and historical volumes and documents at CoFile's facility in Dallas, protecting them from the current environment in the warehouse and any future event such as a hurricane. I am grateful for your time, and your support is greatly appreciated.
Thank you. That was very comprehensive, and I'm glad you what you just read will be memorialized in a record.
Yes.
What you just said will be available for future people to go and look up. And while we keep talking about these words like unbelievable and unprecedented, and nothing could be more important than taking us in the future, giving us the opportunity to have hope that these records will never be lost again. And it's not everything we want to do. In fact, it's just the beginning. But with your fee that you've established, we know that from here until always, till we're done, we will always have a mechanism of funding in our county to continue this process. Now, it's my sincere hope that this big bite that we're taking right now is part of an overall effort to continue this modernization. So I know it's not everything, Ann, but I believe it's a great beginning, and I believe with the records fee that you've established, we'll never stop. And that's what needs to happen. That 6th floor needs to go away. We need to be 100% digital. We need to catch up with our other urban counterparts. And I can't say enough about you. And he's hiding in the back of the room. You can't see him. But Sergio, my hat's off to you, man. You just did a great job. And it's not just you. I know there's a lot of people in your team, Ann. But boy, did you really put your heart and soul in figuring out what we could prioritize. And that was the hard part, is understanding what we would choose. That's why we made the capital improvement program such a priority, is to identify what we needed. This was part of it. Then we went and got the funding, and that's what these funds are for. They're to say what's priority in our county. We've made a lot of great investments so far. Some of them have been structural. like buying a mood chiller or getting elevators. Some of them have been physical, like making sure our transportation on our roads. This one's digital. And so in all fronts, we should be very, very proud, Ann, of what you've been working on so long, so hard.
It's
and
been in my heart and my mind.
forever,
since day one.
since day one. And the reason we're able to do it now is because of the hard work that probably I would say the last 7, 8 months, we really started, maybe even longer, but it feels like about 8 months to me when CoFile really came in and said, we will step up to the plate and we will do this assessment. And then from that to getting the RMO, to getting SEDHU involved and our office involved, somehow did we not just put the right people together? And it's really worked out great. And they can't see me, but CoFile, did you tell them about the storage that they will also be involved? They will be storing a lot of documents for us for this piece of the proposal.
Yes, since we can't get to all of the historical documents that are in pretty bad shape, we're just able to do probably the worst files that are the historical volumes, the ones that are in the worst shape, are the ones we're going to take care of first. So the rest are going to be, CoFile has offered free of charge to take these and store them in their special vaults that they have in Dallas. So in case we have a hurricane, they're going to be okay until we can get them preserved and digitized, because they'll be digitized as well. So if we did have a big hurricane and everything they will have been digitized.
Right, and the blessing there is, as long as we continue to do business with them, they will continue to store them for free.
Right.
So that's kind of the good thing, is because we have this mechanism to create revenue for this purpose, they'll always be able to help store. So it's a relationship.
It is.
It's a business relationship, but there's a partnership that goes on there as well. So this is awesome. I bet there's folks here that you heard from them last time, but they're here to help you answer specific questions or help Ann. And so I would ask for a motion at this time, and then a second, and then room for questions and discussion. Motion to approve, thank you. And I'll second it just because my heart's in it. So I kind of feel like I want that record to reflect that my name was on there. And let's have any questions for Ann at this time. Okay. It's just, Ann, that, we did such a great job last April 8th, really prepping. And then the packet also was excellent.
March the 18th, Judge.
Sorry, March the 18th. Sorry, you're right. Yeah, and so can't wait to start working on this project. Talk about messaging. Let's work with Maggie on this. There's a lot of important people that are going to want to know what we're doing. Sergio and your office, it can't just be all bad news about COVID. We got to get the good stuff out. This is the good stuff, guys.
This is the good stuff that's happened with COVID, is it's made us realize that we need to not push things to the back of the burner. We've got to have it.
Can't wait. Can you say thank you also on our behalf to the 6th floor?
I will.
Really grateful to
That's
Luz
not
and
that's
to John.
not the best environment.
But they've just been troopers through this, but they've really made major strides, and we appreciate them. And to Elizabeth and her team as well. Would you relay that for us?
I sure will.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Great. So, aye. It's just got to double check with our masked bandit here on the right side. Okay, Ann, congratulations to you, to the district clerk's office, and we, the citizens of Nueces County, we're going to be so much better off. Are y'all ready to go to the future? Because we just did it.
Oh, we just
Thank you, CoFile.
Yes.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Scott, Kathy, and Chris.
Thank you. So if you don't mind, stick around for the next item, because there's some good stuff
more
there
good
too.
news. Yes, ma'am.
I'll let Tyner, he'll take you off that, but let me double check. Is that correct?
Stuff going on here.
Yeah, I know it. So 14, okay, so we are correct. It's going to be item number 15, and this is discuss and consider approval of the Search Texas participation agreement with Tyler Technologies. I just always call it research, but it's actually like regarding Search Texas. So, okay, so that was like transformational, Sergio. But can you agree that this is equally as transformational,
Oh, yeah, especially,
if not like more exciting for us that we've been talking about this since day one?
this is needed like yesterday. I mean,
Yeah, so
this is
tell
helping
us,
the attorneys and public now.
yeah, tell us about it, because some people don't know all of the stuff about Research Texas
Okay, so
regarding search.
Research Texas is a online system that allows attorneys and the public to access court documents. At present, they can only access anything that has already been e-filed into the court system. And before you is an agreement with Tyler Technologies, who is the vendor that created Research Texas. And this agreement is going to allow us to integrate Research Texas with our current case management system, which is also made by Tyler Technologies. It's going to allow us to interface them to where anything not e-filed will be available on that website as well. So at present, it's like orders that are signed by the judge, which are probably the most important part of a case, is the order at the end of a case. Those are not available on Research Texas right now. So this agreement will allow us to put those orders online, and the attorneys and the public will be able to access those. So let's see. This is a agreement that comes at no cost to the county. It'll all be set up for us. There is an opportunity to make a little bit of money. We will be selling the documents online to the public and attorneys should they choose to purchase them. I think it comes out to 10 cents a page. And then there's also a subscription service that the attorneys can sign up for, and I think we'll receive a portion of those subscription fees that they pay to receive access from those documents.
Yeah, so I don't know who's listening at 2:15, but if you are listening and you are a member of the Bar Association, you just got up and screamed and jumped for joy. If my dad is watching, this one is definitely for you, as they say, my biggest critic on this issue. And we are so excited, because what this means is that we now join all the other counties that will allow their outside public and attorneys to be able to access the whole file. So you no longer just get a listing of what's been filed, but you can see the documents. Now, why is this so critical during COVID? For obvious reasons. Our courts are now remote. Our services are now limited. This is absolutely required for attorneys who are outside our jurisdiction to be able to see the whole file and function in a remote world in the court system. I want to thank Tyler Technologies, and particularly our IT department, who helped negotiate this. It's so big, I don't even know how to properly describe it, but it is exciting, and you're going to find out that we're going to receive a lot of kudos for our implementation. But it comes because of the relationship building and of the hard work. The only reason this got done is because we started 6-7 months back with Tyler. We really started longer, but it's too long to explain, but we pivoted about 7 months ago and said, look, we want to finish this one portal, get rid of it, and we want to move to Research Texas. And when we said that, it changed the landscape. And when I was sitting in a Board of Judges meeting with Lance, and the judges said, we must have this or else our courts won't work, we called them on a 911, and we've been working ever since, probably about almost a month ago. And boy, Tyler really came through. So they promised us literally an ice cream social. I don't know where they came up with that, but we love it. And when COVID is over and we can welcome back guests into our courthouse, they want to come and celebrate with us. This has made a national platform. They have put out a press release for all, like NACO, and they want to come interview you. This is a big deal, and because of the COVID response. So Tyler is interested in wanting to know your perspective. How did this change, how did this change your office from the COVID perspective? And they want to interview, the county attorney and just the people that are going to be really understanding of what how important this is. But we've been wanting to do it forever, and we got it done. So it's two big things at once these are all civil cases. And Lance, would it be fair to say that we are working towards our criminal docket very, very quickly? I mean, our criminal, I would say portal?
Yeah, they can't give us a date just yet, but it's imminent.
It's imminent, so.
They're having a little bit of red tape they have to go through, I believe, with the OCA that they're working through. But as soon as that red tape is clear, the connections are already set up. It's just, it turns right.
Right. So our prosecutors already have it, so they don't have to worry. The prosecutors have the portal, but for our defense bar, this is also monumental for you. And I congratulate everybody involved, and Lance, please keep us posted. The minute we know that we've tested the system on the criminal side, we'll want to make that major announcement as well.
So permission to change the website?
Permission granted.
I'll
Go
let
get
her
us
know.
on board. Go get us online and send me a text, say, done. Can't wait. The bar is just going to go crazy. By the way, we didn't tell anybody because we wanted to make sure that we could do it, that it was tested, and that it was functional. So now go spread the good word. Thank you. Thanks, Sergio. Thank you so much. Great work, Ann. Gosh, big deal, big deal. Okay, this one's also a big deal. It's discuss and consider executing an interlocal agreement with the city of Corpus Christi for the swap of areas for beach maintenance. And this is a long time coming. Again, everyone said city and county had tried this for years and years and years, but apparently you just need the right ingredients. And so Commissioner Chesney, you want to take that one and tell the court what we've done? And this is for our consideration, so we'll be looking for a motion to execute.
Thank you, Judge. This is the agreement that the city has sent over if you remember, we voted to enter into negotiations with the city on the beach swap so that we could have some contiguous beach maintenance, which would provide some efficiencies for both the city and the county. There's no money exchanged. It is simply a swap of a piece of property that we do for a piece of property that they maintain. This is actually the agreement sent over by the county so that we know the city staff approves it. Laura and her staff looked over it for us in quick fashion, and I appreciate that, and made a couple of tweaks. But this agreement, if it passes muster with the court, is ready to be approved. I would say just executed by the judge and the county clerk and sent over to the city, and then I think they will take it up and get it passed and signed there as well.
That's correct. And a second, please?
Second.
Okay, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. And again, Judge, another thing of county and city working together to be able to get things done in an efficient manner. I appreciate all the help that I received from certainly Paulette Guajardo over there, as well as Greg Smith, and hope that the rest of the council will see fit to pass it. And based on the responses we've gotten, I think it'll go
I think you should
favorably.
plan on attending so that you can.
Yeah, at least by Zoom or however they let me
Zoom is
attend.
fine.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
know how they do that. But if someone, I guess, once the judge signs it and Kara signs it, if we could send it over and someone could, Tyner, maybe you could just
Walk it over.
tell Alyssa or somebody when they're going to have it, and I'll be happy to be there if I need to.
Just one comment.
Yes, ma'am?
As I know a lot of you are on city council, what are you going to do if they don't clean it and keep it clean and keep it up? Because that has been a problem in the past.
It has, and certainly we'll have to cross that bridge as we come to it, but I think that we've been watching for the last year, and they've done a really nice job, and we always do a really nice job. And so I think it'll go well, and we'll just work out the kinks as we go.
And we have eyes.
And
We've got eyes out there.
Believe me, we
You know what I'm
have
saying?
lots
Coastal
of
Parks.
eyes out
I'm just
there.
saying we have eyes on the ground.
Absolutely, we do.
A little bit better. So, okay, super. So,
Thank you.
did I vote? No.
You did vote, yes, ma'am.
Yes, we're good. Okay, so that's great.
Judge, we're not certain that you had a vote on 15, Research Texas.
I'm sorry. All those in favor? Yeah, I thought we did. We did, but let's.
Yeah, we did.
We did have it.
Did you have a motion?
Because I went aye, like really excited. Okay.
Okay, an aye. That's fine, whatever.
Yeah.
Aye again.
Discussing, okay, so, but did you get a vote for 16? Okay, so we're good. Is 17 a tabled item, County Attorney? All right, so just a motion to table. Do you have a second? And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. We've already done 18. Maria, you are up on Cindy Park Colonia project.
Table that.
Yes, we're going to recommend tabling that item. It'll be addressed hopefully at next court through a deductive change order to address that funding gap.
Motion to table to 22nd is made by Chesney, and a second.
I think
And-
hopefully we're not going to have to pay anything, so.
That's great. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, post same sign. Maria, I just want to say thank you. We've been working hard on all our grants. We're working on one for TWDB, we're working on CDBG, MIT, and we're working for all available opportunities for this county during COVID. So Maria is maybe not here, but she is working. I mean, I'm bugging her every second I get. And of course, all the FEMA stuff that we've received has been great. It would be nice to just say that what the totals were.
Yeah, the total on the FEMA, and that was basically, in a nutshell, it was FEMA's reimbursing us 75% of the 10% that we put in for the FEMA small projects, and that total was $9,641.07.
Say it one more time, the total?
$9,641.07.
Okay, thank you. And although we did not celebrate because we were in the midst of COVID, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service did notify Maria that they have approved our award letter, and you want to just mention that?
Yes, so, and I do believe that Hanson, who was contracted to do the engineering for that project, is almost at 100% complete submittals on that project. I do want to, so we will start, we'll come back, and I think it was on the, I think it was on the consent agenda to go out for bid for that, for the construction.
That's correct.
There was a caveat, though, in the award letter that construction cannot begin until September 1st due to birding season. It's an environmental requirement. So we can't start construction till September 1st, but that gives us plenty of time to go through the bidding process and vet, you
Yeah,
know.
we'll go through the bidding process, we'll get the best bids, and also, the other great news on that project is the Corps of Engineers does not require a permit, because we are not within the mean lower low tide. And so that is really exciting, and
A lot of requirements there, though. You gotta make sure we follow all the requirements.
no, but the Corps has already given us written letter that we do not have to pull a Corps permit, which is huge. It's probably like a year's,
We'll park and wildlife.
oh, yes, but the Corps is
Doing that one right.
is the big bear, and we were really thrilled that, and you know why that happened? Because of a gym meeting. So those gyms are real important. So, thank you, Maria. Okay, Public Works, Juan, this is a McKinsey Jail Annex fire alarm project, and it's a change order. And so, tell us about that.
Yes, Judge, we're recommending extending the contract for an additional 30 days. And this is due to the city not doing the fire inspections at this time. So this will give us till another 30 days, so that way we can.
So we're just finishing it, but it's because of COVID that we're not able to get our inspections.
That is correct, Judge.
Okay,
And they're pretty much complete with the project.
All right, so I would ask for a motion for the 30-day extension. And I've got a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, post same sign. Okay, and now how about the 120-day extension for the warranty?
This is kind of the same reason. It's because of the quarantine. The developer is out of Austin, and he requested an additional 60 days. And I told him due to what's going on, we gave him an additional 120-day extension. We're recommending.
Motion to approve. All right, motion and a second. Looking for a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, post same sign. Also, so much thanks to you too, Juan. We've had you running around like crazy, and just want to take the time to say thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Really appreciate you and your entire team. Let's move on to purchasing. The next item is Michael's, this is a buy board contract with Spa Glass for the Agua Dulce building and ADA modifications. This is part of our capital improvement program. Go ahead, Michael. Welcome.
Thank you, Judge. We've had some conversations with Spa Glass when they came down to visit with us, and around that time we were looking at bidding out several of our ADA improvement projects, and they indicated an ability to meet some of those needs. So they came down and met with Juan and they reviewed the projects, and we've come up with these two already for this time around. We'll be utilizing the buy board contract, which meets the competitive bidding requirements of the Purchasing Act. And utilizing this method is going to allow us to get to work faster. And so y'all's approval today of these two projects will get the shovel in the dirt.
Yeah, we love these
really
buy
quick.
board contracts because they're vetted by the state and we're protected. So all looking for a motion for that?
So moved.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. I've been talking to Mayor Howard a lot, Commissioner Modis, and he's everyone's excited. Oh, so you'll maybe let him know today that this got approved?
We just saw him
And-
a few days ago, and we were at the
Yeah.
fire station actually, and so,
And just work with Michael on timing, but let's get him introduced to these folks. So there's a problem, you need to know who their mayor is out there. And they need to, just make those introductions. The next one's very similar, Michael, but it's
Yeah.
a Bishop building.
Yes, it's a similar ADA improvements, but this is at the Bishop Building. It's still utilizing the buy board contract 520-16 with Spal Glass. The purchase in the amount is $148,220.41, and the funding source is 19/19/2001.
Okay, and again, this is funded through the COs, though?
Yes,
2019, that's what that number refers to. No, Teresa says
it's 2015.
2015, that's right, we're using older money before new money. Always the rule.
Right.
Okay, and I'll need a motion for this, Commissioner Gonzalez?
Move, but, we're not, CLK not involved in this anymore? CLK?
CLK, he asks, Juan?
The architect is still involved in
This is the constructor.
This is
I mean,
the
constructor.
contractor that will be doing
Contractor.
the project, Commissioner.
Gonna give me abreast what's going on.
Yes, sir, I will, Commissioner.
All right, thanks.
Same thing, if you'd reach out to the mayor out there, I just feel like anybody that's working, that's new, they want to get to know them, meet them, there's issues, that'd be great. All those, and I've got a motion from Gonzalez and a second from, was it John? Did you make a second? And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, post same sign.
If I might, Judge?
Of course.
I just want to take this opportunity to thank who has come to work every day and continue to do the work of the county while we're dealing with COVID. And there's a lot of strain that's been placed on them by me that comes from above. And I just want to extend my thanks to them and all of the other department heads that I've been working with 24/7 weekends to make some really important things happen for the county. And I really want to highlight the work that Romeo Ramirez did in terms of helping us secure the remote capabilities, iPads purchases, and then getting them tagged and up to the IT folks so they could get them deployed. And we've worked very well together with Lance and his department, and a lot of things go to a lot of people. That what doesn't need to be overshadowed is that this county has deployed more computers in the last 2 weeks than we had done in the prior year. So, I mean, this was a Herculean effort by a lot of folks, and I just want to make sure that they know that it's much
You
appreciated.
took the words right out of my mouth. I was just about to praise you and your staff, but look, it's better when it comes from the boss, and you absolutely took the words right out of my mouth. I mean, literally from toilet paper to sanitization products to masks and PPE and everything. Every donation runs through Michael. If you have a donation, it still needs to be run through logistics. If you have a source for a vendor, it needs to be run through Michael. He is definitely ground zero for everything, and to boot, he's been helping us at the county with project management RFPs. He's been helping us with construction projects. He's been helping with our historical and engineering architects for the courthouse. Michael, it's beyond words how much procurement and logistics are everything in a crisis. And you're right, and that's what people will never know. We're just going to have to write a book. I'm ready for Hollywood to come in and write a story about what we've been able to do. Because we've taken, I swear to you, an infrastructure that looked like it was stuck in the 80s, and we've brought it into 2020 overnight. And nobody will ever know, Michael. It doesn't even matter how many times I say it. They'll never be able to understand what you and your team were able to do for us. And I just want to say thank you. And just yesterday, we deployed iPads to Petronila through our library system. There were children who aren't able to afford their families' iPads, but yet all schools have gone online. We're helping to touch lives in ways that it would make you so proud. So you tell everybody down there how much we appreciate them and to keep their chin up and the good work.
Right, and one last thing, earlier when the commissioners voted to approve the overtime for the
Yes.
department heads.
Yes.
I just want to go on the record for me personally and say thank you for the folks that are needing to take advantage of this. But for myself, I have not put in any overtime requests and I don't plan on it for myself. I just want y'all to know that from me to you.
You're just thank you, Michael.
You know, I'm beginning to I keep hearing 24/7, so there's.
You know, that's funny you say that. I was going to go ahead and get me a new name tag. I want to be 24/7 2. You know, like number 2. Yeah, I want you to still be 24/7 1. Now I want to be 24/7 2.
I was going to say, what's your middle initial? Is it
A.
Back? There you go. Give me back.
There you
24/7
go.
back instead of Jack.
There you go. There you go. Okay. So, Dale, it's a hard act to follow, but can you take us through the budget change order number 11 and give us a chance to turn our pages to that? This is always one I have to move my folder for.
Yes,
Go
Your Honor, these are some kind of routine changes for most of the departments. The page 1 is just moving some stuff for the the county library for professional services they required. This is do some overtimes that they had, so they have funds available. For 1285, we had some military here for some time that we had to provide lunches for them. We want to make sure the funding's there to cover that. On page 2 is where your large amounts come in. The one is at the top is a road and bridge. That's just to cover some additional alarm expenses and equipment expenses. Also buy some equipment for our 4-yard building that they put in. Under the law library, this seems large, but as you know, we changed the direction of the law library. It's now under our law library in Ida. So we need to change some of the salaries around to moving it from a department head to a regular salary. That's kind of routine. Inland Parks also had to do some additional overtime for some expense they had. The funds are available for these particular change orders on budget change order number 11. I submit it for your approval.
Okay, thank you. Dale, are there motion to approve and a second? And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, post same sign. And now the budget change order 83, that's capital in nature.
Yes, we do this for our projects we have. We're going to go through a few small ones that are just closing a few departments out or moving a few small amounts up. For the very first, we're just closing out the jail water pump value and moving the budget to cover the cost. Commissioner Modis has agreed to move some money to cover some County Road 36 improvements, so we're moving the funds from that for the 2004, and thank you for using those funds to get those expended as quickly as we can. We also completed the annex dormitory for this particular project, so we're cleaning that balance up. The rest on the rest of that page is also just a normal cleaning up process of so many departments that we want to make sure the funding is there. On the second page, you'll see that where our biggest one is towards the very bottom, which is our 2019 notes. As we see, we created a new project for the I.B. McGee multipurpose building to try to get that back up and running of $1.5 million. We canceled one of the county roads that we have, and we reallocated some others for County Road 22 and County Road 49. And for the, Teresa provides you the list of 2019. For the next quarter, we'll have another agenda item that talks about what we just talked about from Ann about setting up the funds for the co-file records management system. That's what I have for budget change order number 83. Any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
I don't have any questions because I had the opportunity to go over them with Teresa in detail and you, so I'm lucky in that regard. Any other questions? Hearing none, could I have a motion to approve? And a second? Okay, I think there was a second. Yes, okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, opposed, same sign. Okay, now to talk about COVID and this emergency we find ourselves in,
Yes.
and the recommendation that's before this court to make certain that we can cover all expenses if needed.
Yes, Your Honor. As we've done in the past, Y'all provide a avenue through the budget process of a resolution that allows interfund loans between the funds, so the general fund to cover grants and other disaster requirements. As we've done on Hurricane Harvey, we plan to do it on this as well for the COVID expense. You're giving me the authority to loan money from the general fund of the amount of no more than $2 million. This is a loan to be repaid once the funding sources, whoever gives us money back from those projects, the money will be returned to the general fund, so it's not an expense, it's just a loan.
Okay, and this is exactly the proper process that we've exercised in other disasters, most recently in Hurricane Harvey?
That is correct.
Okay.
Is this so does this loan come out of like the fund balance? I mean,
No, it's basically what we do is we transfer the money and we create a receivable balance in the general fund for the loan repayments. So it won't affect fund balance.
Okay, I've got a motion to approve and a second, please.
Second, so third, or whatever.
Okay. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. And then Julie's going to appear remote, I think, or no? Okay, sorry, Tyner's going to take over. Again, this is a human resource. We just want to bring it to your attention. Many laws have changed. Many have been suspended. Many have been tweaked. This is one of them. And so Julie thought it was so important that everybody understand what the Department of Labor has now tasked employers with, and Tyner's going to explain it along with Dale.
I'll go ahead and take this.
Thank you, Dale.
This is a payroll issue. The Department of Labor spent out this new Families First Coronavirus Response Act to cover some paid leave. What this does is give the county the right to extend additional coverage for sick leave, as well as covering for the covering of child care should your child care facility not be open, or also spending time for family medical leave if you are required to this. There are some qualifications for that. And you'll go through the list, you'll see the first one for additional time is 1 and 3. So if the person is actually quarantined for the COVID expense or has experienced COVID symptoms and seeking a medical diagnosis, there additional time that's allowed, up to 2 weeks of paid time off. And according to what I've talked to with Julie, there's already, I think, 2 employees that qualify for this additional cost. This is not additional expense for everybody. They have to meet these requirements to be able to cover these activities. So what we're trying to do is make sure that y'all are aware of what the requirements are for each of these that the Department of Labor is now saying. My department is tracking this daily and working with our Julie and her staff to provide us the forms we need. Now, for a qualifying event, we need something from either the doctor, the health department, or whoever is asking our employee to quarantine themselves or whatever might be the case. We need some kind of a proof that it qualifies for this type of activity. So that's what we're coming up with you to let you know what the rights are for the employees based on this new act that we just passed. And we're going through this line by line to make sure what's covered and what's not covered. I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. I think it's just important that as these laws come down and you just know about them so that it makes sense to you when we, make these accommodations. So do y'all have any questions for Dale on the Department of Labor? A new law regarding sick leave? Okay. It's no action at all, just a receipt of information.
So we know, now the only question we have is on certain rights and should this ever come up, we might have to come up there for an example. The second one was 4 and 6, where we qualify for 2/3 of their salary based on this to cover for if their daycare is closed. However, we're required to pay them at least minimum wage.
Okay.
So it might be more than 2/3. So we need to make sure we cover all the activities that are there, and my staff is working with this constantly.
Yeah, and just since we're on a kudo chain, let me throw back kudos to the auditor's office and just say that, look, we're all in this, working as hard. You're one of those offices that people don't know how many people are working behind the scenes, but there's a lot of people in your office just really going, again, above and beyond, because COVID has created a whole new dimension to your staff. It's been very hard.
Yes, they're doing a wonderful job. And just so you know, we've just finalized and submitted our comprehensive our financial report for the year. We submitted it on time. We did budget training. We're ready to do budget processing. We're nonstop in our office, ready to do what's next, but we're taking each task
And we
as we
keep
can.
throwing things at you too, you know, what about this and what about that? So, anyway, yes. Yeah. Right,
But this only applies from April the 1st to December 31st.
right. It's just it's a short time, right? But we're gonna adjust the policy to conform with the timeline that the government has given to us.
Thank you.
So it's great. I just want to mention before you leave that we have been the recipient of a CESF grant, $58,000 to our county, and I wondered if you had been in receipt of that yet, or is it coming? It's for the, yeah, it's the COVID emergency supplemental funding. Sadly, we only got 58,000, but you know, it's better than zero. And it's just the first of many, but those allocations are made at a much higher level, and that's what they chose to give us. So anyway, but as soon as we get it, I want to take note of it, because we'll apply those funds, or we'll want the court to direct to apply those funds against what we've already spent. Okay, I believe, according to my agenda, that's all I have. We do not have any executive session items. We've already dealt with the road district number 4 meeting. And so I'm going to ask if there's any any adjournments in memory of.
Before we do, I just want to make a
Yes.
quick announcement. Tomorrow, we're doing between 26 and 40 drive-bys.
Drive-through testing. Yeah, 26 and 40. Typically, we wait till the end of the day.
26 and 40.
Drive-bys just doesn't sound good.
Right. Drive-through testing at the
Drive-through.
old Memorial parking lot, and
Drive-through.
and the county, and the city county health department and Christus has just been
Awesome. They've been,
awesome.
we had one walk by.
Yeah, just really, really important. So we're constantly asking questions. Remember, at home, if you have a question regarding whether or not you should be tested, you need to call 826-7200. And also, somewhere down the line, they said when I repeated the behavioral health number that I didn't, there was a better number. So if you'll give me a second, as long as I'm getting good numbers out there, and these will be on our website, the county hotline is 888-767-4493. So thank you, Julie, for watching and paying attention, and that's 888-767-4493. The other number's a good number too, but this is the Nueces County number. The one I gave you before is MHID's number. So it's just a little different. They're both good.
Go somewhere else and then-
Yeah, but these are people that will answer in vivo, right, live. So, okay, let's go back to adjournments then in memory. And I actually have something that I'd like to read here as we close.
Call the number, just to make sure.
You called it?
The number and-
Okay, great. You called it. Well, look, I mean, if we didn't call out your department today, rest assured that you are not far from my mind. From Chris down at Shoreline Sandwich Company, who's making a heroic effort to keep hot food and sandwiches and salads and coffee downstairs at Shoreline Sandwich Company. We thank you. To the people at the tax office and who are on shifts, and district clerk and county clerk and everybody in between. I mean, you may not be seen as often because we're not walking around, but you are sorely missed, and you are absolutely on our minds. For all of you county employees that are working remotely at home, veteran services, social services, and the like, we can't express to you, you are on the front lines of touching people's lives. So JJ, thanks for sending meals to all our homebound veterans, and we're actually moving into our low-income veterans. Rebecca, thanks for making people matter in our county. People who need food, people who need rent money, people who need to keep the lights on, people who need gas money. It is absolutely important that you all understand that a crisis doesn't just take tolls on businesses. It takes toll on human lives. at the most basic of needs. And so while we're worrying about disasters after disasters, just remember that it all starts and ends with saving lives and making sure that those lives can continue with the basic necessities. And it's us, we, the county, we do that. People asked me yesterday, why are you in charge? What does the county judge have to do with any of this? Well, in the local government code, section 418.108, it says in there that in times of emergency, the county judge shall be the head of emergency management, and when movement is needed to be restricted, that it falls upon the shoulders of the county judge, him or her, to make these critical decisions. So it comes from the wisdom of our government and the protocols that have been established over time with our Department of Emergency Management. But these are unbelievable moments to live through. And I just want to say to all of you out there, looking straight at Edward, Edward knows no hours. He doesn't even, most of the time I actually look at the clock before I call somebody. But with Edward, I never do. Because I know no matter what time or day it is, I can call him. And he'll answer and he'll be there. And he'll never say anything but, you bet, Judge. Yes, Judge. We'll do it, Judge. We'll get it done. So, like I said, if you didn't get called out today, just know that you're with us. The deputies, the fever checks, making sure we're all safe. Teresa making sure that there's a funding source for everything, and it goes on and on. The hardest part about this crisis is not being able to truly hug you and say thank you. So just remember, I'm going to owe a lot of hugs later on. Lots and lots. How about adjournments? I lost a great friend. I bet you guys did too, with Dr. Madry.
That was on mine.
Go ahead and do that one, and then we'll kind of go around the room. Go ahead and take Dr. Madry.
Yes, Dr. Rob Madry of Corpus Christi, who passed away on April 1, 2020, surrounded by his loving family. He and his wife were long time people involved in this community. He was a heart doctor and was just, his honors go on and on as far as being involved with the American Heart Association and being involved in the community and the Church of the Good Shepherd and so forth and so on. He was a tennis player, and I love this line. He was an avid tennis player most of his life, playing tennis several times a week, followed by a Budweiser or two with friends. So obviously, even in death, they recognized Dr. Madry. So I want to make sure we offer the condolences to the Madry family during this difficult time for them.
Echo that. He was a good friend. And I don't know, just his wife is an amazing healthcare provider as well, and his family, and we're just really thinking about the Madrys in this difficult time. And I won't say where, but once upon a time I was in the most remote part of the world. And when I say like remote, I mean like Pirates of the Caribbean island remote. And I get out of a small boat with 4 children in tow. And I hear, Barbara, what are you doing here? And I turn around, and it's Dr. Madry. He was an avid sailor, and he loved to sail to the most beautiful islands. And I don't know why, but that moment in time, coming off this boat and seeing him in the middle of nowhere and recognizing, and every time he saw me, every time, he would say, you remember when we saw each other? And I said, yeah. And anyway, so I have nothing but fond memories for him, and nothing but our sympathies and greatest condolences for the Madry family. Ms. Vaughn, do you have any?
I do. I just think we need to remember all the lives that have been lost across the nation because of this coronavirus. You know, you hear them on the news and they'll say, we only lost 9,000. And I'm thinking, I hate that word only because all of those lives mattered and they had family. So I think we need to remember all those.
That's a good one. Commissioner Moss, do you have any adjournments? Commissioner Gonzalez, no adjournments? I agree with you. And there's a myth, and that myth is that it's only affecting older people. It's not. Mothers are dying. Young fathers are dying. young people are also in the mix, and I just want to say the bell tolls for all of us. So please remember these lives lost. But I'd like to end with something that's part of, we're in a very, very special week, for our faith, for my faith, but for many people's faiths. And as Christians, we are also part of the Old Testament. And there is no greater story in Old Testament than the story of Moses and Passover. So I reached out to Rabbi Emmanuel today because tonight starts the Passover for those of the Jewish faith. And I would like to read what he sent because he couldn't be here because of the COVID. On Passover, Jews around the world celebrate the Exodus from Egypt. At the start of Passover meal, the Seder, all hold up the unleavened bread, the matzah, and declared, "This is the bread of affliction that our ancestors ate in the land of Egypt. All those who are hungry, let them enter and eat. All those who are in need, let them come celebrate the Passover. This year we are enslaved. Next year we'll be free." And then he wrote this personal. This year more than ever, we can understand what it is truly meant to be in captivity. And we are yearning to be free and to breathe free. This year more than ever, we are all invited to celebrate and connect spiritually and emotionally, even though physical connection may be impossible. This year more than ever, we keep faith in the midst of struggle and maintain hope against all challenges. This year more than ever, we look forward to a time when we were all liberated from this current crisis and able to truly be free, safe, and healthy. So I thank Rabbi for his beautiful words, for remembering part of our own history with Seder Supper, that actually at the cathedral, had we been in normal practice, we probably would have celebrated Seder tonight. And I wish everybody on behalf of Nueces County a happy Easter, and remind everybody that on Good Friday we are closed here at the courthouse, and that I want us to all, and Monday as well, forgive me, both Friday and Monday here at the courthouse. I'll be here on Monday, but we wish everybody a very safe time with their family. Please remember to practice the orders, because it's more important than ever when we're gathering, when we're off from work, that we continue to follow the social distancing and follow the protocols that our president, our governor, and indeed the county and the city have laid out for you. So with that, I'll repeat that last line, because it's better than my last words, which are, it's more important that we look forward to the time when we are liberated from this current crisis. Let's go forward with that hope and that visualization of that time. And I know if we keep doing what we're supposed to be doing, it will be soon. So we're gaveling out at 2:55 p.m., and I thank you for all of the work you did today, Commissioners.